Audible Studios does not present Rain Dance, a collection of game reviews, opinions, and nonsense. Written by SCXCR. Performed by SCXCR. Part 1. Prologue. Can I state the obvious to start this off? I like video games. I like writing about them, talking about them, making videos and podcasts about them, and aspire to possibly make one someday. It should be no surprise then that I've gotten involved with a fan campaign or two over the years, but none of them compared to Operation Rainfall. It started as a response to Nintendo not localizing 3 games outside of Japan: Pandora's Tower, The Last Story, and Xenoblade Chronicles. This campaign, like many fan campaigns, was often derided and seen as a lost cause, but in the end, all 3 games made it out of Japan. I still have a letter from Nintendo explaining that they had no plans to bring any of those games to the West, and it's strange to look back and wonder what would be different now if Xenoblade in particular stayed in Japan. Would Shulk still catch on as a character, to the point where he made it to the Smash Bros. Roster? Would there still have been a Xenoblade Chronicles X, or a Xenoblade Chronicles 2? Or what about the definitive edition? Anyway, once the campaign's goals were realized, several people behind it decided to refocus their efforts, turning the former campaign homepage into a hub of sorts to help organize other fan-led campaigns. Eventually, however, Operation Rainfall became a full-blown news and reviewing site, specifically focused on Japanese and niche video games. They even shortened the name to just OPRAINFALL, something that personally I've never been able to say comfortably. That aside, the site would need more people to help keep it going, since not everyone from the campaign stuck around for the new directive. News writers, editors, reviewers, interviewers, translators, all sorts of people were brought on board. The bulk of these positions worked as volunteers, just contributing where they could out of love for the medium and a chance to cover video games in some capacity. That's how I got involved. I signed on to become an editor, motivated by a news post on the site regarding Tatsumi Kimishima, the head of Nintendo at the time, in which the writer frequently misspelled his and other people's names and seemed to struggle to spell words more than 5 letters long. Hey, when you're staffed by volunteers, sometimes you get what you pay for. I think this guy went on to write for another place, and I can only imagine what they thought when they saw his unproofed, unchecked writing and realized he had the grammar and spelling of a 7-year-old. I was brought in for training, which involved not just editing articles, but also writing one. My one news article I ever wrote covered the standalone re-release of Bayonetta 2 for the Wii U. I spent some time just editing news and reviews, and occasionally an opinion piece, before an opening for a review writer came about. Since I was already on staff and familiar with how reviews should be written and formatted, I was able to take on that role as well. Looking back, I'm realizing what I suspected while I was still writing for the site. I was one of their most critical reviewers. Not critical as in important. Critical as in I didn't just hand out high ratings. Compared to a couple reviewers I knew who I swear never rated anything below a 4 out of 5, I could come off as downright cruel. But you know what? As a reviewer, I want to be 2 things: blunt and honest. I am not here to massage anyone's ego. Besides, according to the site's review scores, a rating of 2.5 to 3 out of 5 is considered average. No 7.5 out of 10 kiss of mediocrity for this site. In the 2 years I spent there, I wrote 28 reviews, 4 impressions pieces, and 2 opinion pieces. While reviewers didn't get paid for what they wrote, they did get compensated with the free codes of the games they reviewed, and if they wrote a lot in a short time span, the chance to win a free key from a list of games. More often than not, though, this went to someone on staff who was much further up the totem pole. Someone who could churn out 4, 5, 6, sometimes even 7 reviews in a month. I think I managed to hit the winning threshold maybe twice in my entire time there. Having a full-time day job on top of my music, YouTube, and Twitch projects, among other things, will do that. Before I dive into these, I should note how exactly reviewers wound up with certain games. Review codes were offered by publishers or requested by the higher-ups. Said codes were gathered, and then games were listed according to whether they were high, medium, or low priority. Reviewers jumped in and picked codes from the list, usually the high or medium priority ones to help keep the publishers happy. I practiced due diligence and looked up what the games were before committing to anything. Mostly because, given the nature of the site, a lot of their games were actually visual novels, which I'm not particularly a fan of. However, that's not to say I always ended up reviewing things I thought looked good. As you'll see later, sometimes circumstances were beyond my control, and I developed a bit of a habit for picking games that turned out to be... how can I put this nicely? Bad. One last thing before we get started. Every review includes a data table, listing things like a game's name, developer, publisher, release date, etc. Since most relevant information from these tables gets repeated in the reviews themselves, I won't be reading these out. Part 2. Words, words, and more words. Opinion. Spotting a bad game crowdfunding campaign. Dated Friday, May 12th, 2017. Author's note. This was written while I was still just an editor. The site would frequently make pushes for staff to write opinion pieces, since those were usually unique bits of content that helped drive extra web traffic. Disclaimer. The thoughts and opinions expressed in the following article are solely those of the author, and not OPRAINFALL as a whole. Ever helped crowdfund a game? Ever avoided it because of the negative stigma generated by certain past projects? Dozens of projects come and go, but which ones deserve support and which ones don't? And no, the answer isn't none of them. It's easy to forget that there tend to be far more successes than failures, at least on Kickstarter, because, to be blunt, a project doing exactly what it said it would isn't newsworthy, is it? As a regular backer who's dodged some bullets and been hit by others over the years, I have some advice on what to look for, so you don't end up throwing money at any projects with anime girls, cats, explosions, or anime cat girls in front of explosions in the preview image. On the flip side, anyone thinking of crowdfunding their own game should also consider the following when structuring their own campaign. Before we begin, I must make 2 things clear. First off, crowdfunding a video game is not the same as buying it from a store. It's less everyday consumerism and more an act of philanthropy. You're paying, reward tiers aside, for the game's existence more than the game itself. The rewards or perks associated with it are not pre-order bonuses. You're not buying a finished game from a store with a 30-day return policy as much as you are investing in its potential. As such, don't expect your refund requests a year or 3 after the fact to be taken seriously if you don't like the finished product. Second, not all of the advice below applies to every project. Some projects will break some rules, while going above and beyond with others to make up for that. Sometimes a game's crowdfunding campaign can hit all the right notes and still end up as hot garbage for a myriad of reasons, not all of them under the creator's control. There is risk inherent in backing any project, and while that risk can't be eliminated entirely, it can be mitigated with a little due diligence. Get it? Got it? Good. Let's dive right in. Number 1. The eye test. Sometimes you can just tell at a glance that something is a bad idea. A term commonly used in sports, a player passes the eye test by doing more than what they're asked or otherwise standing out beyond what shows up in their statistics. The eye test can apply to many other things, including crowdfunding projects. Is the description written and formatted in a way that's easy to read and find additional information? Is it clear what the game is and how it will play? Does the project have a demo available? These 3 points are key for helping people decide whether or not to back a project solely based on what the campaign page shows. Several crowdfunded indie titles, including games like Undertale, Freedom Planet, Neverending Nightmares, Stasis, and the still developing Indivisible, had playable demos to show what their end product would be like. Other questions to ask include: is the campaign page missing any sort of video? If it has a trailer, is there a screen recorder software watermark plastered across it? Does it include very little game footage or gameplay? Does the video preview and/or main image look like it was made in 5 minutes in Microsoft Paint, 5 seconds in Photoshop, or 5 stock image searches? Are there a lot of typos? Is the project description one giant, rambling, nonsensical wall of text, or, conversely, only a few nondescript sentences long? Does the funding goal seem unreasonably high or low for what's being shown? And last but not least, does the game look off? If you said yes to several of the above questions, strongly consider saving your money. This may seem obvious, but you'd be surprised how many people back projects with more warning signs around them than the average nuclear reactor. The amount of care put into how the campaign page looks is often a reflection of the amount of care put into whatever is being campaigned for. Number 2. Fixed funding versus flexible funding. A fixed funding project is all or nothing, only collecting pledges if the funding goal is hit. Flexible funding projects can still collect pledges even without hitting their goals by the campaign's end, albeit usually with a bigger cut of said money going to the site's host. Kickstarter simplifies this in that every project is fixed funding, but places like Indiegogo let creators choose which type of funding to use, so make sure you know which type of funding a campaign selected. Generally speaking, fixed funding projects are a lower risk. If the project isn't fully funded, you don't pay anything. Flexible funding campaigns for video games run a higher risk of raising some funds, but not nearly enough to come close to their goals. On Indiegogo specifically, one report suggested that only 9.3% of all their hosted projects hit their funding goals, and 80% didn't manage to reach a quarter of their funding goals. Everyone loses in the latter case, because making 1/4 of a video game typically isn't an option, much less fulfilling all the other various perks for backers. There are, of course, exceptions. Some projects clearly state that development will proceed regardless of how the campaign goes, or that the money is for additional content to an already existing title. Skullgirls held one such campaign for additional characters and stages. Garagarasu, Attack on Cataclysm, explained in their flexible funding campaign that anything they raised would speed up the development process and add extra characters and features. It certainly helped that the team behind the game had prior experience on other titles. And that brings us to number 3, the Who. Who are the people behind this project? What are their roles on the development team? Lead programmer, character designer, motivational speaker, what do they do? Have they worked on any other titles, and if so, which and in what capacity? Less risky projects do all they can to answer these questions, though I'd still recommend double-checking to make sure no one is stretching the truth, either about what someone worked on or if they're really involved with the project at all. And for the record, having a celebrity or internet celebrity attached to a project doesn't give it credibility. Author's note: the phrase "doesn't give it credibility" is a link to a report on the infamous failure that was the Yogscast game. Another thing to consider is whether the people involved with a project have done other crowdfunding campaigns and how well, or poorly, they went. To date, In Exile Entertainment has crowdfunded 4 games: Wasteland 2, The Bard's Tale 4, Torment Tides of Numenera, and Wasteland 3. Not just because of who worked on each title, but eventually because they built a reputation of delivering on what they set out to do, and kept backers up to date during and after the campaign. On the other hand, if a creator runs crowdfunding campaigns for the same game 3 or 4 times in a short time span, or makes a new one for a game which was already funded, steer clear of it. I'd also be wary of any projects from groups that list prior games their people worked on, but don't say who they are or what they did. Hypothetically speaking, just as anyone can say they worked on Crash Bandicoot when they didn't, a person could say they worked on Crash Bandicoot when they only showed up in the thanks section for making late-night fast food runs and suggesting Crash's pants should be blue. But wait, what about projects by first-time or upcoming indie developers? It's far from uncommon to see campaigns run by small independent development teams, or even a single person. These tend to be total shots in the dark, unless the creators put in a lot of legwork to ease people's concerns. Look for anything apart from the campaign page: a developer blog, a profile on sites like GameJolt, ModDB, or IndieDB, a personal, company, or game-specific website, any stories or articles by media outlets that might give an idea of not just how good a project looks, but how long it's been worked on, and the level of care going into it. For example, Superhot made a name for itself at 7D FPS, a game jam for first-person shooters, and in subsequent media coverage before launching its Kickstarter campaign. In most cases, links like these showing up in the description or on the creator's profile, but a lack of any significant online presence beyond the campaign page is a glaring red flag. And no, personal Twitter or Facebook pages don't count. One last thing to pay attention to is how the creator or creators interact with supporters and detractors. By detractors, I don't specifically mean trolls, but anyone who says anything that isn't 100% pure love for the game. Be careful about projects whose creators don't take criticism well, or, to borrow a Dungeons & Dragons term, regularly botch their diplomacy checks. Number 4. The Money Trail. What is the pledge money for? Most good campaigns include some sort of cost breakdown to justify their funding goals, or at least mention where the money will go. Good projects don't just say what's being paid for, but give some idea, either as a fraction of the funding or an estimated number, where X amount of money is going. The numbers still need to make sense though. A game which is described as almost finished shouldn't be asking for hundreds of thousands of dollars to complete, even if it's giving out every copy on gold-plated USB drives. On the other hand, a game in the concept stages probably shouldn't be asking for an amount so low it could be printed on a few gift cards. A campaign which includes living expenses as part of the costs, separate from working wages, should raise an eyebrow if the numbers don't add up. Let's say a campaign based out of the United States has 10% of a $20,000 goal going to living expenses, housing, food, etc., to work full-time on a game with 1 year of development ahead of it. That's $2,000 the team or individual dedicates to living expenses, or about $167 per month. Meanwhile, the average cost of living for one adult in the US is a little over $2,000 per month. This requires a bit more reading between the lines, which leads to the last predictably named bit of advice. Number 5. Read between the lines. If it sounds like I'm asking you to do a lot of thinking and research before backing a crowdfunding project, it's because you absolutely should. This is not the type of thing to do on impulse. Watch every video, read the whole campaign page, read any updates, and find related information outside of the funding platform. Beyond that, however, you should also be able to pick out things that don't add up. Estimated release dates are often best-case scenarios, given how frequently crowdfunded games get delayed. That said, 2 or 3 months after the campaign ends is an alarmingly quick turnaround time, even for mostly complete projects running on a generic game engine. On a related note, if you can tell a campaign's game is using default or store-bought assets, character models, sounds, menu graphics, entire levels, etc., and not only makes no mention of them, but says the game is near completion, consider reporting the project instead of pledging to it. Look at a campaign's perks. Do the prices for them make sense based on what the game is or will be? Why would a game which will be free to play have a $10 reward tier for a copy of the game? Are there only a total of 2 or 3 tiers? Are the reward descriptions copy-pasted across several tiers? Then there are the too good to be true tiers. Pledging $10 for a download code, a keyring, a soundtrack CD, and an art print sounds great, but on shipping costs alone, that's losing way more money than it's bringing in. One of the more significant red flags is, unfortunately, something most campaigns won't admit or don't initially plan. Some crowdfunded games end up counting, at least in part, on becoming episodic. This lets Episode 1 finish development and go on sale early, earning money to go toward finishing the rest of the game. Some developers employ this to lower their projected goal a bit, making it more likely they'll get funded. Sadly, a finished product can't be funded by phantom money, but can be doomed by lower than expected sales. Steam alone has several single-episode games from defunct studios rotting on its storefront. Oh, and if the description or updates mention sequels or becoming a franchise before the campaign for the first game is over, run far, far away. Much of this boils down to exercising some common sense, and not treating money like seed to throw to the indie birds. You, hopefully, earned your money, so it's only fair a campaign does what it can to earn that on top of your trust, primarily through transparency and communication. Be smart, be safe, and be supportive to campaigns that truly deserve it. Review: Treadnauts, dated October 2nd, 2018. What comes to mind when I say tanks that can jump? The Blaster Master series, perhaps? Well, Top Stitch Games took that idea and expanded upon it to create Treadnauts, a physics-based fighter in which 2 to 4 tanks drop into an arena and blast each other to bits. It's a simple concept with several bizarre twists, thanks to the liberal use or misuse of the laws of physics and a lengthy list of in-game modifications. At first glance, Treadnauts bears a slight resemblance to another game, Towerfall Ascension. Similarities do exist from a structural standpoint. Enclosed arenas, being able to score kills with shots or stomps, a variety of modifiers for multiplayer matches, but where it differs the most is with movement. Each tank can drive up walls and along ceilings. They can double jump and, thanks to the recoil of every shot, launch into the sky or across the arena by aiming at the ground in mid-air and firing. A tank hovering across the map by firing at the ground repeatedly is not unusual for Treadnauts. The only thing the tank treads don't stick to is ice, and there's a button to disengage them and slide down inclines across surfaces. Ramming a tank hard enough will stun them, making them easy pickings for other players. Landing treads first on a tank will squash it, and shooting a tank will... well, you know. The controls for everything, namely movement, are quite responsive. Shooting, however, is a different beast altogether. To shoot in this game, you hold the fire button, a line extends from the turret showing the path of the shot, then release at the trajectory you want. This line and the turret move up as the button is held until it's completely vertical, at which point your shot is going straight up no matter what. The bigger issue here isn't aiming though. It's reload time. Tanks can fire 3 shots before needing time to reload, but the visual cue for how much ammo a tank has is a tiny set of lights on the tank itself. When tanks were bouncing around the stage, I could never tell how many shots I, or anyone else, had available. That was also the case in the game's single-player mode, Target Test. Here you enter each multiplayer map and break a set of targets as quickly as possible. Doing so fast enough will garner a bronze, silver, or gold medal. Considering there are 4 worlds with 10 maps each for this mode, though you have to unlock the later ones, full completion takes quite a while. The strict completion times also play a role, with some maps and target placements being far more difficult than others. Sometimes I would get a silver medal on the second try, and sometimes I'd struggle for 10 to 15 minutes just to get bronze. For reference, bronze completion times range from about 13 to 23 seconds, while gold times are typically anywhere from 6 to 12 seconds. I can count on one hand the number of gold medals I earned. As far as looks, Treadnauts has a cartoonish melancholy about itself, but is loaded with tongue-in-cheek humor. This is reflected by the tanks, their drivers, and the world around them. Maps include a junkyard and a rainy industrial park called Dreamland, as well as a dreary, futuristic city with Japanese signs proclaiming itself as Neo-Tankio, or one sign on a floating platform, presumably done by a Fist of the North Star fan, which simply says, "Omae wa mou shinderu." The multiplayer rules even include an item crate option, with a subheading which reads, "Not available in Belgium." Author's note: that's a reference to Belgium's stance on loot boxes in video games. The music and sound follows suit, with the frantic combat in some matches sounding like a modern Hanna-Barbera sound library. The music in various menus comes off like a low-key 70s game show, while each world gets a song which somehow manages to sound both dreary and upbeat while fitting the environment on screen. It's easy to overlook, but the sound design complements the visuals nicely. The maps themselves also vary a fair bit within each world. Each has hazards to contend with like ice, wrecking balls which can break loose from the ceiling, floating balls of electricity, levitating platforms affected by the weight of the tanks on them, or snowy ground which dissipates as tanks drive over it, just to name a few. While load times were never an issue going into or out of matches, one of Treadnauts' bigger flaws, aside from only having local multiplayer, is performance. When the screen fills with too many visual effects, or too many things move too fast, the game has a tendency to either slow down, drop frames, or both. The frame rate easily drops into the mid to low teens on certain maps when using speed boosts or smoke clouds, sometimes approaching single digits. A patch to address this should definitely be on the agenda for Top-Stitch games. That's less likely to happen if fewer modifiers for matches are turned on. Treadnauts includes an absurd amount of modifiers that allow virtually everything in a match to be altered. Aside from the ability to add AI tanks and adjust their difficulty, you can change the size and speed of the tanks, what they fire, shells, lasers, bounce shots, sticky bombs, nothing, etc., reload speed, gravity or lack thereof, shields, item crates, and a laundry list of other options. It's equal parts hilarious and frustrating to, say, have invisible tanks which can't shoot stuck moving at full speed on a map of nothing but floating platforms. If you enjoy this madness, though, there are 11 save slots for custom modifier settings, in addition to 6 presets and a random button. The catch is that these modifiers, in addition to things like extra maps and an unlockable 5th tank, have to be earned by collecting experience. Every multiplayer match and every target practice medal earns experience, and after reaching a new level, something gets unlocked. Not only does target practice not give experience unless earning a new medal, but gains slow down as your level approaches the cap of 30. It took me 3 hours to reach level 12, but 3 hours later, I was at level 18. By the 8-hour mark, I was so tired of grinding for levels that I tried making all CPU matches to play in the background. These don't earn any experience. It's unfortunate I got worn down by the grind, because the multiplayer combat is quite fun. Arenas are never so big that players can easily hide, unless cloaking tanks are turned on. The dozens of modifications allow for virtually any type of match to be played on the spectrum of seriousness, from Final Destination no items to barely playable Gigglefest. My only gripe is that multiplayer for the version I played, the Switch version, isn't online, only local. The Steam version can do both. Your mileage with Treadnauts will vary wildly, depending on how much you make use of the multiplayer and how determined you are to unlock everything. From my experience, maxing out at level 30 took a little over 11 hours. While it requires a fair amount of time to complete, the single-player target test mode loses its luster after the first couple dozen stages, and it devolves into a chore. If this is the kind of game you plan to regularly spring on unsuspecting friends or break out at get-togethers, the $10 price tag might just be worth it. Otherwise, waiting for a price drop or a patch for some of the performance issues is likely the way to go. Review score: 3 out of 5. Re-review: Haunted Dungeons, Hyakki Castle. Dated Friday, October 12th, 2018. Author's note: sometimes a game will come out, get reviewed, and then another version of that game will release later on another platform. This is one such example, with a PC game being re-released for the Switch and PS4, with some changes made. Why cover this game again when our own Henry Badillo reviewed it near the end of last year? Well, HappyNet Corporation saw fit to put it on the Switch and PS4 while adding Haunted Dungeons to the title. Now you can ascend a Japanese castle, destroy yokai, and stop an evil sorcerer on consoles. But what, if anything, is different between this and its original Hyakki Castle incarnation? The most obvious difference is the controls. The original Hyakki Castle is a PC game, which heavily uses the mouse for things like selecting attacks, opening doors, navigating menus, and flipping switches. When using a controller, it assigns each character to a shoulder button or trigger for combat. This version uses one of the triggers as an all-purpose activation button and the other to split the team up. Since that conflicts with the prior controller layout, the shoulder buttons scroll between the 4 characters to decide who's attacking. Overall, the control scheme, while slightly less versatile in combat, still works quite well and is easy to pick up. By the second level, I was scrolling between characters mid-battle without a second thought. Unfortunately, when it comes to inventory management, the mouse is sorely missed. Everyone has 15 item slots, and stackable items can only be moved between characters one at a time. Since it's too cumbersome and time-consuming to distribute items evenly, one character ends up hoarding all the food and healing items. It's much easier to just distribute everything to the other 3 party members as they need it. Aside from the controls, clarity seems to be a major focus for Haunted Dungeons. Text displays in a more uniform printed font instead of the smaller, pseudo-handwritten style of the original. This applies everywhere, including the item descriptions in the inventory. The old font was small enough to fit 4 lines in the inventory text box. But the new one only fits 3. Sometimes when an item description is too long, you're supposed to be able to hit a button to enlarge the text box and see the whole thing. Half the time this works, and half the time the text box expands to show the same incomplete description. Fortunately, not every change backfires for Haunted Dungeons. Skill menus now display how much mana each spell or ability consumes. Certain English translations were changed to be easier to read, though the occasional hiccup like press the right stick manages to slip through. The main menu now includes a tutorial to explain all aspects of the game. Character creation starts with a couple of screens explaining what every choice and statistic means, as well as how things like mana regeneration and hunger work. Load screens between levels, rather than being completely blank, flash some art and either backstory or a tip on how to play the game. On top of making the game's mechanics easier to understand, there seems to be a major focus on simply making things easier to see. The user interface and in-game menus were altered, namely by swapping out the flames symbolizing a character's health, mana, and hunger for colored bars. Perhaps it's due to my colorblindness, but when some of the bars drain too far and start flashing red, it's hard to tell if they're empty or not. The second big change is to the game's structure. Aside from every boss in Haunted Dungeons showing a health bar, some have an extra phase which doesn't happen in the original release. In several levels, parts of the floor plan are different from the PC version. This also changes the types and locations of some enemies, so it's not the exact same game on a different platform. Some of these come off as redundant though. Remember how I said the game has a tutorial available in the main menu? The first level, instead of having the samurai reunite with his or her captured comrades, is now the tutorial. Also, several notes in the first few floors of the castle are replaced with reminders about how certain mechanics work. It's one thing to make sure the player knows what they're doing, but reminding them how to split the party after doing so to solve a puzzle or two is excessive. Graphically, Haunted Dungeons is a step or two behind its PC counterpart. It seems like some low light and shadow effects were removed because this release is significantly brighter. to the point I could see all the way to the end of a hall 6 tiles long. For reference, the original usually gets too dark to see anything 4 tiles away. Aside from hurting the atmosphere of a dark castle filled with ghosts and demons, the brightness leads to another problem. Sometimes the draw distance extends way too far, leading to the occasional black hole where another part of the level is supposed to be. There were even times I'd see anomalies like parts of the environment, such as wooden beams above a doorway, flashing like a neon bar sign. All of that pales in comparison to the performance of Haunted Dungeon beyond the first few levels. The larger a map is, the more likely you are to experience consistent slowdown and frame drops. Typically this is caused by environment pieces rather than enemy count, as I experienced more lag in an open room with lots of jars and decorations than I did in a room with half a dozen yokai. It's most obvious right after loading a file. At its worst, I couldn't move for a few seconds while the game finished popping parts of the level into existence. While Haunted Dungeon's Hyakki Castle faithfully retains the gameplay of its predecessor, it tends to run like the console barely exceeds the PC version's minimum requirements. In spite of improvements to the game's presentation, learning curve, and user interface, too many changes end up undermining what were strengths in the original release. I'd only recommend it if having Hyakki Castle on console is an absolute must, or the original game doesn't run well on your PC, or you really want to save $1 over the $15 Steam release. Review score, 2.5 out of 5. Review: Ganbare Super Strikers. Dated October 16th, 2018. The moment I saw this game, I wanted to review it. I've spent about half my life playing football, and an unhealthy amount of time playing old football games not named FIFA. Ganbare Super Strikers adapts the heavily strategic sport to be a turn-based tactical RPG. Sounds good, but does it stand tall like the Bayern Munich defense? Or does it disappoint like the US men's national team? Author's note: this review happened not long after the United States men's national team was eliminated from appearing at the World Cup by Trinidad and Tobago. Each match involves moving players on a pitch divided into tiles. Everyone can perform 2 actions and attempt a slide tackle each turn, which lasts 1 minute of in-game time. These actions consist of moving, passing, dribbling through defenders, tackling opponents, or shooting. Every action drains SP, skill points, of which each player has a set amount. When someone's SP runs out, all of their stats are lowered for the rest of the half. While some of it regenerates at halftime, SP drains quickly if one player is too heavily relied on. Fortunately, there are a few substitute players you can swap in, or just have 2 of them switch positions. Speaking of, every action except movement is determined by head-to-head number rolls, influenced by each player's stats. If player A has a dribble stat that's much higher than player B's tackle stat, player A will blow by him almost every time. I say almost because each stat represents an average number roll. With a stat of 50, for example, it's possible to roll about 15 points above or below that number. Fortunately, Ganbare Super Strikers shows the percent chance of each pass, tackle, or shot succeeding to eliminate guesswork. For every tile the ball is in the air, such as for a pass or a shot, it loses 10 points from the number rolled. As such, longer passes and shots have a better chance of being blocked by defenders or saved by the goalie. However, some players have special abilities, each costing SP and AP, ability points, which not only boost the likelihood of success, but inflict status effects on hapless opponents. Reminiscent of classic RPG mechanics, Players can be poisoned, silenced, frozen, rendered naked, not what it sounds like, or have death cast on them. Some abilities even allow players to teleport short distances or partially camouflage themselves. Game planning for these is usually done on the fly, since opposing stats and abilities aren't shown. It can be a bit frustrating, but ultimately rewarding after developing a decent strategy. Certain limitations on players are a bit confusing. While every player except the goalie can slide tackle, only one player can do it per turn. There were several times I had a defender miss a slide tackle, then have to move my other defenders to stand around the ball handler like they were forming a wall for a free kick. On a related note, the only penalty I saw in the whole game was offsides. This is the anime-inspired world Ganbare Super Strikers lives in. Poisoning or paralyzing an opponent isn't a penalty, but receiving a pass behind the last defender is. The game is divided into two modes, Story and Arcade. Story mode has you not only make a player, but name and design the crest and uniforms for a local team, using a somewhat narrow selection of choices. I was less miffed by this compared to not being able to select a position or help determine my starting stats. You are always a forward, and you're always the team's best shooter. Granted, Ganbare Super Strikers does allow you to change formations and move players around the field. The catch is that there are only 2 or 3 formations, and each player is obviously built for their listed position. Defenders are all terrible shots, and forwards are bad tacklers, except for your original character who starts off better than everyone at almost everything. The goal, pun intended, of story mode is to win 14 matches, 7 for the National Cup in Japan, then another 7 with a predetermined set of Japanese players in the World Cup. Every match has 3 stars to earn by accomplishing various objectives, such as don't concede any goals or inflict a certain status effect. These stars award various equipment to grant status immunity, special abilities, or stat boosts. If a player uses an ability a few times, they'll permanently learn it. Since matches can be replayed and every field player can learn every non-goalie skill, you'll likely treat this like Magicite in Final Fantasy VI, doing a lot of equipment swapping to make sure everyone has most or all of the available abilities. Considering this is called story mode, there isn't much of a story in Ganbare Super Strikers. Your character is mostly silent, letting the other star forward, Takao Sekozawa, do most of the talking. Takao occasionally mentions how happy he is with the team's success, but most of his dialogue is explaining how the game works and who certain opposing players are. At one point, he casually mentions a player who became cold and distant after his parents died in a car wreck. It's delivered with the same gravity I might mention what I had for dinner 2 days ago. Even at the World Cup section, where all those players Takao pointed out or got smack-talked by are now teammates, they rarely ever speak. Even before this point, most of them just drop a couple sentences of trash talk and contribute little else. I would have loved to see more interaction among teammates, particularly with more details on their past interactions. Or, more about the kid whose parents died in a car wreck. It's also jarring to zoom out or play with the camera. Ganbare Super Strikers performs very well, in part because it keeps the graphics almost excessively simple. There are no fans present, players have minimal animation, and there are only 2 different fields, both empty save for a few environment pieces which wouldn't look out of place in Dragon Quest builders. Special ability animations are heavily inspired by sports anime, as are several sound effects. They often overpower the music, which, even if it were louder, seems like it's deliberately trying to be background noise. The only things softer than the Wii Sports-esque tracks are the cheers after every goal, which were so muted I expected to hear, "and there was much rejoicing" before them. After each story mode match, players gain experience based on how active and successful they were. Gaining levels improves stats almost across the board, as well as SP and AP totals. Moving doesn't gain experience, nor do failed checks like missed tackles, bad passes, or missed saves. As a result, players who regularly and successfully handle the ball level much faster than anyone else. This leads to a wildly unbalanced and top-heavy team. In most of my matches, half the team didn't earn any experience. When my character hit level 30, my best defender was level 5, and my goalie, who can't be controlled outside of picking a save ability, was level 2. Ganbare Super Strikers' arcade mode is split into Quick Match, Tournament, and League. All allow you to play as the local Japanese and World Cup teams featured in Story Mode in 7-on-7 or 11-on-11 play, respectively. Tournament sets up an 8-team bracket, while League creates a match table and has everyone play each other round-robin style. Sadly, the teams don't seem balanced. The last couple teams from the National Cup and World Cup easily outclass the earlier ones, so there's little reason to play as anyone else. Of course, this pales in comparison to my biggest gripe with League play. It doesn't work. If the schedule for any round is such that a CPU match is the last game, hitting play will simulate that game, then kick back to the schedule and show the game as not being played. This inescapable purgatory happened in the first round of every league I tried to make. When I deleted said leagues, I had about a 50-50 shot of the game locking up and needing to be force closed. While that problem is specific to League play, the AI is a problem everywhere. It usually plays smart, but it tends to do the same thing every time it kicks off. If it doesn't see a clear move forward, it will often not do anything and immediately end its turn. By arranging the defense and midfield into a series of V-shapes, I effectively trapped all of their forwards and midfielders, since players can't move diagonally or through each other. The other team responded by holding the ball until the clock ran out. This worked in every match of every mode in Ganbare Super Strikers. There are other bizarre bugs, with some more egregious than others. Sometimes characters away from the play appear to have the ball in random frames of their running animation. In the first story mode match, I let an opposing forward have the ball 2 feet in front of my net for 4 turns in a row, and he didn't shoot. At one point, I cleared the ball to the opposing team's corner to run down the clock. Not only did they not go after it, their midfielder suddenly tried to tackle my forward. I tackled him, and somehow caused the ball to appear at my character's feet. Ganbare Super Strikers doesn't need bug testing so much as straight-up fumigation. It's disheartening to see a game with a solid concept that badly needed more work before being released. With how exploitable the AI is, I wound up needing less than 9 hours to finish story mode, 4 of those coming after discovering the V strategy. Even if the bugs were fixed, Ganbare Super Strikers has some glaring problems in its game mechanics, which lead to lopsided teams and unbalanced matches. The limited customization and lackluster story mode are the missed penalty shot that seals it for me. I do hope the developer keeps updating and adding to what's here, as I did enjoy the core gameplay. However, for $10, I can't in good faith recommend this in its current state. Review score: 2 out of 5. Review: My Memory of Us. Dated October 17th, 2018. Whimsy and World War II tend to go together as well as water and electricity. It's all too easy to try and make a game like this, one designed to not scare off younger players, and have it unintentionally trivialize or make light of a dark time in world history. Enter Juggler Games, a Warsaw-based developer who sought out to tell the story of a boys and girls' enduring friendship strained by a strange invading force. Through My Memory of Us, perhaps they can make an entertaining and thought-provoking experience around that idea. The game spans from shortly before a robot invasion until several years after the attempted escape from a ghetto. One sentence in, and I already need to explain something. Everything in My Memory of Us is a fairly clear metaphor for something from World War II. Case in point, when the robots take over, they separate the humans by coloring some people's clothes red, marking them as inferior. Those red-colored people get herded into ghettos, and eventually, flying trains to an unknown destination. Among the red people is the little girl, though the uncolored boy fights to stay with her as they trek through ruined cities, robot warships, and underground networks. Gameplay consists of guiding the boy and girl through a side-scrolling, black and white except for red world, solving puzzles and escaping capture while just trying to find a little happiness in the idle moments. The boy is slower, but he can move quietly, steal things, and use a mirror to blind or distract people. The girl can sprint, jump over gaps, and use a slingshot to hit distant objects or switches. These two can either move together by holding hands or split up. The latter is necessary to solve several puzzles and explore areas blocked off from red citizens. Stealth plays a role at several points, as does item discovery and use reminiscent of point-and-click adventure games. These mechanics play well off each other throughout, except for one odd quirk I encountered. When one of them was inside a building and the other was on the street, I switched to the person inside, somehow locked the camera in one corner of the building, and had to reset. Fortunately, My Memory of Us makes frequent use of checkpoints and chapters to break up each part of the story. It's rare to lose any significant progress, and aside from that oddity I mentioned earlier, I encountered no other glitches or performance issues. Load times are incredibly short, which is likely helped by the simplified color palette. That said, the art style is quite eye-catching, as it aims for an innocent, childlike depiction of even the most heinous parts of the surrounding conflict. It ends up reflecting the lead characters well, both all smiles as they run through dilapidated buildings and avoid robot soldiers. It's worth noting that death and explicit violence are not depicted here. The most violent thing I witnessed was a paint bucket getting dropped on a robot's head. Spoken dialogue plays a minimal role in My Memory of Us, but communication doesn't. Everyone's voice is mumbled nonsense, but there are also talk bubbles which illustrate how they feel and what they want. This is how most objectives are communicated, and personally, I almost always knew what exactly I had to do. This was only a problem in one particular instance. I saw a hint to a number puzzle flash in a talk bubble briefly and then disappear. I didn't even know it was part of a puzzle until a minute or so later and had to reload the chapter. That's not to say there's no dialogue at all. The one clear voice in this game is the narrator, who is the boy several years after this. He recalls the events of My Memory of Us between each chapter, voiced by none other than Sir Patrick Stewart, he of Star Trek and X-Men fame, among others. His performance is equal parts heartwarming and heartbreaking. This, as well as a soundtrack which wavers between acoustic, borderline orchestral songs and more electronic, distorted arrangements, combines with the game's look to make it something unique and memorable. Environments, like the puzzles in them, start small and gradually expand in size as the game progresses. Most puzzles fall into two categories. The first is simple pathing puzzles, involving tasks like twisting a series of wires to power a sliding door or find the exit in a network of pipes. The other is item puzzles, where you find an item and figure out where it can be used. Items can only be used where they are intended, and interactive objects always display a button prompt when you pass them. Whenever I got stuck, it was usually because I hadn't fully explored an area, or was overlooking a blatantly obvious clue, so I can't blame the game for that. These puzzles largely strike the right balance of not being too hard or too easy, considering the wider audience it's going for. Stealth sections typically break these up and vary enough that I almost never felt like I was doing the same thing several times in a single playthrough. While I mentioned how My Memory of Us generally plays, I can't stress enough how caught off guard I was by some of the shifts in the style of gameplay. Unfortunately, I can't go into details because it's a major spoiler, but at some point, the game dramatically changes genres to fit the situation at hand. It still fits the rest of the game, and the simple control scheme makes it work as smoothly as everything else, whether using a controller or a keyboard. Replay value is a bit low for My Memory of Us, save for one thing: memories. These can be found scattered across the game, and each recounts the story of a real-life person from World War II. Several focus on Poland-based freedom fighters, which I think is a great move. Speaking as an American, when history classes here cover World War II, they tend to not delve much into the stories of those closest to and most affected by the conflict. Most of the memories presented here are for people I hadn't heard of, and I found myself learning an extra thing or two about a part of the war that has a tendency to be glossed over by those furthest removed from it. The only annoyance with the memories is that I missed a couple and there doesn't seem to be an indication for what chapters they might be hiding in. There are 16 memories in 18 chapters though, so it's relatively simple to pinpoint where any missing memories are. It's pretty safe to say Juggler Games hit their mark with My Memory of Us. I was thoroughly entertained throughout, and even as a jaded adult who doesn't like children, I was completely invested in what happened to the kids and the people around them every step of the way. It's a bit short, taking less than 5 hours to finish, but even so, I'd still pay the $18 asking price for it. What it may lack in replay value, it makes up for in a charming, imaginative world, and the struggle of two friends trying to stay together as outside forces seem destined to keep them apart. Review score: 4 out of 5. Review: Fire Pro Wrestling World, dated December 10th, 2018. Author's note: this was the first time I got something resembling a feeling of legitimacy as a reviewer. It was an entry in a known, established franchise from a known, established developer, and I could not resist the chance to give my 2 cents on it. I mean, it also helps that I'm a wrestling fan, particularly a New Japan Pro Wrestling fan, so I knew who everyone was in the New Japan DLC and story mode for this game. Professional Wrestling, the never-ending stage combat soap opera. While the Fire Pro series has been around for nearly 30 years, only about 6 games made it out of the squared circles of Japan. It's had a hardcore following for some time, but after the barely recognizable Xbox Live Arcade release bombed, Spike Chunsoft needed to go back to the drawing board and rediscover what their fans wanted. Enter Fire Pro Wrestling World, a return to the series' roots with officially licensed content from the now expanding overseas wrestling promotion New Japan Pro Wrestling. While it hit Steam's early access last year, The PlayStation 4 version dropped only a few months ago, with the first batch of NJPW DLC. Did the comeback work out like Ric Flair's in 2001, or backfire like Ric Flair's in 2010? For those more familiar with, say, the WWE 2K series, Fire Pro games are quite a different beast. World is no exception. It focuses on simple but fine-tuned in-ring mechanics, rather than the glitz and glamour of flashy entrances and arena presentation. There is no HUD to speak of. No health bars, no stamina gauges, no signature or finisher cues, nothing. There are mechanics like stamina and damage at work, but they're primarily shown by the wrestler's behavior, breathing heavily after doing a series of moves, or favoring their arm if it's taken too much damage. There's also a spirit mechanic at work, letting wrestlers get a second wind if they've spent most of the match getting pummeled. Fire Pro Wrestling World as a whole has a more arcade-like feel. I'm all for it, considering trying to make an inherently unrealistic sport realistic has never quite seemed to work, particularly when multiplayer gets involved. Even at the default speed, matches are faster paced and usually serenaded with instrumental rock. Note that the in-game timer runs twice as fast as normal time. Moves are punctuated with hard thuds, smacks, and slams. The wrestlers being animated sprites, as opposed to models mocapped by people who value their heads and spines, leads to moves which look all the more painful. As someone who's been concussed and nearly broken their nose in a couple wrestling matches, I wince at the sight of some of the move animations. Things like critical TKOs and stolen finishers include flying text and anime-esque sound effects as they occur. Even pinfalls, aside from showing a 3 count, occasionally flash a 2.9 count for extremely close calls. I was rarely ever bored with a match, save for a couple mission mode and fighting road matches I'll get into later. Every match includes a laundry list of settings, allowing the player to adjust things like CPU skill levels, win conditions, the background music, and the speed. Want to get a match over with quickly? Set it to 800% speed and wait a minute or so. Match types are mostly what you'd expect, though some take inspiration from Japanese promotions, wrestling or otherwise. S1 matches are basically kickboxing matches. No grappling, stronger strikes, etc. Gruesome fighting is World's take on MMA, with several grapples and mounts incorporated into the game. Barbed wire death matches not only include the barbed wire exploding when someone gets hit, but the option to have explosives go off after a certain time and severely damage everyone in the ring. Landmine death matches allow the player to not only use weapons legally, but throw the opponent out of the ring and onto explosives lined with barbed wire. The barbed wire makes the explosion hurt more, you see. Attack inputs have more in common with some fighting games than most other pro wrestling games. 3 buttons let the player perform small, medium, or big attacks in combination with directional inputs, with light and medium together allowing for an extra move. This is the case in almost every position, whether standing still, running, grappling, standing on the turnbuckle, etc. There is no grapple button as it happens automatically when wrestlers get close to each other. Moves are performed by doing an attack as the grapple happens, with whoever times the input best getting to do their move. Small, medium, and big attacks can be strikes, throws, or submissions, so it takes time to get used to how each wrestler operates. Fortunately, there's a move list available in the pause menu, which also points out signature moves and finishers. It all controls well, but getting used to the hitboxes for landing punches and kicks takes a lot of getting used to. With finishers and signature moves assigned to standard inputs, technically you can try using them as soon as the match starts. However, strategy plays an important role in the Fire Pro series, namely when it comes to using big attacks. The less beat up an opponent is, the easier it is for them to automatically counter medium and big attacks, including signature moves and finishers. Since attacking repeatedly tires a wrestler, there's a button for breathing to help their stamina regenerate. Not doing this can leave the wrestler gasping for air and, when really winded, even unable to move for a bit. There's also the matter of ukemi, which causes a character to take hits out of grapples, but also makes them more likely to get a second wind for a comeback later in the match. This is the kind of thing used to help match quality, as every match receives a 0 to 100 rating. One-sided squashes tend to get below 60%, so to get higher ratings, you have to use ukemi to take some hits from other wrestlers. It all sounds great, but there's one major obstacle for people not already familiar with Fire Pro games. World does explain the basic controls and some in-ring commands, but a lot is left to the player to figure out. It's fortunate this game came out in 2018, when fans already wrote various guides and explanations for how everything works in this and prior entries, because for World, these are often necessary. Among other things, the game doesn't explain breathing, pulling up or dragging opponents, tagging in and out, kicking out of pinfalls, or how to climb and shake the walls during cage matches. I'm not asking for button prompts or dialogue to flash on screen for everything, but this goes a bit too far in the opposite "what am I supposed to do" direction. Customization, however, is pretty self-explanatory, though unexpectedly deep. This is arguably the strongest part of Fire Pro games in general, as it allows the player to make wrestlers, referees, titles, and rings. Wrestlers can then be organized into promotions and stables, or entered into special tournaments and round-robin brackets. Titles are the least finished out of the lot, having a small assortment of strap and faceplate choices and a too short character limit for the name. At least they can be assigned to weight classes and match rules, meaning I can have a legitimate 8-man tag landmine deathmatch championship. Custom wrestlers can be assigned voice clips, a fighting stance, and 4 costumes, each with 9 layers of costume parts or designs assigned to 9 different body sections. These body parts can be scaled to whatever size between 200 and 0%. And yes, 0 means invisible, so a completely invisible wrestler is a possibility. Each wrestler can then receive a series of stats and rankings, as well as a fighting style and full moveset to tinker with. Each move's compatibility is compared to a wrestler's fighting style and rated from E to A. The worse the rating, the more stamina gets consumed doing that move, except for signatures and finishers. For example, a huge powerhouse wrestler would get an E if assigned a twisting, flipping aerial move and gas out quickly trying to do it. Part of me wondered whether this was an unnecessary limitation on what could be created. Then I remembered every time I played other wrestling games and made ironic big guy with flips wrestlers, and the novelty wore off after one match. In the long run, the affinity system isn't much of a hindrance. There is one slight problem with some moves, and that's the translation. Some categories and move names don't make much sense to a person largely familiar with English wrestling terminology and take a while to get used to. The Brainbuster category includes most vertical suplexes, despite there being a suplex category. A Death Valley driver, called a Death Valley bomb here, is under the category rear blow to head. An STO, or osotogari for any judo practitioners out there, is listed under the Spinebuster category. Fortunately, World includes a menu for changing move names if it's too much to get used to. This is made up for by the real draw of the creation suite, CPU logic. Instead of being assigned some generic style, each wrestler can have virtually every aspect of their AI programmed using a series of logic tables and percentages. Everything from moves used in a grapple, to taunting, to how to react when an opponent is dazed near a corner of the ring can be programmed. You're not just creating the physical appearance of a wrestler and assigning some moves to it. You're teaching it how and when to use them. Being able to affect the way each custom wrestler behaves makes a match like Jean Grey, 2B, Tessa Blanchard, and Axel Stone versus San, Haruko, Rosemary, and Dalzim with Burt Reynolds as the referee and the Great Wave off Kanegawa as the ring canvas a fair bit more interesting. In addition to making custom characters, they can be uploaded and or downloaded from FPW.net, as long as you're signed in to PSN. While custom items mostly appear in the language of the content's creator, notifications and things like the search bar are all in Japanese. In addition, the search bar is buried in the filter tab on the item list. It takes time to both figure out how to navigate the site and use any downloaded wrestlers. First, subscribe to any items you want. Step 2, close and reopen the game. Step 3, go to edit mode, select Team Edit, then select Transfer Wrestler. Finally, go to the Retire section and move those wrestlers anywhere else or they won't show up for matches. Someone just getting into the Fire Pro series has a good chance of getting lost and having to look up a guide for what seems like a needlessly complex process. Aside from simulating matches with custom wrestlers, Fire Pro Wrestling World offers 2 flavors of single player. The first, Mission Mode, is the game's way of both introducing some mechanics and including straightforward single player content. There are 50 missions to complete, plus 6 training missions, some of which unlock additional moves. Every mission has a certain objective, like getting an 80% match rating or tricking the referee into disqualifying your opponent. For these, you always play as characters from the fake in-game promotion SPW, Spike Pro Wrestling. Many of these clearly inspired by actual wrestlers, since most of them have move lists tailored to each objective. I struggled to sit down and play through more than 3 or 4 missions at a time as the presentation is pretty dry, even if the gameplay isn't. In all, I spent over 10 hours on this mode alone, so it's not something that will get quickly brushed aside. The second single-player mode is Fighting Road. Here you make your own wrestler, then follow the process of joining and succeeding in New Japan Pro Wrestling, through both matches and visual novel-style scenes. It starts with the tryout, then being a rookie, or young lion as they're called, then going on a learning excursion to wrestle for SPW in America, then returning to NJPW to compete in their biggest tournaments and challenge for titles. It takes several liberties with the actual process of becoming an NJPW wrestler. Rookies aren't forced to wear only black trunks and lose almost every match in Fighting Road. But I'm sure only the most extreme purists miss not having to do that. And yes, you can make a male or female character for this mode. As you progress, your wrestler unlocks moves and earns training points used to do certain exercises, which then boost your stats and abilities. Also, there's the chance to join one of New Japan's stables, Chaos, Suzuki-gun, Los Ingobernables de Japón, or the main unit, which isn't really a stable. Since this doesn't officially happen until after the excursion and return, there's an option to skip everything before that and guarantee you'll join a specific stable, rather than try to guide a wrestler there by acting like a good or bad guy. The visual novel bit includes several interactions with New Japan roster members, particularly after joining a stable. There usually isn't much in the way of character development, as your wrestler always acts like a starry-eyed newcomer, even in the latter parts of the campaign. Dialogue choices, as well as objectives, like earning a certain match rating, tend to disappear for long stretches of time, then go away entirely after the midpoint. On the plus side, the NJPW wrestlers largely stay true to their characters. Tanahashi is still the once-in-a-century world-beater good guy, Okada is still the cocky champ who backs up all his talk, and Honma still has crushed vocal cords. Playing through Fighting Road one time is a long-term commitment with some short-sighted design choices. It took me 14 hours to finish one playthrough, in which I challenged for almost every title except the IWGP Heavyweight title, the top title in the company. Granted, the last belt I challenged for, NJPW's Intercontinental title, is valued more highly than in most other companies. Even so, it's a bit of a low blow considering the amount of time I invested in this. Not as much of a low blow as being unable to use Fighting Road characters outside of that one mode, though. That brings me to the New Japan wrestlers included in the game. To NJPW fans, most of the usual suspects are here with their theme songs and recorded their own voice clips. Hearing Kenny Omega yell, "You can't escape," or Minoru Suzuki taunt opponents is a nice added touch, though some clips sound like the wrestlers had absolutely no context for what they were saying. Also, the roster is missing several key members, including, at the time, Bullet Club members and junior heavyweights, who presumably will show up in a future DLC pack. Prominent figures like Will Ospreay, Roppongi 3K, and even Japanese wrestling legends like Jushin Thunder Liger and Tiger Mask were left out for that very reason. No word yet on when that or the much-anticipated Fire Promoter mode will release. Fire Pro Wrestling World has a number of minor but noticeable flaws in its execution. What saves it from a death by 1,000 cuts scenario is that the creation options and the gameplay, mostly the gameplay, are simply too fun to rate this game anything below above average. While the PC version can be and has been modded to hell and back, the PS4 version is a solid option with a dedicated, creative community behind it. The base game's asking price is $50, with the Season Pass for extra content down the line costing another $50. Even without the Season Pass, I've more than gotten my fill, clocking in over 35 hours and counting across the whole game. Either tap into that fighting spirit or, as Takamichinoku says, just tap out. Review score? 4 out of 5. Review: Littlebug. Dated December 14th, 2018. Buddy System is a small development team with big ideas. Their first game, crowdfunded through Fig in February of last year, is Littlebug, a physics-based adventure platformer about a little girl named Naya with a vivid imagination. She gets cast into a strange, phantom-populated world after an encounter with a dead cat, and must use her own spirit to get home by navigating over, under, and around obstacles. May this guiding light save the girl, and the game itself, from coming up short. The premise of Littlebug plays into the game's use of twin-stick controls. One stick controls Naya, who can only move left and right, while the other moves a floating ball of spiritual light. The developer strongly recommends using a gamepad, but I played through the game once using the keyboard's WASD and arrow keys with little trouble. Activating the ball of light creates a telekinetic beam which pulls the girl toward it. The beam only lasts for a few seconds before the spirit runs out of power and needs to recharge. The further apart they are, the faster the girl flies in its direction. This light can't go through walls, but it can break through weight-sensitive blue blocks. Everything feels quite responsive, though obviously it's a bit easier to position the light with an analog stick than a keyboard. The game's sound and visual design play well off of each other to create both a sense of wonder and longing. The soft lighting of each stage, combined with the rolling background landscapes of cities, deserts, and forests, is complemented by Little Bug's soundtrack, which makes heavy use of ambient noise and a mix of digital and acoustic instrument sounds. Soul obstacles, presented in a hand-drawn art style, are highlighted by drastically different colors from the rest of the world they populate. Their trying to reach out to or catch Naya in these environments give the sense that they aren't acting out of malice alone, but of desperation. The presentation as a whole goes for a dreamlike feeling and nails it. Little Bug's difficulty curve is nice and gradual, slowly building up towards sections that require better positioning and more precise timing with light pulls. The way Naya's momentum operates takes some getting used to, but by the half-hour mark, I was flinging her across gaps and only slamming into walls as a strategic choice. That's not to say there aren't difficult sections, as the enemy variety and terrain layout, pits of giant hands are joined by the likes of wandering spirits, giant dripping eyes, gates of fingers which slam shut when the light beam is active, and literal finger guns. If Naya or the spirit touch any hazard, it's instant death. Fortunately, there are several checkpoints placed after every 2 or 3 obstacles. The exception to this rule is the final stage, which only has 2 checkpoints, one at the beginning and one at the end. All the while, Naya can find and pick up various items to put in her lunchbox, of which there are just over 30 in Little Bug. Each of these relates to her, her family, or her teacher. They give some nice insight into Naya's interests and the frayed relationship with her mother. The latter ultimately tosses her into another world. Once the lunchbox is full, something needs to be offered to the dead cat. I often ended up sacrificing the wrong item because this mechanic is quite glitchy. The descriptions and names of items get mixed up when they're swapped in and out of the box. So sometimes I wasn't sure what item was being handed to the cat. Other times items would become invisible for no apparent reason. I wish it were possible to sacrifice items before the box gets full because, later in the game, items appear in the line of fire. Having to wait for the item description to float by, then drop it into the lunchbox and sacrifice something to the cat, frequently ended in pain and respawning at a checkpoint without the item. Once given to the cat, these items appear at the altar on the title screen. Some of them unlock short hidden stages, most of which require far more precise timing and execution to clear. Sometimes I needed almost 20 minutes to clear one. Other times I would complete one on the first try. Completing these stages earns the player, well, nothing. Either way, these tend to come off as padding. There aren't many levels in Little Bug, but 2 of them change gradually as Naya progresses. I fear this only makes the game feel shorter than it already is. I finished it in under an hour and a half. Factoring in extra stages, this game can be finished in under 3 hours. Little Bug is a game that I was just starting to get into, and then it ended. It has solid mechanics and design at its core, a couple glitches aside. It's an enjoyable experience, but one that's short and with limited replayability. If it goes on sale, I'd say give it a shot. Otherwise, the $10 asking price may seem a bit unfulfilling a couple hours later. Review score: 3 out of 5. Review: Crimson Keep, dated December 27th, 2018. Author's note: oh boy, here we go. This review marked the first time I got told by the head editor that I was being too harsh on the developers and had to rewrite or exclude certain parts of it. You can probably guess by that how I rated this game. Gather round, everyone, and I shall tell you a tale. Not so long ago, some budding young game developers united to form Team Crimson and create a roguelike dungeon crawler called Crimson Keep. The goal? Create an RPG which condenses the grind of MMO leveling into the average runtime of a movie, all while randomizing virtually every aspect to max out replayability. The result? Things went horribly wrong. The once bustling village of Larkstead is besieged by an evil being named Maya. After killing the queen and driving the king mad, the village descends into chaos before descending into the earth. You, the nameless protagonist, must dive into the dark, deadly dungeon depths and rid the castle of Maya and her underlings. If you're looking for extra lore, the best you'll get is a skeleton named Derwin, who mopes around the tutorial area and says the same line of random dialogue over and over when prompted. He doesn't add anything insightful, just minor observations like how magic is normal here or how he should be dead. After a while, his button prompt broke and he wouldn't say anything. This would be a harbinger of things to come. Each playthrough involves choosing a class and fighting through a few levels and their bosses. There are 3 to choose from: Berserker, Witch, and Drifter. The only differences between each class are starting equipment and the abilities they gain as they level up. Berserkers start with an axe and tend to favor melee attacks, though most abilities I gained were ranged attacks that more or less functioned like magic. Witches start with a wand and favor spells. Said wand only has 25 charges, so this class ends up using melee weapons quickly. Drifters start with no equipment, have less health, and do not level up or gain any abilities. I can only assume this last class is supposed to be hard mode. Either way, the game has no traditional stats, like strength, wisdom, etc., to differentiate each class. Everyone needs mana to use abilities, which only regenerates by killing enemies. If a berserker or drifter finds a magic wand, they can use it as effectively as the witch. The berserker and witch start with the same hit points. The berserker, witch, and drifter all move at the same speed, deal similar damage with the same weapons, and take similar damage from the same enemies. The incentive to not play as the witch, which can damage several enemies with one attack, is pretty low. Regardless of class, each character progresses in 2 ways. The first is finding equipment which either adds hit points or gives a random minor buff, such as increased ability damage. Every item drop, from food to weapons to armor to charms, is random. Whether dropped by an enemy or found in a treasure chest, every item is random. There are supposed to be items in crates and barrels too, but the only time I found something in one was during the tutorial. This results in often not finding any equipment or healing items and dying quickly, or finding several useless items throughout Crimson Keep. I would frequently get arrows, but no bows or crossbows. I would find 2 necklaces granting the same minor buffs, but no armor. One time I beat a boss to get a shield, went into the next room, and found a treasure chest which had the exact same shield in it. Some randomization can be fun, but completely randomizing loot drops makes the game not just excessively difficult for the wrong reasons, but far, far more frustrating to play. Expect to frequently give up on playthroughs because of bad loot drops. The only reprieves from this are the bruised apple everyone starts with and the minor healing potion the berserker starts with, both of which get used quickly because most enemies can kill you in 4 or 5 hits. By the way, enemy spawns are also random, both in type and location. I lost count of how many times I was jumped seconds into a level by anywhere from 1 to 6 enemies. Some of them spotted me through walls from a football field away, and some of them were oblivious to my presence until I was within spitting distance. One time I started a level in a too narrow to dodge anything hallway with an exploding enemy 10 feet away and died in mere seconds. Did I mention this game has permadeath, so you have to completely start over every time you die? It's as if Crimson Keep is trying to be a roguelike, but only heard about the dying and randomization parts and made that the whole game. The second way to progress is the aforementioned abilities and perks. Leveling up grants 1 new ability from a list in the character's profile. These can be either special attacks or permanent status effects, though these aren't well thought out at all, in part because some of them are random. For one, many of the attacks are simply projectiles with a few different status effects tied to them. There are crosshairs at the middle of the screen, but ranged attacks and abilities usually fly off to the side or below where they're aiming. As for the randomization, at level 3 for the Witch, my choices included better healing from all sources by 10%, base wand damage up 10%, and better healing from all sources by 15%. Wait, what? Unfortunately, so much of Crimson Keep works against the player that it takes the planets aligning to get anywhere. Aside from enemy spawns and loot drops, the level layouts are also random. Sometimes it takes 20 minutes to find the exit, and sometimes it takes 20 seconds because it appears right around the first corner. The lack of a map system makes it incredibly easy to get lost. Oh, I said the levels are random, but they're actually various pre-made sections of the map haphazardly cobbled together. Some aren't even connected properly, as the lines between each section are often clearly visible. Even the enemies notice them. I had at least 2 instances of baddies falling through the floor where these rooms link together. Needless to say, I laughed my ass off. Until I got stuck on the edge of a boulder and had to restart the game. Visually, Crimson Keep suffers from both bland sameness and an identity crisis. Menus and text look like generic default settings instead of anything made for the game. It's apparent that this is a port of a PC version, as several items still have right-click to use in their descriptions. Some items don't even have descriptions, while others give short, vague descriptions of what they do. Using a scroll to recharge magic items shows a potion drinking animation. Enemy spells are just colored light balls which disappear in a single frame after hitting a wall. As for the identity crisis, many parts of the game seem out of place with each other. Your character is apparently Rayman, as he has detached, floating hands like this was originally a VR game, but it wasn't. Some cartoon-like enemies appear alongside skinless, bloody zombies with their intestines dangling from their stomachs. Some look like they're chiseled out of stone, aside from the one actually made out of rocks, while others have an ugly plastic sheen to them. That is, they have that sheen when the lighting effects aren't clipping through walls or disappearing entirely. Either way, hitting most of them causes a bloody chunk of meat to appear and drop to the ground. It doesn't fly out of them, it just pops into existence at close range, like several of the game's textures. Combat is a minor nightmare depending on what enemies you fight. You have a dodge button which will send you flying whatever direction you hold on the control stick. It works, but it takes time to recharge, and some enemies have attacks so fast you have next to no time to dodge them. Crimson Keep has a weird mechanic where enemies will randomly lunge forward, with no animation, and do a melee attack. If they're too close to a wall, some enemy attack animations don't play properly, but still retain their hitboxes. Speaking of, hit detection is atrocious. I had to frequently aim at the waist of enemies, if they had one, to get hits to consistently register. There are supposed to be weak points on some enemies, but I couldn't connect while aiming right at them, and did connect while aiming nowhere near them. What are the positives to Crimson Keep? They're few and far between, and each seems to have a catch. The controls are responsive, but the combat undermines them. You can quit and resume the game at any time, but it only saves what level you're on. The map, items, and enemy type, number, and placement reset. Enemies will sometimes run away if very low on health, but more often than not, they try running through walls and get stuck. There's a hunger mechanic which seems to work as you can starve to death, but the random item drops mean that, for reasons beyond your control, you may never find food and die. Bosses are usually straight-up one-on-one fights, but they're often reused models of regular enemies and you can't recharge special abilities. It's possible to run past enemies in most areas and find the exit faster, but you'll end up neither finding any items nor recharging your special abilities. Also, the game can't be finished with one character. Beyond the first level, progress is blocked by soul doors, which force you to die to unlock them, then start the game over to progress further. It performs the same docked or undocked, but the experience is miserable either way. All of this leads to my biggest problem with Crimson Keep. It's so buggy I'm considering covering my Switch dock in flypaper. Some are minor, like plants floating above the ground they're supposedly growing from. Not even 3 minutes into this game, I walked through a boulder blocking a path. This may have been intentional, as a shield was placed behind it, but regardless, it set the tone for my entire experience. As for more egregious bugs, weapon stats are often flat out wrong. A two-handed mallet did the same amount of damage for me as a one-handed hatchet, despite supposedly being 8 damage points stronger. Also, daggers do more damage than short swords. Death animations are mostly ragdolls, or become them if too close to any environment pieces. I've seen zombies turn inside out, and skeletons whose swords detached from their hands and floated around on their own while dying. One ogre started their death animation, then bounced off a rock and flopped backwards, revealing what appeared to be a misshapen blob between its legs. Another enemy didn't have a health bar appear, then died when I broke open a generic pot. I killed 2 mummies, only for one to cancel its death animation, regain its health, and come after me again. The worst bug, however, was the loading screen between bosses. After several attempts, I got to a point where the game soft-locked on the loading screen before the first boss. At first, this happened less than half the time, but after triggering it 6 times in a row, I nearly threw in the towel. The last straw was falling through the map trying to get to this boss one last time. This is unacceptable for a $5 game, let alone Crimson Keep's $20 asking price. After dozens of attempts and 5 hours I will never get back, I managed to get to the 3rd level once, then almost immediately starved to death. Crimson Keep is a thrown-together mess that feels like it only got halfway through its development cycle before being shoved into the limelight. The only people I could possibly recommend this game to are the most hardcore eShop collectors. But that's only if my conscience stops screaming at me to take that statement back. I don't know if the Steam version is any better, but because of this, I have no desire to find out. Give this a hard pass and randomly generate your way to something better. Review score? 0.5 out of 5. Author's note: the review scale for this site wouldn't let me rate anything lower than 0.5 out of 5. 0.5 out of 5 is the lowest possible rating a game can get when reviewed on this site. Despite my recommending it, they did not implement a 0 out of 5 rating. Review: Hunter's Legacy, Purrfect Edition. Dated January 15th, 2019. I can't swing a cat on the internet without hitting another cat. This trend is holding true for video games as well, thanks to Mexico's own Lienzo, developer and publisher of Hunter's Legacy Purrfect Edition. Originally released on PC in 2016, Lienzo took the original Hunter's Legacy on Steam and made various upgrades and additions to it before releasing it on the Nintendo Switch last December. Let's see if this Metroidvania platformer is the cat's pajamas, or just something the cat dragged in. In other news, I am banned from making any more cat puns for the rest of the review. Let's get the obvious question out of the way. What's different between Hunter's Legacy and the Purrfect Edition? According to Lienzo, a lot. Extra story sequences and character dialogue were added. Various movement animations were updated. Melee combat got a facelift, and level designs were altered, with extra secrets hidden across several levels. I didn't play the original version, so I'm going into this mostly blind and simply judging it by its own merits, not by whether it is or isn't better than the first release. With that out of the way, on to the cats. Hunter's Legacy focuses on Iki, a huntress charged with the task of saving the Iroquois kingdom from a shadowy evil led by the mysterious Morodir. To do so, she must track down 3 elemental orbs to destroy the barrier blocking the way to his castle, then strike him down and take back a holy relic which helped protect the land. Bits of story get dropped in the middle of maps at various statues, recounting the rise and fall of the original savior and how a new hunter will take their place. These are optional, and while nice to have, the story still comes off as pretty paint by numbers. I found the twist near the end to be too telegraphed, and these extra expository blurbs didn't help on that front. Dialogue from other NPCs in the game wasn't as bad about this, but when I sat down to write this review, I realized I couldn't remember a single character's name outside of the one I played as. While the story isn't the strongest, the gameplay of Hunter's Legacy is fairly solid. Iki starts the game with just a pair of swords, and gradually gains new weapons and abilities as things progress, some of which are necessary to access certain areas. Each level has plenty of sections which require backtracking after gaining new abilities. For example, the downward strike or magic arrows can break through specific types of blocks. Iki has a quick 4-attack combo, which can be done up, down, or straight ahead, in addition to a bow which can be aimed in any direction with the control stick. However, in mid-air she can only attack forward. It's minor, but it sometimes means using the bow and its finite number of arrows at inopportune or awkward times. Defeating enemies and opening chests usually yields two kinds of rewards: money and ore. Both are spent mostly in a town reminiscent of Shovel Knight's village. They can be spent to help upgrade Ikki's attacks, such as stronger sword strikes or charging magic arrows faster, increase Ikki's health bar, or, if she's really low on health, buy a refill from the town healer. The catch is her money, as well as her arrows, are limited by how big her wallet and quiver are. Hidden in various levels is Rumpelkimper, a strange guy who offers to sell you something which turns out to be a bigger wallet or quiver. I usually found him by accident while slashing through tall grass looking for health, but even with the best wallet, there were so many chests scattered around that I was maxed out on cash most of the time. There needs to be something else that uses money and not ore to help balance things out. To make travel easier, each level also has a teleporter, able to send Ikki to any other active teleporter on the map. Every level also has a mini-map in the corner of the screen, new to the Purrfect edition of Hunter's Legacy, showing where each unopened chest is and whether it holds money or ore. Helpful, but markers for things like doors, teleporters, and checkpoints would have been more helpful. On that note, checkpoints only come into play for dying. Many levels involve platforming over death pits, but they're more like take away 1 point of health and respawn near the last jump pits. Despite this, I'd struggle to call Hunter's Legacy challenging, for reasons I'll explain in a bit. Areas in Hunter's Legacy include plains, swamps, volcanoes, and temples, among others. They tend to have unique obstacles to deal with, like ice physics or wind pushing Ikki around. Everything runs smooth, docked or undocked, except when more than 5 or 6 enemies are on screen and it locks up for a moment. In terms of graphic design for the world though, there isn't much to look at. It's all perfectly fine for what it's supposed to do, but not much stands out. The music tends to fall into the same trap, being appropriate for what it's supposed to play over, but none of the songs stuck with me. Sound in general has the same issue, except for Ikki's voice. While she only makes various attack and damage grunts, the voice not only sounds like it's for a different character entirely, but that the actor or actress had no context and one take to record everything. Levels tend to be designed like a tree branch. There's one clear direction it's going, with the occasional short diversion along the way. There are exceptions, of course, like when wind physics and gliding come into play for one stage. The volcano has a clever little section where Ikki needs to get ice globs stuck to her to survive running through some high-heat tunnels. Plants shooting bubbles or exploding pods add a bit of puzzle solving to the mix too. If Ikki dies along the way though, the only penalty is moving back to the last checkpoint, which are plentiful enough that losing progress isn't a serious penalty. The platforming in those levels, aided by responsive controls and ledge grabbing, feels natural, and I adjusted to it almost instantly. Adding a mid-air dash to the mix, which can also dodge through attacks, didn't take long to get used to either. My one issue on this front is that the difficulty curve for platforming, and enemies for that matter, stays pretty low until the last level when it abruptly spikes up. Enemies in Hunter's Legacy tend to be Goomba-like for the bulk of the game, before varying much more a few levels from the end. Even the bosses present little challenge, save for 2, one of which is the final boss. From start to finish, Hunter's Legacy took me just under 4 hours to finish. I get the feeling that I wasn't supposed to get through the game that fast, considering I only bought 2 health upgrades and 1 upgrade each for the swords and the bow. For the Purrfect edition though, an additional mode exists called Hunter Mode. It's harder overall, but Ikki starts with all abilities and both the swords and bow. I'd like to be able to play it without overriding the same profile, particularly with only 3 save slots, but that's not an option. Hunter's Legacy Purrfect Edition, based on what I know about the original release, feels like a more complete version as far as functionality goes. That said, as a game, the highest praise I'd give it is that it's acceptable. It's the American cheese of video games. It does what it's intended to, but is otherwise disposable, and there are better options out there. For just $6.99 on the eShop though, it might be worth your while, especially if you intend to complete Hunter mode as well. Review score? 2.5 out of 5. Review: Downward Spiral Horus Station. Dated January 30th, 2019. Let's get something out of the way before delving into Downward Spiral Horus Station. I'm not a VR guy. I don't have, or want, a VR setup, and likely won't for a while. Fortunately, Third Eye Studios saw fit to make it optional in their deep space adventure through an abandoned space station. Able to be played in a variety of different ways, it should, in theory, offer something for just about everyone. Taking the role of a clone in a spacesuit, you must reconnect and restore power to various parts of the Horus Station. Easier said than done, considering the crew jumped ship long ago and several parts of it broke off or need their power cells replaced. Players must navigate through Downward Spiral in zero gravity, so traditional movement controls are out the window. Instead, players control the clone's hands and grab onto or push off parts of the environment. Also available are retractable cables and propulsion guns to glide from room to room. Floating items can be grabbed and thrown, while weapons or movement items can be swapped using an item wheel for each hand. The game allows for plenty of time to adjust to this, though in combat it can still be a bit annoying. See, moving at all adds an unusual amount of deviation to each shot. There's little middle ground between standing still and getting hit constantly, and drifting away and having a much harder time aiming at anything. Even at close range, sometimes shots will inexplicably drift past targets. This also causes the aiming reticle to freak out and not settle on anything. Combat may not be an issue at all, depending on which mode of play is selected. Downward Spiral Horus Station has 2 flavors of story mode, Explore and Engage, both of which can be played solo or co-op. What's more, co-op has puzzles which don't appear in single player. Explore takes all the enemies out of the game, letting the player wander around, solve puzzles, and take in the game's story uninterrupted. Engage keeps in all the enemies, and by that I mean a small assortment of robots. While I didn't keep count, it felt like there were 5 different enemies in the whole game. 2 small flying droids, 1 bigger rocket-launching robot, 1 huge robot, and the final boss. The latter parts try to mix things up by adding cloaking devices to the smaller ones, but they're easy to track down by following the trail of their shots. Even when they do score a kill on the player, there's little penalty for it. Dying causes a near-instant respawn at the nearest clone room. Think the Vita chambers from BioShock, but more frequent. They're so numerous that I frequently died, respawned, and got attacked by the same enemies upon drifting out the door. In combat, there are a few different weapons to use, all of which are supposed to be tools on the station, and all of which have infinite ammo. I can buy the wrench and the single-shot bolt gun for that, but the bolt sprayer shotgun and the sniper bolt gun? Who in the future is so impatient they have to bolt down 7 things at once, or 1 thing from hundreds of feet away? One thing working in Downward Spiral Horus Station's favor is the occasional mix-up in gameplay. While progressing through each part of the station, restoring power causes some larger, one-hit kill robots to become active. Instead of taking them on, the player needs to stealthily float behind objects or, in one instance, find a way to disable it using the solution to an earlier puzzle. The grapple gun and wrench are quite useful for these. The grapple gun is also great for getting past laser traps. I appreciate that items found earlier in the game don't become obsolete the moment a seemingly superior alternative comes up. Puzzles also play a role, most of which involve finding a Doom-like blue keycard and inserting it into a console to open a door. The downside is, the items used for puzzles tend to be placed annoyingly far away from where they'd be used. Even with the key glowing slightly, it can be tough to spot unless it's within 10 feet or so. The same can be said for puzzles where a computer changes from an error screen to functioning, with a small glowing button on it that opens a door. If I were walking around on the ground, it would be easy to spot. Floating around 25 feet above it on the opposite side of a wide open room? Not so much. Visually, Downward Spiral Horus Station's strength is its utility. Its use of red and green lighting to show where the player can go next proves to be quite helpful, especially when drifting outside of the ship. There's clear inspiration from sci-fi films like Alien and Moon in the design of the station, as well as some of the robots. However, with several parts of the station using the same hub-into-hallway design, it can come off as samey after an hour or two. Also, there are only a few times when the game takes full advantage of the zero gravity to float through, for example, hallways tilted upward or upside down rooms. Where it really drops off, though, is in performance. Often when I'd grab a control stick to dock parts of the station into each other, the hand would grab something in front of the stick and maneuver it with telekinesis. Areas tend to load only when opening the door leading to them, so every time I tried to open one, I'd have to wait anywhere from 2 to 8 seconds before it actually opened. This got me killed on at least 2 occasions. Other general weirdness included the screen going black right before a door opened, or textures popping in at close range. I found the audio to be a mixed bag both in terms of sound and music. Downward Spiral Horus Station's ambiance and the sounds of random floating debris clanking off distant walls of the station are rather effective. The sounds of the robot drones, less so. Some sound perfectly fine, but one recurring enemy sounds like someone put a mountain lion's roar through 3 or 4 Audacity filters. It doesn't quite fit with everything else. There are a few music tracks, some more dramatic than others, most of which kick in when you're about to deal with one of the larger robots. The catch is that it often plays way too soon, so I found myself looking around for an enemy encounter when it was actually a room or 2 away. Also, sometimes 2 music tracks end up playing at the same time because the first one takes too long to fade out. Perhaps if it were better executed, I wouldn't mind the music, but I can't help but wonder if the game would be better off cutting the music entirely and letting the atmosphere carry it through. Storytelling for Downward Spiral Horus Station is done purely through what the player sees and experiences, having no spoken dialogue or lengthy text to read. Random logs on computers occasionally give short reports of things like sector evacuations or power loss. Random knickknacks float around each room, including but not limited to light sticks, duct tape rolls, duffel bags, dartboards, basketballs, and a radio playing Johann Strauss II's The Blue Danube, because the game needed another 2001 A Space Odyssey reference. I felt the found object route of storytelling faltered the most on this front, as several mundane or out-of-place objects appear repeatedly throughout the game. Why are there so many basketballs in controlled environments like labs and station control rooms? Why are there no baskets to go with them? Why are there lucky cat statues all over the place? In addition, aside from the occasional exterior damage, broken window, or clone body, usually in the same made-for-the-trailer position upon opening a door, almost every part of the station looks nearly pristine. Whatever catastrophe happened, it didn't cause much chaos on board. This is almost as confusing as some scenes with the player pawing at the air, which the clone does when not holding anything, while drifting past some ruins on a barren planet before cutting to the station. I get it, the station is named after the Egyptian god Horus. It uses an adaptation of the Eye of Horus as its symbol, but there's a disconnect between what's shown and what's going on. Did the robot security drones malfunction and drive out everyone? Is the station as a whole breaking apart symbolic of something more? What in the hell was that ending? Downward Spiral Horus Station is intentionally vague, but rather than drop hints, it seems more interested in making associative leap after associative leap while leaving the player in the dust. Aside from co-op in the main game, there are two straight-up multiplayer modes in Downward Spiral Horus Station: Deathmatch and Horde. I can understand the temptation for adding these modes to let groups of people play around with the zero-gravity combat, but there are two problems. 1. The combat isn't good enough to justify it. 2. No one's playing it. I tried getting matches going for both on several occasions, and of the 8 available player slots, I only ever filled one. My own. Since matches don't start unless a certain threshold of players is reached, I never saw either mode in action. With the main game split into 8 acts, it took me a little over 4 hours to get through Engage mode. There is some enjoyment to be had floating around a derelict space station for a bit, but in the end, it comes off as a game which isn't bad per se, but doesn't particularly excel at much. The various design pieces don't quite fit either, but are forced to fit like an impatient kid with a 100-piece jigsaw puzzle. For $19.99, considering how short the game ended up being and the technical issues affecting the experience, I'd give Downward Spiral Horus Station a chance if there were a decent sale, but a pass at full price. Review score: 2.5 out of 5. Review: Distance. Dated February 22nd, 2019. Among the words I wouldn't expect to see side by side when describing a video game, survival and racing would be fairly high on the list. Billed as a spiritual successor to Nitronic Rush, which was made by a group including 2 members of Refract, a Kickstarter campaign saw Distance get funded and hit a couple stretch goals way back in November of 2012. After almost 6 years, was it worth the wait? Describing the basic gameplay of Distance isn't that simple. Yes, it's a racing game. However, it's a racing game with its own psychotic twist on some traditional elements. The closest comparison would likely be Trackmania, though even that doesn't fully encapsulate it. For one, the survival aspect of this game means there are no laps on any tracks, and many collisions or falls off the track usually end with a fiery death. The cars in this game have boosters, which gradually cool down when not active, and can cause the car to explode if used for too long. These vehicles can also jump and rotate in midair, use thrusters on top of the car to slam into the ground, and sprout wings to fly through parts of the stage. By the game's midpoint, doing 2 or 3 of these things at once is all but required. Thanks to the general responsiveness of the controls and the ability to both remap keys and adjust sensitivity of things like steering and vehicle rotation, this quickly becomes easier with a little practice. It helps that the game introduces each element in ways that make sense and ingrain commands faster into the player's mind and muscle memory. Based on everything these cars can do, it seems like they're built for platforming and exploring. Well, that's an element Distance has plenty of. Tracks twist up, down, side to side, and every conceivable and inconceivable direction. Barriers either appear a short distance away or force cars to jump, then sometimes slam into the ground quickly to dodge a low tunnel entrance. Tracks break apart and require the player to, for example, jump over a barrier, rotate 180 degrees, then slam up into the ground. Gravity, it should be mentioned, is a common threat. Going too slow on an upside-down, vertical, or sideways section can cause the car to lose its grip and fall off. Lasers, lightning bolts, grinders, and giant saw blades threaten to slice cars apart. Note that this isn't always an instant kill. Cars can take a certain amount of body damage before exploding, to the point that a few times I slid a no-wheeled metal husk across one of the track's checkpoints. These are the only relief in each stage, with one exception I'll get to later. They not only act as respawn points, but completely cool down the car's booster and fix any damage. They also end up being a way to tell how challenging a track is, since the harder ones usually place checkpoints further apart. Of course, that's if you don't take advantage of the car's abilities, fly off the track, and find your own way through parts of each stage. If you're ever left wondering how someone got an arcade time 30 seconds faster than you, that's probably how. Visually, Distance is quite easy on the eyes. It's not always easy to notice, what with being focused on the road the whole time, but the visual design works well. That's less so the case with arcade play, where environments vary wildly and some are of noticeably lower quality. Sometimes it's intentional. Sometimes it isn't. On the plus side, lag is a rarity across the whole game. The futuristic, cyberpunk-esque motif through most stages blends well with the game's soundtrack, which mostly consists of a mix of house, electronica, dance, and ambience. As a nice added touch, every crash causes most of the music to drop out until the car respawns. That, along with the sounds of the grinding saws, humming lasers, and cars slamming into environment pieces, form a solid audio presentation. The sense of speed and distance is hard to describe, and even harder to show with screenshots. There is no odometer, no HUD at all actually, but if there were, it might end up being a bit slower than the likes of Fast Racing Neo or F-Zero GX. Considering the odd twists and flips and flights the car has to take, it doesn't need to be that fast to be intense and challenging. This is aided by the visual design of the tracks and environments. Background pieces and the middle of the road tend to be darker or more subdued colors, while obstacles tend to be either too big to miss or coated in various shades of neon. All that being said, the difficulty curve can be either nice and gradual, or more like a difficulty wall. It depends on what mode you're playing. Distance provides a few ways to play, with single player consisting of campaign and arcade. Campaign mode puts the player in a vehicle, one with the number 650782, and a computer states that the array, a SETI-like space station drifting in Earth's orbit, initiated a teleportation sequence back to the planet. Said teleportation happens in under 4 hours, but an anomaly is in the sector where it's supposed to take place. This is all prefaced with an abstract sequence showing some sort of data-based mutation of what can be assumed is the station's core computer. The exact time remaining until the sequence starts appears as a timer on the back of the car. While passing through each sector, the array screws with the player in a variety of ways. These include abruptly cutting to abstract interpretations of itself and the corrupted portions of its database, or tossing the player into a completely dark roadway with no visual cues for obstacles. Need more of a challenge? It also spins the car around at inopportune times, lowers the timer on the back of the car by several minutes, takes away random abilities like flying or jumping, or forces you to drive to a checkpoint through zero gravity. You might guess this is the more difficult way to play, and you'd be wrong. The initial campaign does a good job of pacing itself, not being unfair with its tricks, and letting the player acclimate to each new mechanic, then asking the player to perform greater and greater feats with them. The storytelling isn't quite as strong, relying solely on observations of the environment and occasional intercom messages to piece everything together. It's a double-edged sword, being intentionally vague so as to let the player fill in the blanks, but also easy to ignore or miss key points. I was intrigued, but had to admit by the end I had only a slight idea what was happening. As it turns out, the difficulty cliff is in arcade mode. This is split into 3 modes of play: Sprint, Challenge, and Stunt. Sprint drops the player onto a track and has a race with 5 ghosts, most of which are from other players. Challenge is the same, but with significantly harder yet shorter tracks and no checkpoints. Stunt is the biggest departure of the 3, throwing the player into an environment to rack up points by flipping and spinning through the air, driving on walls, grinding on barriers, etc. Finishing fast enough or getting enough points nets medals, with bronze, silver, gold, and the elusive diamond medals counting for 1, 2, 3, and 4 medals respectively. Earning enough medals unlocks more tracks, which are divided into a few sets and total 53 in all for Sprint, 13 for Challenge, and only 5 for Stunt. It's pretty clear where the focus of the game is, and despite the novelty of discovering new tricks, I'd wonder if Distance would be better off sacrificing Stunt for a few extra Sprint or Challenge tracks. Of course, that's not counting all of the tracks from the campaign, personally made tracks, or downloaded tracks, which can all help earn medals. It's nice to have some flexibility for how some medals are earned to unlock content, instead of being forced to grind away at a particular course or courses. As for the included tracks, the environments and difficulty vary wildly, with some teleporting the player through 5 or 6 different areas on the same stage. One moment I was in an old-school RuneScape-like world, the next I was in a field of lava, and then I was on some extra trippy interpretation of Rainbow Road. Some involve a bit of puzzle solving to figure out how to get to the finish. One space station track requires passing a series of trials to assemble and ride a ship able to reach the finish line. This creativity carries over to workshop tracks, made by players using a surprisingly sophisticated level editor, allowing click and drag manipulation of track and environment pieces in a 3D plane. It's overwhelming at first, but with time and patience, there's a lot that can be done with it. Then there's Trackmography. This odd little sideshow takes a sentence typed in by the player and automatically generates a track for it. It's clearly a just-for-fun add-on, but the tracks usually aren't anything special. The environments mix up a bit, but the obstacles and track layouts tend to get samey after the first 5 or 6 tries. It's better to just create a custom track and name it after whatever word salad got dumped into Trackmography. Custom tracks can be used in multiplayer as well. While there weren't that many people on when I tried to join matches, I did manage to find a couple rooms with 5 or 6 people racing around custom tracks. My connection didn't drop, and there was little latency when spectating most racers. Doing anything beyond that was a struggle though. Some button cues in the menu for how to vote on tracks or chat with people would have been helpful, considering the controls aren't visible without exiting to the main menu and looking up key mappings. After a few updates, Campaign Mode now has 2 extra chapters, Lost to Echoes and Nexus, adding a combined 14 stages to the game's initial 17. All 3 took me a little under 3.5 hours to get through. I've spent about 5 hours on the various flavors of arcade mode and still have a ways to go before completing everything. Even after finishing that, I still have a ton of user-made tracks to sift through and unlockables to earn. All said, for $25, it's hard to go wrong with distance. The intensity and challenge are there, but don't feel overwhelming outside of where it's expected, like, say, in challenge mode. While the campaign's attempt at storytelling can be hit or miss, the strength of its gameplay across all modes carries the day for it. Reckless and wild in all the right ways, distance is the change of pace in racing games I didn't realize I needed. Review score? 4.5 out of 5. Review: Aurion, Legacy of the Kori-Odan. Dated April 18th, 2019. Author's note: I already had a code of this game from backing it on Kickstarter. As such, I did not need to receive a code from the publishers. I was highly conscious of that when I came up with my final rating for this. Legend has it, and by legend I mean Google, that in October of 2015, a Kickstarter campaign for a fantasy action RPG hit its funding goal. This game, developed by the Cameroon-based Kiro Games, would be heavily steeped in African culture and mythology. Going through several design changes long before its crowdfunding campaign, it's time to see how the fruits of their labor, Aurion, Legacy of the Kori-Odan, turned out. The story of Aurion revolves around Prince Enzo Kori-Odan and the idealistic kingdom of Zama. Mere seconds after getting married to his childhood sweetheart Erine and becoming king and queen, her brother Ngarba and some troops storm the palace. A fierce battle between Enzo and Ngarba ensues, ending with Ngarba assuming control while Enzo and Erine are exiled. In order to take back his homeland, Enzo must go on a journey across the world to become stronger and one day overthrow Ngarba. Sounds simple, right? Well, there's a catch. Zama is an isolationist nation, so Enzo and Erine know little to nothing about the outside world. Everywhere they go, the two of them become entangled in the political turmoil and underlying conflicts of various other nations and tribes. Part of them still holds on to Zama's idealistic way of life in the face of situations where, no matter what they do, there is no ideal outcome. Some otherwise good characters end up hating them despite their actions, while some of the bad guys have rational reasons for their otherwise irrational behavior. It's a cruel reality, one which strains not just their conviction, but Enzo and Erine's marriage. Enzo's impulsiveness and overwhelming desire to prove himself and take back Zama usually get him into trouble. He and Erine regularly argue, turn on each other, or have to hold each other back from making bad decisions or flat out giving up. As a result, their relationship, as well as their abilities, strengthens steadily as the game goes on. I was pleasantly surprised that the story managed to be well-paced despite jumping from town to town, continent to continent, introducing new characters and societal behaviors along the way. That said, the story of Aurion isn't an entirely serious affair. There are moments of comedy sprinkled throughout, both intentional and unintentional. At one point, Enzo, standing at the top of a hill, loudly screams his intent to kill everyone in a criminal gang, which are maybe 40 feet below him. Moments later, one of those gang members says that one of their dogs smells an intruder nearby. Stuff like that aside, the intended comedy usually didn't make me laugh, but it didn't make me groan either. Aurion plays out from a side-scrolling perspective, with a top-down overworld section allowing for travel between each area. While linear in design and inspired by some older RPGs, it does take measures to make things simpler for the player. Objectives frequently pop up about where to go or what to do. A map for each area displays markers for both current locations and any objectives. The game can be saved at any time outside of battle or cutscenes in one of several save slots. If the player forgets to save, there's an autosave slot which updates regularly just in case. As for combat, there are no random encounters. On the overworld map, there are fast travel options for places Enzo's already visited, and if he uses a boat, he can bypass walking through towns on certain continents. Overworld fights are completely optional and can be ignored by the player. Even enemies wandering the side-scrolling sections can be avoided by jumping over or jogging away from them. Sure, it sacrifices some experience, but it allows the player to better control the pace of the game, so I'm all for it. Certain classic RPG staples aren't in Aurion, but it does well without them. For one, there aren't any inns or dedicated save points. The Save Anywhere function means the game often gives prompts that more or less ask, "Are you sure you want to go to the next screen without saving? 'Cause this might hurt a lot." Merchants only have a finite amount of each item they're selling, but if you're willing to look around, there are plenty of item drops, almost all of which drop more than one item at a time. Some also drop pieces of equipment, so by taking the time to find them, I saved money to buy other supplies. At various points, Enzo and Erine have to deal with obstacles other than battles. Certain environments are littered with crushers and spinning blades. Other times, Enzo needs to navigate a series of floating platforms, or dive underwater and manage air for himself and Erine. Sometimes he has to climb between two cliff faces, leaping from wall to wall with his sword while avoiding spikes, flame jets, and projectiles. Certain barriers require some light Simon-style puzzle solving to get through. I'm not a fan of Simon puzzles, but the ones in Aurion don't overstay their welcome. These break up the monotony of simply jogging from point A to point B and kept me engaged between major battles and plot points. Enzo's growth derives from his status as an Aurionic. These are people who are able to tap into emotional pillars which make up their Aurionic legacy, a series of element-themed emotional states which awaken at several points in the game, and then use them in battle to perform powerful attacks. Think Dragon Ball meets Avatar: The Last Airbender. Aurion gradually introduces the four main elements over the course of the game, then lets the player experiment with various combinations to find other emotional Aurionic states. It's a bit awkward though, as Enzo can only do this during battle. Granted, time stops when entering various element combinations, and battles usually have a few seconds at the end to recover and experiment. Still, not having the chance to do this outside of battle, considering how many uses of Aurions happen in non-battle scenes, is a bit strange. Fans of the Tales series will likely find the combat to be quite familiar, considering Kiro Games themselves cited it as a major inspiration. I'd also say there's a bit of vanillaware present, with some battles feeling like something out of Dragon's Crown or Muramasa the Demon Blade. Battles in Aurion take place in a separate, smaller environment against a collection of enemies, sometimes with a few platforms or uneven terrain thrown in. Enzo can do quick attacks with his sword and a harder knockback move, both of which can be done in mid-air. He can also block with a giant spear or dodge through enemies and attacks. There are also a few small spells he can use not tied to his Aurions. Dodging and blocking depletes stamina though, so don't rely on it too much. Enzo can use various hot button items, which refill either his health, stamina, or Aurion points. Said Aurion points are used when Enzo summons one of them in battle, of which he can equip 4. He can also use the Aurion combination system to activate ones he doesn't have equipped, in case you enter battle with a bad set of Aurions. While active, Aurions slowly drain AP, but allow Enzo to use a couple special attacks, which tend to have a longer range and do way more damage than regular attacks. While the point cost stacks up fast, Enzo can use items for that or recharge his AP during battle. Once they've leveled up, the Aurions not only get stronger, but unlock a powerful super move which charges up during battle. There's a fair amount of variety to these attacks, and since Enzo can switch Aurions at any time, provided he has the AP for it, it allows for a wide variety of combos to neutralize or air juggle multiple enemies. But where is Erine in all of this? While she has her own HP, AP, and stamina to worry about, she functions like an assist in a Marvel vs. Capcom game. She has 3 equipable moves, most of which are designed to either heal Enzo or damage, knockback, and or neutralize multiple enemies. She can summon walls of lightning, pillars of fire, sheets of ice, and the like. Since she has battle stats like Enzo, items work on her as well. At one point, a third person joins the party, and they can be summoned to perform attacks too. The only limits for the ways to approach and mow down enemies are their elemental resistances and the player's imagination. Outside of battle, Enzo can change up Aurions and abilities. As he levels up, he also unlocks passive skills, which can be equipped while sacrificing a few AP points. Being able to move while blocking, or recharge both AP and stamina, are just a couple examples. Erine also levels up, which strengthens her bond with Enzo and allows her to not just access more spells, but do things like use more than one at a time. Being able to knock enemies away from Enzo while healing him proved quite useful in Aurion's last few sections. What I also liked was that by learning the game's mechanics, I could proceed at my own pace, and as a result, I didn't feel the need to grind at all in my playthrough. As for those enemies, I had the feeling about 8 hours in that I'd seen the creative limits of the types of enemies to fight. Fortunately, that wasn't the case. Enemies charge at Enzo with swords or bare fists, hang back and toss axes or spells, or fly around and dive bomb him. Some of them can do more than one, so running away for a bit typically doesn't give enough time to fully recover. That's especially the case as the enemy count per encounter rises in the latter half of the game. All of this together creates a fast-paced combat system which becomes more and more dynamic as Aurion progresses. I thought at first that the controls would be too complex to handle all of this. Somehow, Aurion manages to pull it off with a little simplicity and a little extra direction. Erine's moves and item use are tied to holding the left trigger and pressing the control stick or a hot button. In other words, it's largely the same as controlling Enzo, just with a trigger held down. Even the third attacker is controlled with a couple face button commands while holding the left trigger. Prompts for each special move are listed in the on-screen HUD, with flashing visual cues for when certain stronger attacks are ready to use. Enzo's movement, in the air or on the ground, is fluid and responsive, making platforming simple. My one problem with the controls is that Aurion is designed with a keyboard or Xbox controller in mind. There are no prompts for a PS4 controller, which is what I ended up using, So there was the mental hurdle of adapting Xbox inputs to a Sony controller. The framework of the game is solid, for the most part. Occasionally, Aurion doesn't handle certain situations well because of what-if scenarios. For example, what if Enzo gets in a battle near a swinging blade? Every once in a while after a battle, Enzo will spawn right in its path and he'll take damage. What if the enemies Enzo is about to fight are really aggressive? Enemies spawn in before the battle screen completely loads, so sometimes they'll launch projectiles before the player can see what's going on. The one saving grace is that Enzo can be moved or Erine can be summoned in that time, but the player shouldn't be expected to react to attacks before knowing they've happened. Where Aurion really stumbles is in its presentation. Sound in Legacy of the Kori-Odan is something I need to break down to properly get across its shortcomings. In a vacuum, the voiceover clips are passable at worst and quite good at best. In a vacuum, the music, while I won't be humming the tunes from the game after playing it, does a solid job complementing the on-screen action and environments with distinct African instrumentation. In a vacuum, the sound effects are impactful in battle and appropriate enough out of it. Together, they illustrate one of Aurion's bigger problems: audio balance. Throughout the game, the music overpowers everything else. In battle, Enzo's attack calls and the sweeps, shocks, and swings of various elemental abilities get drowned out by the battle themes, which aren't that loud to begin with. Another problem is with the dialogue. Aurion was made in French first, then translated to English, or at least that's what I'm guessing based on the images in the tutorials all having French text. While there's little that gets lost in this linguistic game of telephone, there are a number of awkward sentences, typos, and words without spaces between them. It's not uncommon to have words spill out of text boxes or stray bits of code accidentally show up in conversations. It happens often enough that it distracts from an otherwise interesting narrative. Then there are the visuals. Aurion is a lovingly drawn and rendered game, heavily utilizing frame-by-frame animation. It's bright, colorful, and loaded with eye-catching environments and flashy attack effects. The cutscene battles tend to run at a lower frame rate, but the rest of the game runs smoothly in battles and running through towns. Most of the time. Every once in a while, some kind of lighting or water effect causes the game's frame rate to tank. How bad is it? I couldn't give you a number in frames per second. I would have to do it in seconds per frame. I had to navigate through a screen or two of some towns with the frame rate dipping to 3 seconds per frame. I can count on one hand the number of times it happened, but I can't overlook that it happened. All in all, I spent over 15 hours going from Zama to the farthest reaches of the game's world and back. It's extremely ambitious for Kiro Games to dive into the deep end with a game of this scope right off the bat, even with the framework they built up from years prior. Aurion Legacy of the Kori-Odan is a game which shows tremendous heart and dedication to making a legitimately fun and beautiful game, but also some of the pitfalls of a developer's first big title. That said, in spite of the technical issues, I do recommend playing Aurion. It's available right now on Steam for $14.99. For those who want more of the lore behind the game, there's also a comic which delves deeper into the game's events. Review score 3.5 out of 5. Review: Corpse Party, Sweet Sachiko's Hysteric Birthday Bash. Dated May 9th, 2019. Author's note: This was one of those times where I couldn't avoid reviewing the one high-priority game left. I knew of the Corpse Party series, but hadn't actually played any of them, so I watched a playthrough of 2 Corpse Party games before going into this. Frankly, I don't think it helped all that much. If anything, that might have made it worse. In the interest of full disclosure, here's everything I knew about the Corpse Party series before playing this game. The name, and the general gameplay of the first one. Now I know what you're thinking. Why is the guy who knows almost nothing about Corpse Party reviewing something in the Corpse Party series? Corpse Party Sweet Sachiko's Hysteric Birthday Bash, a canon spin-off of sorts, actually makes allowances for people just getting into the series while appealing to dedicated fans. Who knows? Maybe by the end of this, I'll become a fan myself. Or maybe I'll just embarrass myself. Either way, let's go. As the name implies, Sweet Sachiko's Hysteric Birthday Bash takes place on the birthday of Corpse Party's demon child antagonist, Sachiko. Being in a slightly less murderous mood, she decides to gather several students stuck in various alternate realities of Heavenly Host Elementary so they can throw her a party. Said students are understandably suspicious of her motives, with some hoping to use this as a chance to escape. Sachiko also brings in random people from the real world on a few occasions, most of which immediately go back home at the end of a chapter. Wacky hijinks, death, and more wacky hijinks ensue. Before I go any further, it's worth mentioning that Sachiko's Hysteric Birthday Bash has Corpse Party laymen like me covered. Among the extras are complete summaries of Corpse Party and Corpse Party Book of Shadows. These include explanations of not just the basic sequence of events, but all the extra chapters, bad endings, and deaths therein. It also has a timeline of events surrounding Heavenly Host Elementary and unlockable dossiers for characters, including some that don't appear here. Spoilers aside, it's nice to have this groundwork because without it, all the references to prior relationships and events would have gone right over my head. Then again, this isn't exactly like the other Corpse Party games. Rather than being an adventure or RPG Maker-like title, Sachiko's Hysteric Birthday Bash is a visual novel. It retains the ability to choose between certain actions between key events, but otherwise its similarities to prior Corpse Party games are in the form of callbacks to them. Students make references to what they did in prior games, and the music includes clips of other Corpse Party songs. I thought the non-referential music was passable, but it tended to swell dramatically when nothing was happening and, in a couple instances, seemed really out of place for what was going on. That's still better than the sound effects, particularly some screams, sounding like they outright broke. One scream started, only to get cut off by another, while another scream tripled over itself like it was leading into a dubstep drop. Also, dialogue is mixed in stereo, but some voices sound really far away or shift from left to right for no apparent reason. Random others sound muffled, like they were recorded in a Discord voice chat. There are 8 chapters total, each of which involves Sachiko coming up with something for everyone to do for her. School plays, cooking contests, and trivia games are just a few examples, though each tends to involve some sort of punishment for the loser. Some of these poke fun at other genres, like romantic comedies or murder mysteries. The catch is that Sachiko's Hysteric Birthday Bash has a tendency to do so in a rather ham-fisted way. Think the Scary Movie series when it stopped caring. The humor has a 1 in 3 chance of landing, falling flat, or running too long because it's a Japanese joke which requires a small paragraph explaining why it's funny. When that doesn't work, it smashes the fourth wall into dust, but it happens so often that it loses its effect a couple chapters in. Then it tries to get a laugh by acknowledging its own faults with its characters or story. Not only does this lose its luster quickly, but it shouldn't acknowledge the problems here, as well as in the mainline games, and then not address them. Saying there's a problem doesn't magically fix it. A broken foot doesn't heal just by pointing out it's broken. While technically all the chapters are a connected sequence of events, they don't feel that way. Sachiko frequently hits the reset button at the end of a chapter to bring people back to life or undo everything that's happened. It's like watching the Itchy and Scratchy show, but with less violence. Yes, less violence. Some chapters don't involve death or injury of any sort, save for a bad ending or two, and most of the deaths are pretty tame. Falling into a dark pit is a favorite kill for Sachiko's Hysteric Birthday Bash, and sometimes the screen would flash red, someone would die, and I would have no idea what happened. Who does Sachiko summon? If I were to list all the characters she brought in, it might take an entire paragraph. There are around a couple dozen characters, not counting one-off spirits and the like, all with Japanese voiceovers. How does Sachiko's Hysteric Birthday Bash handle juggling that many characters? Not so well. With a sizable cast and chapters that tend to focus on smaller groups, some people will disappear for several chapters at a time. One guy appears in the first chapter, dies, gets revived, then doesn't show up again until 6 or 7 chapters later. I imagine characters like these hanging out in the school's auditorium, twiddling their thumbs until their names show up in the script again. Characters range from lead protagonists to people who died before the first corpse party even started. It's understandable for the latter to not get much in the way of character development, but most of the cast consists of one-dimensional people-shaped husks. Some spend the majority of their screen time making reference to one thing they did in a prior game, like how Yuka spends way too much time saying she has to pee. Whenever loud, annoying airheads like Ran or Satsuki were on screen, I just wanted them to leave. By the end, I felt like I would have been better off just reading their entries on the Corpse Party wiki. In Sachiko's Hysteric Birthday Bash, they run one character trait into the ground until they strike oil. While some lack character, others lack consistency. Sachiko herself spontaneously loses her bloodlust and her short fuse, despite being talked down to or insulted several times. Then some of the protagonists, I assume that's what they are, act like they're in a teen slasher movie and do outright stupid things like threaten or try to get physical with Sachiko, despite supposedly learning not to by this point. Everyone will see a person try to kill or maim a student and, in the next chapter, everyone casually chats with him or her like nothing happened. When teen slasher movies do this, it's so the viewer ends up rooting for the slasher to kill them in creative ways. That doesn't happen in Sachiko's Hysteric Birthday Bash, because Sachiko wants to film a movie, or eat curry, or something. And then there's the fan service. Again, in the interest of full disclosure, I should say that fan service and myself tend to go together as well as bleach and ammonia. Sachiko's Hysteric Birthday Bash feels like it's trying to innocently sprinkle in bits of mostly girl-on-girl stuff, but it just comes off as desperate and unnecessary in most cases. Girls will grope each other or act like lecherous old men with little or no provocation. One whole chapter is an excuse to get several female characters into swimsuits, nurse uniforms, and maid outfits, while another ends up being a perverted game of truth or dare. Without the truth part. Did I mention this is all presided over by a 7-year-old demon girl? I realize what I just said probably convinced someone to buy this, but eventually it just became uncomfortable and a little embarrassing to sit through. If you want to avoid any potential major spoilers, skip to the last paragraph of this review. The narrative of Sachiko's Hysteric Birthday Bash can't decide if it wants to be an all-out goofy fan game or a more serious affair amid the bizarre machinations of a little demon girl. As a result, the story and tone are all over the place. For example, remember when I said some students tried to come up with an escape plan? Sachiko's apparently weaker, so it's their best shot at getting home. That plot point dies faster than any of the students. One person actually wins a challenge and gets to go home, is shown being warped out of the school, and is back in the next chapter, and other chapters beyond that, for no apparent reason. The last chapter tries to become deathly serious for the ending, and it just doesn't work because the build to it isn't there. The first chapter is serious, the last chapter is serious, and every chapter in between is just fluff. It's a plot sandwich with 2 pieces of bread and nothing but a bunch of marshmallows between them. Sweet Sachiko's Hysteric Birthday Bash may hold more appeal to hardcore Corpse Party fans, giving the chance to see several characters from different schools meet or reunite and interact with each other. Beyond that, the story can't figure out what it wants to be, tries to be everything, doesn't do anything particularly well, and ends up undermining what it does right. Padded out to about 10 hours in length, it's at least worth the $20 price tag in that regard. I'll still play the regular Corpse Party games sometime, but ultimately, I took little away from this spin-off. Review score, 2 out of 5. Review: Hookshot. Dated May 11th, 2019. Let's talk for a moment about game development. Even when making something relatively simple, it can be unexpectedly and unfathomably difficult to get a project from start to finish. That hasn't stopped Tui Michael Nanning's, a one-man development crew, from churning out 8 games in less than 5 months. One of those being a puzzle game called Hookshot. And no, there won't be any Legend of Zelda or basketball jokes in this review. Hookshot's premise is incredibly simple. Move a square or circle through a closed course, past some obstacles, then touch the end-level gem. Touching any spikes destroys the square or circle and respawns it at the start of the level. The square can only move in the 4 cardinal directions, while the circle can move in any direction, with a single button press tossing it in a straight line to wherever it's aiming. The player doesn't aim at all. The line rotates automatically. I'm not sure why the player couldn't control the aiming, as waiting for the line to move into position while controlling the circle is a bit too slow. Even considering this was released as a mobile game about 8 months earlier, the controls end up being too simple and the game becomes dull quickly. Simplicity doesn't just stop with the premise and the controls though. Hookshot doesn't even have a title screen. Instead, it has a mostly monochrome level select menu and some options scattered at the bottom of the screen. The levels themselves are even more bare bones, using flat colors and basic shapes for everything. The most risque levels are bold enough to use a slight gradient instead of a solid color for a background. It all looks like placeholder graphics for when the finished models and textures are ready, but it's the finished game. Thomas Was Alone was another game that used simple shapes and graphics, but it didn't also sacrifice style in the process. The description for Hookshot says it's a fun and challenging game. I disagree. Most levels took me less than 20 seconds to get through, with some not even hitting the 10-second mark. Things don't ramp up until the game is almost over, and even then, it's not difficult in the slightest. The game's idea of challenge is including basic obstacles that either don't take much thought to get past, or aren't planned out well and backfire completely. Some levels have the square turn into a circle and back for each move. Some have moving platforms, or platforms which disappear when touched. Spikes or switches to open blocked paths are common, as are glowing walls that launch the square or circle across the stage. When these were laid out in what was supposed to be a more complex sequence, I would just launch the square or circle right through the middle of it and bypass the whole thing. The only challenge I found was when I realized spikes can reach through moving platforms and hit the square or circle, even when they clearly don't touch each other. Sound-wise, I don't know what I could possibly add. Much like the visuals, the sound effects and music come off as placeholders, put in until the real effects and music are ready. You know what Hookshot does have? Achievements. This game's reason for existing, at least on PC, is to farm Steam achievements. All the achievements are tied to beating a level. This is only slightly better than games which hand out achievements for every second the game is open. That's not much of a positive though, since it took me longer to write this review than it did to complete every level in Hookshot. I finished the game's 24 stages in under 15 minutes, at which point the screen cut to an ad for 2 other Nannings-made titles. Hookshot comes off as an attempt to wean money out of people who value Steam achievements way too much. It thinks it's way more clever than it actually is, to the point the success text at the end of every level feels condescending. For a game loaded with achievements, I felt no sense of achievement or joy in completing this. I almost gave this a slightly higher rating for not being buggy, but given the game's limited scope, that would be like rewarding a bridge for not collapsing when a pigeon landed on it. Even at its normal $2 asking price, I couldn't possibly recommend it. Review score: 0.5 out of 5. Review: Venture Kid. Dated May 23rd, 2019. Hello, sir or madam. Do you enjoy jumping? Do you enjoy shooting? How about both at the same time? FDG Entertainment and Snickabo deliver both in Venture Kid, a retro platformer built from the ground up like an NES game, design limitations and all. For the game's sake, let's hope that they can be like Paul Engman and push it to the limit. What, I can't make references as old as the NES? As with many games of this type during the NES's heyday, it's light on story. Evil scientist Dr. Teklov is building some sort of secret weapon in his space fortress. He ends up injuring Andy's sister while they're minding their own business, and Andy, with the help of his friends, sets out to put a stop to his probably evil ways. I'll admit that I don't know the name of his sister or the man who gives him weapons. From what I can tell, they weren't said in the game or in the promotional material. For convenience, I'll just call them Roll and Dr. Light. I can hardly be blamed for using the names of Mega Man characters for Venture Kid, considering how heavily the latter is inspired by the former. The gameplay is, for all intents and purposes, Mega Man. Aside from jumping and shooting through stages and defeating bosses at the end, Andy earns weapons and abilities with each level he clears. One ability is a shield reminiscent of the kind Proto Man has. Scattered around every stage are not screws, but orbs, used to buy items and power-ups from a shop. None of this means much if the mechanics aren't balanced and the controls aren't responsive. But fortunately, both are true here. Seconds after starting, I felt right at home maneuvering Andy, and the difficulty flirts with the idea of NES hard without going overboard. That's not to say Venture Kid is a Mega Man ripoff and nothing more. There's clear inspiration from other platformers as well, both new and old. Castlevania seems to be one, to the point an entire stage is a reference to it. Also, it makes an effort to differentiate itself by taking those traditional elements and mixing them together or putting new twists on them. Andy doesn't have an energy bar, but a small amount of hearts. When hit, Andy has no knockback animation. Weapons tend to be more conventional, like boomerangs and bottle rockets. Some allow for reflecting enemy shots or freezing baddies to use as makeshift platforms. Abilities don't involve a robot dog, but rather things like double jumps and walking on spikes. The inspiration is clear, but it's complemented by some of the developer's own ideas. Level design is another key difference. Rather than being entirely linear, several stages have branching paths and hidden side areas. These may lead to weapon refills, extra orbs, or secret items which have no apparent use until the end of the game. There are also occasional one-use items like hourglasses to freeze time or bombs to blow apart weak walls. Elements keep getting added as the game goes on, which forces the player to use special abilities and manage Andy's jumps, keeping the experience from bogging down as things progress. The one drawback is visual, as there usually isn't much to the environments beyond what's in the foreground. It's functional, if not a bit plain. I've mentioned difficulty a few times now, but that depends on a few things. The game can be played on easy, medium, or hard. This primarily affects Andy's health, 5, 4, or 3 hearts, and the health of bosses, doubled on hard. These bosses, which aren't particularly hard for the most part, seem to use certain attacks less often on easy as well. The platforming, however, is the same either way. Venture Kid has several jumps where I thought I wasn't going to make it, but just cleared them. Veterans of the platforming genre will get a mild challenge, but the true final stage ramps things up dramatically. The in-game shop, where orbs can be used to buy weapon refills, health, lives, and even the equivalent of a Legend of Zelda bottle fairy, also tone things down. That said, I made it to the last stage on normal with no continues before realizing the shop existed. It shouldn't come as a surprise that Venture Kid has solid sound design and music, considering who's involved. Matt Creamer, Retro City Rampage, and Odd Realm, composed a chiptune soundtrack which is as upbeat and energetic as this game needs it to be, and then some. There's a recurring melody from the title screen which winds its way through most of the soundtrack, popping up here and there before pulling back into each stage's theme. Aside from the songs suiting both the on-screen action and the environments they play over, it's a clever way to help tie Andy into the world around him. As for the sound effects, they're largely similar to those of the titles Venture Kid is inspired by. They do the job, and that's perfectly fine. Venture Kid's playtime will depend on what all the player wants to do. There's a separate true ending for getting all the secret items, which unlocks an extra level and Teklov fight. It also depends on the mode of play. Classic mode takes Andy through each stage in order, while Adventure lets the player choose any of the 8 initial levels. Survival is a different beast entirely. Here, Andy fights through several unique mini-stages, trying to reach the end on a single life. He can still buy things like hearts and weapon refills, but not extra lives. It's not for the faint of heart, but to unlock all of the in-game achievements, it's necessary. It only took me about an hour and a half to finish the classic mode on normal, then another half hour to get the other secret items and finish the final stage. That doesn't sound like much, but there's enough to do in Venture Kid that I played through it a couple times and went through survival mode too. Also, there's next to no downtime in this game. It's almost constant action, and it just feels good to clear a room of spike pits or avoid flame jets and the like. It's a pleasant retro-styled experience, one worth the $10 price tag if you're planning to do all there is to do. Whether a veteran of the genre or just getting into it, there's room for both to enjoy this. Review score? 3.5 out of 5. Review. Close to the Sun. Dated June 17th, 2019. Author's note. This was the game that forced me to create an Epic Games Store account. To date, it is the only game on my EGS account. What do wireless communication, wireless electric power, radio remote control, and X-ray imaging have in common? All that and more were experimented on by Nikola Tesla, the enigmatic inventor who had more ideas than concrete results. Storm in a Teacup's Close to the Sun is a what-if horror adventure game. That is to say, what if Nikola Tesla's most far-fetched, fantastical plans became a reality? 51.9 gigabytes of installation later, it's time to bear witness to the magnificent highs and macabre lows of Mr. Tesla's grand experiments. Close to the Sun's setup is simple enough. You take the role of journalist Rose Archer, who receives a letter from her sister Ada. She's a researcher aboard the Helios, a massive research vessel in the Atlantic Ocean under the direction of Nikola. The world's greatest scientific minds gathered here to change the world with their experiments. But upon boarding, it's readily apparent that something's gone terribly wrong. Rose must find her sister, get her research, and find a way off the Helios before they suffer the same gruesome fate as everyone else. Along the way, she meets a couple other survivors, though their motives for helping or hunting Rose shift over time. The developers must have spent a lot of time researching Nikola Tesla for Close to the Sun, because aside from his being important to the plot, the game is chock full of references to his life and studies. He has remote-controlled ships to ferry people to and from the Helios. His various power systems create and distribute electricity throughout the vessel. Rumored devices like the Death Ray and the Earthquake Machine have blueprints scattered about various rooms. Most peculiar of all, his exploits with manipulation of time are a central plot point. Never mind that the idea used to explain this, the one-electron universe, was thought up by someone else several years after this game takes place. The foundation for the story is uneven, but serves its purpose of letting Tesla create his own little world. I don't mean to linger on story-related elements too long, but there's some solid world building in Close to the Sun. Throughout, there are newspaper clippings and notes about the various conflicts between Helios researchers and workers, Tesla, and the rest of the world. There are also various environment pieces to help illustrate the life and times of the passengers. Autographed photos of visiting singers and performers litter the ship's theater. Living spaces usually include unique clothes or shelf items for each person based on their hobbies or work. On the flip side, there are signs and notes everywhere about people who might be Edison spies, stealing research for Tesla's biggest rival. Different research departments vie for Tesla's attention and resources, all while maintenance and engineering departments fall to shambles either from neglect or their own incompetence. There's always something lingering beneath the glossy exterior the game presents, and for the most part, it pulls this off well. That said, the game does have some painfully ham-fisted moments, Like the Frankenstein and Moby Dick posters in the theater, or how in the very first room of the game, there's a copy of The Sister's Tragedy on Rose's desk. Even Close to the Sun's tendency to use Greek mythology for the ship and its chapter names, and almost nothing else, felt like too much. You like Greek mythology? Me too! But why reference more than Icarus when the rest barely relates to what's going on? Visually, Close to the Sun largely looks the part of a game with a 50+ gigabyte install size. The Helios is a magnificent behemoth from the outside and at times breathtaking within. The lighting contributes heavily to the atmosphere, with hall bulbs, emergency sirens, fires, and the blue glow of free-flowing electricity, or the lack thereof in key spots. The time experiments cause ghostly images of people in the past to replay their lives, offering the occasional glimpse at day-to-day life and how people reacted when all hell broke loose. Just don't try to look at anything too closely. Ironically, most things in Close to the Sun are best observed from a distance. Like an old sports car, getting right next to it reveals all of its flaws. With all my settings on high, some of the statues look like they were made of putty and notes would turn into blurry scribbles. It also suffers from what I call Resident Evil 6 syndrome, where several dead bodies and survivors who will die look like they're from an early PS2 game. The latter don't even open their mouths when they talk. As time went on, I experienced more and more frame drops and texture pop-in, particularly when hitting a checkpoint. And yes, my computer meets the recommended specs. At a glance, there's one game Close to the Sun gets compared to a lot. BioShock. It takes place in the water, though not under it, makes heavy use of Art Deco and diesel punk for its design, and has someone on a radio guiding the protagonist through what's supposed to be a utopian, autonomous city which descended into chaos. This had to be something Storm in a Teacup knew would happen. Their promotional material includes a list of things the game isn't, and BioShock is on it. Whereas BioShock is a first-person shooter, Close to the Sun is straight-up horror with some adventure elements. There is no combat. There is no character building in terms of weapons, abilities, or stats. Enemy encounters are few and far between, and all Rose can do is try to run away from them. In that regard at least, the horror element is effective. Not only do they say it isn't BioShock, but that it also isn't a walking simulator, a term so misused by the general public it's nearly lost all meaning. Close to the Sun is akin to games like Firewatch and Outlast, but more linear. Rose explores an area, usually one with several doors that can't be opened, grabs some notes, solves the occasional puzzle, and moves on. I say puzzles, but the majority involve either finding a password and entering it on a door lock, or waiting for electricity or fire to stop shooting out of a wall and moving past it. The former in particular becomes monotonous quickly. Rose also can't do much physically, having a vertical leap of about 2 inches, and getting caught on most any environment piece that happens to lay in her way. This makes basic tasks like walking through a room with a few dead bodies more cumbersome than it should be. To mix things up, there are some chase sequences sprinkled in, where Rose has to outrun one of 2 baddies. These don't work well for 4 reasons. 1. The lighting. While it's effective in creating a tense atmosphere when nothing's going on, sometimes I couldn't see what was ahead and ran into an environment piece or off a ledge to my death. 2. Sometimes Rose needs to jump over or squeeze through obstacles. Sometimes this requires clicking on the prompt, sometimes it doesn't, and when it does, I sometimes had inputs drop. 3. Saying Rose runs away from anything is being extremely generous. She and the enemies spend entire chase sequences jogging lightly around the Helios, killing most of the tension. Lastly, the enemies aren't intimidating, much less frightening. One of them, the big bad monster of the game, looks like someone took Chaos from Sonic Adventure and gave it pointy teeth. While the backstory and world building are strengths, the threats come off as uninspired and the gameplay is comparatively lacking, being slow-paced even when things are supposedly anything but. Most of this can be forgiven with a well-told story, but there's a catch. While the background has some forgivable flaws, the sequence of events in the game doesn't. Certain plot points take center stage and then disappear, never to be mentioned again. A particular symbol appears around the ship and on notes which, combined with the time manipulation element, seem like they come into play later. They don't. Rose hears repeatedly about how Exo, a blue dust-like haze permeating the Helios, is what causes the monsters to appear, but she's able to walk through huge swaths of it without encountering any of them. Rose has to find some research notes which are hidden from everyone, but they're plainly visible in an area several people would have used regularly. There's a Who Wrote the Letter to Rose plot thread which never reaches a clear conclusion. To top it all off, there's a predictable twist near the end which I saw coming several chapters earlier. Even when the story and atmosphere are working well, the sound design ends up hurting it. Close to the Sun uses jump scares, all but a couple of which are punctuated with a musical sting. There are some scares with no stings that are simply allowed to happen, and they are far more effective. The problem here is, despite most of them being built properly by the environment, I was more startled by the music than scared by whatever was going on. And these things are so prevalent, one even plays when pausing the game. That pales in comparison to Rose's dialogue, though. While most everyone else's voice is passable, hers is dry and disinterested regardless of what's going on. She makes bored-sounding quips after seeing messages written in blood on the walls, mumbles monotone jokes after nearly getting killed or discovering a room full of dead bodies, and otherwise undermines what should be tense moments. Even when suffering a panic attack, she doesn't sound particularly bothered by anything. If she's shrugging off all of this, why shouldn't I? It seems like the narrative is supposed to carry the day, what with the gameplay being rather uninspiring. However, after a little under 5.5 hours, I got an ending which left several plot points unresolved and felt like sequel bait. There's little reason to go back to it outside of finding the collectibles. Even then, you can't see them outside of when they're picked up, so it's just for those desperate to say they accomplished everything. In the end, Close to the Sun is a competently made game, but one with more style than substance. Its backstory and setting end up being the most engaging parts, with little else to keep the player slowly jogging deeper into the bowels of the Helios. For $30, there are more fulfilling and better executed experiences to be had. Review score: 2.5 out of 5. Impressions: Crystal Crisis. Dated July 17th, 2019. Author's note: this was supposed to be a review of Crystal Crisis, but, well, you'll see. When a developer/publisher has an extensive enough library of games, it's natural to think about incorporating as many characters from them as possible into one title. Why not add a few from other people's games and even a couple anime characters? It's like a big slumber party, but in Nicholas Inc.'s case, the pillow fights are actually puzzle fights. Crystal Crisis takes the formula for puzzle games like Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo and adds a few twists, all while being flexible to the player's preferences for how to play. Hundreds of colored bricks later, here's what I took away from the experience. If you've played Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo, most of Crystal Crisis should feel quite similar. Drop 2 block pieces so their colors line up, then line them up with a similarly colored spark crystal to destroy them. Doing this with enough blocks and chaining multiple blasts together causes more countdown crystals to clog up the opponent's playing field, which generally makes life difficult until they turn into normal blocks after 5 turns. Said countdown blocks follow the attack pattern for each character, which determines what colors appear when and in what position. For example, a full row of blue first, then alternating yellow and red for the next, etc. Get the opponent's blocks to the top of the field in 2 out of 3 rounds to win. Minor additions to enhance the playability include a faint grid outline on the field and a ghost piece at the bottom, which shows where blocks will land if the player quick drops them. While all this is going on, both characters stand opposite each other and trade attacks and one-liners. Everyone is fully voiced, with most speaking in Japanese with English subtitles, though these don't appear during matches. Where Crystal Crisis starts to deviate from the label of being a puzzle fighter clone is with the burst system. Every block shattered builds up a gauge on the side of the screen. Split into 3 segments, this gauge can launch either offensive or defensive special abilities which vary across each character. The 3 segments can be deployed one at a time, or all at once to make the ability stronger. One character's offensive burst may rearrange the opponent's block to break up clusters, while another may shift their columns a few spots to one side. One character's defensive burst may speed up countdown crystals, while another may destroy or rearrange select crystals on the grid. There's a solid variety of abilities across each character, though some are highly situational and some don't have 3-tiered abilities. There were a few times with certain characters when I wound up not using an attack or a defensive burst because it would neither hurt my opponent nor help me much. That aside, the game maintains a quick pace thanks to its intuitive control scheme and easy-to-follow game mechanics. While most of the characters are from games developed or published at some point by Nicholas, Cave Story, 1001 Spikes, The Binding of Isaac, Umihara Kawase Fresh, etc., others seem to come out of nowhere. Tezuka Productions gave the green light to use both Blackjack and Astro Boy from their respective series. Some characters, like Elise, are from projects Nicholas hasn't announced yet. The tutorial at the start of Crystal Crisis is taught by one of the most bizarre inclusions of all, Johnny Turbo. If you're not one of the 5 people on Earth who know who that is, he's from a short early 90s comic series advertising the Turbo Duo console. I'm not opposed to it, I just don't know how to react to it, even after playing the game for a couple hours. The catch is that of the 20 characters in the game, half of them need to be unlocked, so be prepared to work for those grayed out roster spots. Crystal Crisis rides the boundary between anime and 3D cartoon with its art style. While I was mainly focused on the grid, all the stages are designed around the in-game characters. The graphics won't blow away anyone, but the stages and characters are presented well in the game's art style regardless. That said, the pre-fight intros tend to turn certain characters into ventriloquists, speaking for several seconds while their mouths stay clamped shut. This is almost made up for by the soundtrack alone, with compositions from Umi-kun and Toshihiro Ogihara. The upbeat electronic works can be played in a separate music player, unlocking once they're heard in the main game. It's easy to find, right next to the art gallery and achievements list in the extras menu. As for the ways to play, there are several. Arcade mode splits into 5 separate modes: Standard, Survival, Inline, Tag Team, and Memory, ranging in difficulty from normal to an unlockable Master mode. There's also a Story mode, in which an ominous red crystal creates a dimensional rift of sorts, allowing all of Crystal Crisis' characters to meet up. The heroes want to destroy the crystal and save all worlds in all dimensions, while the more villainous types want to hold on to it. There's also local and online play, the latter of which allows for ranked and unranked matches. But wait, Crystal Crisis isn't done yet. The rules can be adjusted to turn on and off a variety of mechanics, like grid wrap, pushing blocks off-screen one way and having them appear on the other side, and polycrystals, which nuke all blocks of a same color, even if they aren't touching. Inline mode changes the rules to match 3 colors instead of using spark crystals. I wanted to try some of these out early on, considering the loading screens often mention some of them, only to not see them in the options menu. The bulk of these options need to be unlocked. Some are understandable, but considering I tended to struggle with the spark crystal mode of play, like not having the right color of spark crystal appear until after getting flooded with countdown blocks, I badly wanted to switch to inline mode, only to realize it was an unlockable. It's not just rule sets that are treated like this. Every arcade mode except standard is an unlockable. Way too much of the game felt like it was gated off in the early going. Author's note: the next section details why exactly this isn't a review, and the moment I realized this, I thought for sure that I was going to be in trouble with the review editor. After talking it over with him though, he was really understanding, and we agreed to switch this to an impressions piece. And this is where I need to admit something about Crystal Crisis. I can't play it. You see, I'm colorblind. It's not that I can't see color at all, but I often struggle to tell certain colors or groups of colors apart. In this game, the default block colors frequently blended together for me, leading to blocks getting scattered all over the field and an eventual loss. Crystal Crisis does offer various arrangements of colors for the blocks, including a colorblind set and even a custom setting. While those helped slightly, I still couldn't get too far in the game because I'd keep mixing up at least 2 colors. As a result, I ended up not being able to progress too far in story or arcade mode. Excuse me while I get on my soapbox for a bit. When designing a puzzle game, specifically one that involves color matching, it's nice that Nicholas thought to add something to help out colorblind players. However, different types of colorblindness affect different groups of colors, and ultimately, the visual design of Crystal Crisis made it far more difficult for me. Having all the blocks be solid colors can make Crystal Crisis nightmarish for a colorblind person to play, in spite of the colorblind option. Adding a texture or design of some sort for each color would make it far easier to tell the blocks apart, even more than the slew of custom color options. Puzzle Bobble, one of my favorite puzzle games, does this to great effect, having unique designs for each colored ball. If any prospective color match puzzle game developers are reading this, here's a test to see if your game can be played by a colorblind person. Ask whether or not someone could successfully play it in black and white. If it would work on a Game Boy or a graphing calculator, you're golden. If not, it's time to rethink how the game pieces look. Crystal Crisis is available now for the Nintendo Switch and will release on the PlayStation 4 as well, both retailing for $40. It can also be purchased physically through Nicholas's Crystal Crisis page. For any fans of Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo or Puyo Puyo-like titles, it should be an entertaining experience, even without knowing who the bulk of the characters are. As for myself, I'll stick to puzzle games which aren't as heavily reliant on color differentiation to play. Review: Unruly Heroes, dated August 27th, 2019. Journey to the West is one of those literary works that may fly under the radar of some people, but it gets referenced regularly across various media, not the least of which being Dragon Ball. French developer Magic Design Studios also took inspiration from the novel to create Unruly Heroes, a 2D action platformer centered around 4 people trying to save the world from the forces of evil. If they can't work together harmoniously, both the world and the game may suffer as a result. The premise for Unruly Heroes is simple enough. Big Bad Guy causes a sacred parchment, which maintains balance between the nondescript worlds of good and not as good, to rip to pieces and scatter all over the place. Guanyin Pesa, the goddess of mercy, enlists the help of 4 heroes to fend off the evil hordes and restore peace. I don't want to overemphasize what's clearly not the focus of the game, but the game's story meanders from there. It implies that Guanyin is just making things up as she goes, and the tone is generally that of a Saturday morning cartoon, having a serious overarching problem with a laid-back approach to its solution. However, other story bits are completely abandoned. The only time I saw any of the heroes' names was in the tutorial for the first stage. They exhibit no personality aside from a victory pose after each level, and don't speak for the whole game. Also, why are they called Unruly Heroes? I didn't know whether I should care or not about what was going on, as, aside from getting through levels, not much happened. Fortunately, Unruly Heroes makes up for those shortcomings with solid gameplay and visuals. In that respect, it has a bit of a Rayman Legends vibe to it, with a dash of Muramasa the Demon Blade. The 4 heroes jump and fight their way through 4 areas split into several stages, each with their own special abilities to help get past certain obstacles. For example, the monkey can turn his staff into a bridge to cross large gaps, and the pig can fly to higher sections. In addition, the monkey and fighter can double jump, while the monk and pig both do a single high jump and float to the ground. Everyone's attacks work the same in terms of inputs and quick or strong attacks, all of which work in mid-air too, but the different weapons and ranges for each give some variety. The monk flings short-range energy balls while the fighter uses short-range melee moves. Meanwhile, the monkey can throw his staff while the pig can burp a damaging cloud of gas. This makes some heroes better suited to certain enemy types or bosses, and otherwise alleviates the feeling that any of the heroes are just dead weight. Each level has a series of checkpoint lanterns, which require a certain amount of energy to use. Said energy is built up by defeating enemies, though there are plenty of those to go around on every difficulty. Speaking of, each stage can be played on easy, medium, or hard. This affects the damage taken and given by the heroes, and whether they can be revived if anyone dies, which involves breaking their spirit bubble when it appears somewhere on screen. Aside from that, there are certain rankings for each stage, bronze, silver, etc., for completion time and death counts, and some, like diamond, can only be reached on hard. There are also coins and a scroll to collect on every stage, the former used to buy alternate costumes, and the latter unlocking concept art. The costumes are largely palette swaps, so I didn't feel the need to grab every coin I saw. As for the scrolls, while they seem like something off the beaten path or hard to reach, Most of them are pretty easy to find. They're nice extras, but feel like there could have been something done to make them more worthwhile. Things change a bit as Unruly Heroes moves forward. Specifically, in addition to having multiple paths to reach the end of a stage, the way the game is played changes to break up any monotony. At one point, all of the heroes revert to a form where many of their abilities are taken away and replaced with something entirely different for 4 or 5 stages. A couple times the heroes possess certain mini-bosses, which I guess they can just do that, and navigate the rest of a level or two with them. The controls falter a bit in these sections, particularly due to the limitations of the possessed creatures. One can only do a single jump and, unlike the heroes, the jump is the same height every time, regardless of whether the jump button is tapped or held. One can crawl on walls and ceilings, but sometimes it would fall off a wall for no apparent reason. Several times I had to crawl across rotating platforms in the ceiling, and the monster would get stuck in a falling animation while still crawling across the platform. Beyond that, Unruly Heroes likes to toss in puzzles and boss encounters, the latter showing up in all but a handful of levels. Puzzles are in virtually every stage, though keep in mind that my definition of puzzle is anything other than moving forward and attacking bad guys. Sometimes it's just hitting a switch somewhere to open a door, while other times I had to plug a series of steam vents with ground pounds or thrown rocks to make something explode. Sometimes it's moving an ability statue across several gaps. There's just enough of a split between puzzles, enemy encounters, and platforming to not make any of them feel like they're overstaying their welcome. As for the bosses, there are 2 kinds. The smaller bosses at the end of individual stages, and the big, grandiose, multi-phase bosses at the end of worlds. The major bosses usually involve some creative way of fighting them, but the mini-bosses aren't much of a challenge and sometimes feel unnecessary. They arrive, say a couple lines, get beat up, and disappear. Once in a while they make multiple appearances in a single stage, but otherwise it felt like the game could have easily cut 4 or 5 of them. The same could be said for some stages though. Of the 29 stages, 18 of them are in 2 areas. Even with the changes in gameplay, those 2 areas felt like they overstayed their welcome. Sound-wise, Unruly Heroes is a mixed bag. The in-game sound effects, hits, buildings crumbling, rocks falling, ambience, are quite nice. Voice work, what little there is, sounds like everything was done in a single take and with little direction. It's apparent that 3 people voiced every character, but less noticeable was the music. It's mostly pleasant orchestral work and perfectly fine as background noise, but the only thing I struggle to remember more than any songs in the game are any of the characters' names. Unlike the audio, I have 0 issues with the look of Unruly Heroes. The hand-drawn art used for the environments is every bit as beautiful, intimidating, calming, or dreary as each level needs it to be. Moving objects in the background, be they huge monsters roaming the wastes, waterfalls, or lava flows, really bring everything to life. The same can be said for the major bosses, their scale, detail, and design making me go back and check their unlocked concept art just so I could get a better look at them. The characters are also hand-drawn, though most of their animations aren't, and they all move and attack fluidly, though some attack animations feel like they have too long of a cooldown to them, particularly for some of the fighters' punches. I was really enjoying Unruly Heroes until I hit the last few stages, when all the little things that bothered me in prior stages all came back to haunt me. Wall jumps are easy to pull off, except when the game doesn't realize I'm touching a wall and I fall to my death. Some mechanics, like being able to grab and swing from hanging cloth, are introduced with no explanation. Given how these easily blend into the background, I didn't realize I could grab them at first. I would take damage from geysers of fire that weren't on screen, and die to instant death pits I couldn't see below me, or in auto-scrollers to things I didn't have time to react to. A couple times I got stuck in a falling animation on a moving platform and slid off into lava. The heroes can grab onto ledges or rings, but it wouldn't work sometimes for no apparent reason. One special item used to cool down hot ledges for platforming would work in mid-air, but not when moving on the ground. It was the type of frustration that, by the time it was over, I had trouble enjoying the ending. If this were just a review of the first 90% of Unruly Heroes, I'd give it a higher score. It's enjoyable and challenging enough to keep wanting to see what's next. However, the perfect storm of problems near the end left a bad taste in my mouth. It's still a fun experience, one that lasted almost 7 hours for me, though one that comes with a big asterisk. If having friends along for the ride helps, there is local and online co-op, inexplicably called player versus player in-game, for up to 4 people, though I couldn't find anyone to try it with. At $20 across all storefronts, I'd recommend it as long as you're patient enough to make it through the endgame. Review score, 3.5 out of 5. Review: Silver Chains. Dated October 4th, 2019. It's not an exaggeration to say I've played hundreds of horror games over the years. The advent of indie gaming and platforms like Steam opened the floodgates, letting anyone who ever got startled by their air conditioning turning on make and distribute a spooky game. Cracked Heads Games threw their hat into the proverbial ring with Silver Chains, a first-person horror title driven largely by story and exploration. Does it manage to stand out from the crowd? Let's find out. You take the role of Peter, who just crashed what looks like a late 1800s pickup truck through a fence and into a tree, which is alongside a one-lane road leading to and ending at a mansion. Despite sounding like he was not trying to go to said mansion, he tries to enter it and ask for help. Peter blacks out on the front porch, then wakes up in a random room talking about how he collapsed in the backyard. In less than 2 minutes, Silver Chains, a story-driven horror game, manages to contradict itself twice. I'll expand more on this later, but the introduction wound up setting the tone for how well written the game is. As for how it plays, Silver Chains has Peter explore the dimly lit mansion in first person, aided by a lantern for when things get too dark. His exact goals change as the game progresses, but ultimately he has to do 2 things, the first being to find a bunch of items. For this, Peter has to wander around the mansion trying to open doors, some of which are locked, some of which are barred or held shut, and some of which just never open because they don't have a button prompt. Most items are keys or things that ostensibly function like keys, and some are tied to puzzles. These puzzles vary from easy time killers to somewhat confusing, due in large part to the hints for multiple puzzles sometimes appearing at the same time. As for the easier puzzles, I'll put it this way. One involves a padlocked door with a 4-digit combination lock. The combination is in plain sight written on a wall 6 feet away. The second thing Peter must do is not get caught. Fairly early in Silver Chains, some ghost kids warn him about Mother. Said Mother is a violent demon zombie thing which appears and chases Peter, forcing him to duck inside huge closets placed all over the home to avoid her. If that sounds interesting, I apologize for misleading you. First of all, I get the feeling Mother's design is supposed to be more terrifying than it actually is. It looks eerily similar to the Mother and Andy Muschietti's Mama. But instead of the bizarre gait and arm twitches of that film's Mother, this one just speed walks like someone who stood up after both legs fell asleep. Said legs don't move fast enough for her movement speed. Even when Peter gets caught, Mother's preferred method of murder seems to be one hard slap across the face. Underwhelming to say the least, but not as much as how she behaves throughout the game. When she does appear, she can be easily kited around tables and desks to get away, the key phrase being, when she does appear. Mother only appears at set times, usually right after hitting one of many checkpoints or when picking up an item. Then Peter usually runs, or rather jogs, 10 to 20 feet, hides in a closet, and she walks off. Beyond that, he can do multiple laps through the whole mansion and never see her. At one point, I somehow moved too fast for her, and she despawned before getting to the closet I was supposed to hide in. Sound design is both a strength and weakness in Silver Chains. Music is used sparingly, typically for flashbacks and tense moments, and does its job fairly well. That said, most of the game is silent, save for Peter's footsteps and the occasional crack of thunder. Even so, audio jump scares, read jump startles, are pretty common in this game. Perhaps in an effort to accentuate them more, the sound options have a slider for music, but not for sound effects. Many of the jump scares tend to come off as desperate and not fitting for what's going on. I remember walking down a hallway when some wood boards flew off a window and what sounded like a demonic belch played through my speakers. It wasn't a jump scare so much as a temper tantrum. Meanwhile, every character in the game, save for the monsters, is fully voiced. The acting of said voices is passable, but the casting and scripting undermines that the game is supposed to be story-driven. Peter and the Ghost Kids have British accents, but their parents speak in a flat North American dialect. The Ghost children tend to speak in that digitized, 3-pitch voice patch that's been done to death by film and video games since the 1980s. At one point, a kid runs away with a key item, and instead of saying, "Can't catch me," he says, "Catch me up." Usually those awkward bits of English are reserved to Peter's unvoiced thoughts, like when he wonders, quote, "How could such a big maze locate in the house?" The best word I can come up with for the visuals in Silver Chains is acceptable. It's perfectly stable and looks and runs a bit better than the average Steam horror game, at least when you're looking at what the game wants you to. There are some nice lighting effects from the stray candle and lantern, and from the dust floating around the supposedly empty mansion. Looking around a bit makes you realize that all the windows are grayed out. Every picture and painting is blurred, and that you can see through the sides of several doors. If you have to restart from a checkpoint, some animations, like wood boards falling over, won't play. The street urchin-like designs for the Ghost Kids aren't particularly inspired, nor are the ones for the dolls. Maybe it's just me, but whenever I see a largely featureless doll or statue shown prominently in a horror game, my first thought is, this is a touched-up placeholder. The exception is the main doll, which just looks, and sometimes acts, like Slappy from the Goosebumps series. This leads to the one question not just asked of Silver Chains, but of any horror game. Is it scary? I could see it being scary to a person who has only played 1 or 2 horror games. or only seen 1 or 2 horror movies before. For everyone else, Silver Chains feels like a game inspired by a variety of horror characters and commonly used themes, but one which doesn't understand what made them work in the first place. Peter crashes his car, goes to a house for help, and ends up stuck in an old mansion on a stormy night with a flashlight of sorts. The introduction alone feels like it was written by random lines from a TV tropes page. Beyond that, there is the mama-esque monster, a second monster that looks like a closet cosplay of a Leshen from The Witcher 3, and the aforementioned bland or Goosebumps-like dolls. Nothing stands out with its words or actions, and instead it feels like everything is reaching for vicarious scares based on what they're associated with. As for the rest of Silver Chains, it's exploration and backtracking combined with specifically timed mother encounters. The player ends up running around the mansion, covering most rooms multiple times while looking for key items or places to use them. There's a lens that shows where some of them are, but it usually just points out a general area to go to, and not the item's specific location. Familiarity takes the edge off, as I knew where every closet was and how almost every room and hallway were laid out by the midway point. There were also some missed chances, like in a maze of bookshelves where the worst that happens is a ghost kid walks by at one point. Even when the game threw in something different, it came off as half-hearted. A ball will roll down a hallway and repeatedly bump into a door, which just looks goofy. A ghost girl will lightly tap her head against a wall, somehow causing it to bleed all over the place, then fall back and disappear, which just looks too awkward to be scary. A ghost lady will slide in through a doorway, then slide back as though she was wheeled into and out of the scene at the last second, which just looks hilarious. The worst part is when the obligatory monster realizes you're in the closet scene happens and, instead of animating anything, a JPEG of the mother appears and the screen goes white. What atmosphere does get built quickly gets undermined by the stale or laughable execution of the scares, punctuated by notes headlined with hilariously blunt titles like "How to Put a Soul in a Doll." And then there's the story. Silver Chains makes a point to say it's heavily driven by the story, but as has already been pointed out, it can't even keep basic details consistent. It also relies heavily on journal entries and notes to get across said story. So the player spends the fair portion of the game either reading these to try and understand what's going on, or barreling past them and getting more confused. Spoilers follow in the next couple paragraphs, because maybe if I type out what happens in later parts of the game, it will start making sense to me. Author's note. Below this last paragraph is a picture of the in-game diary. There's one slight problem with this image, as the developers misspelled the word diary. D-A-I-R-Y. Peter realizes upon finding various journal entries that the mother came unglued after her husband died. Did I mention Peter already has the mother's dairy in his inventory when this all starts? Anyway, it's revealed that Peter is actually the son of the parents and brother to the ghost kids, who sacrificed themselves to help him escape. This despite a later scene which depicts the kids being murdered by the mother, who is then executed by the father, so no sacrifice. Also, it's apparent the mother died first, so what's happening? Peter tries to save the father, who is trapped in a doll that has various limbs missing. Who put him there? I still don't know. Note that despite this doll he's trapped in not being able to move, it still somehow gives Peter a library key later on, which he could have used much sooner. It turns out the father had an evil doll which tricked the mother into killing the kids, except Peter, a maid helps him run away. Then the dad somehow ends up in the evil doll? Or is it a different doll? There are multiple dolls. Either way, he asked Peter to destroy 5 cursed drawings, which he never did, and I don't know if that's a good thing, or if the dad just made it up, or that part of the game was cut for time. Have I mentioned there are 2 mothers? There's the evil mother that chases you around, and a good mother who appears in hallucinations. Although good mother still turns on Peter at one point. Are both real? Anyway, the ghost kids can't decide if they hate Peter or not, to the point where one goes from wanting nothing to do with him to wanting to help him in the span of 2 sentences. Peter claims they will stop at nothing to prevent him from getting the amulets and ritual ingredients, even as they do absolutely nothing and in fact want him to complete the ritual, which his father wanted to do in the first place. What is Peter doing? I don't know, but he summons the thing that isn't a Leshen, called the Puppeteer, which acts just like Evil Mother, who may have turned good at one point after seeing a family photo? Then Peter jogs in circles in the attic, grabs things that were in the ritual seconds ago but teleported elsewhere, so he can stab himself and send the Puppeteer to hell? And rejoin his family as a spirit? I think? Never mind, I still don't know what's going on. This despite the game taking only a little over 2 hours to complete. Silver Chains is a story-driven horror game that almost immediately can't keep its story straight. Even if it did, the aimless wandering and general lack of threat the 2 monsters pose make the already tired scare tactics at work even weaker. It's competently made, which is rare nowadays for a Steam horror game, and has some clear inspiration, but badly needs a more creative take on its character design, setting, and gameplay. As is, it merely blends in with the sea of Steam horror titles that use the same settings, scares, and game mechanics. $25 is too much for this short, disjointed experience. Even with a price drop, there's not enough to distinguish Silver Chains as anything other than another brick in the Steam horror wall. Review score 2 out of 5. +18 review. BDSM. Big Drunk Satanic Massacre. Dated October 10th, 2019. There is no introduction, no arrangement of letters forming intelligible sentences that can prepare you for this. Big Drunk Satanic Massacre, or BDSM for short, cue the rimshot, is a top-down isometric shooter with an over-the-top theme, in terms of humor, violence and debauchery. It's made by Big Way Games, a collection of developers from various parts of the world. Judging by the release date on the game's Steam page initially being in Russian, I can guess where at least some of them are. As for the game itself, everyone take a deep breath and leave your innocence at the door for this one. Our world and hell are at peace. Both experience economic growth as people and demons indulge in their most deep-seated and, shall we say, animalistic urges. Dildo guns may or may not be involved. There's just one problem. The spawn of Satan hates all of this. Lucifer, or Lou for short, spends more and more time getting drunk at bars because he can't stand the human corporate presence and the demons who signed on to work for them. Still clad in an undershirt and boxers after getting caught off by the bartender, Lou does the one sensible thing anyone in his position would. He grabs a gun and a bottle of booze, then goes on a one-demon rampage to take back hell for himself. Thus the Big Drunk Satanic Massacre begins. The intro sequence alone sets the tone for Big Drunk Satanic Massacre, and that tone is along the same line as a stereotypical 90s first-person shooter. Pop culture references and one-liners are near constant. This is where you'll either smirk or groan at seeing, and usually killing, characters who happen to look a lot like Peter Griffin, Cartman, Keanu Reeves, My Little Pony characters dressed like Team Fortress 2 and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles characters, and obese Doom Marines. You may also think that Nyack, N-I-A-C, the old robed man who sells upgrades, seems to look and act like someone from another devil-themed game. That said, some references are so niche I almost forgot what they were referencing. This was the first time I'd heard anyone say, "hide your kids, hide your wife," in years, much less heard it a couple dozen times. While the game is supposed to be satire, I think, I didn't find anything particularly funny as it's delivered with the wit and forethought of a 15-year-old doing pranks for YouTube. Despite being a hot mess and constantly holding a bottle of milk, the in-game booze brand, Lou is quite capable in combat. Over the course of Big Drunk Satanic Massacre, he ends up with a small assortment of firearms, including a shotgun, rocket launcher, flamethrower, and BFG, each with primary and secondary fire options. The secondary fire, which consumes extra ammo, ends up being incredibly useful, as it tends to behave a lot differently. For example, the machine gun's secondary fire is a small grenade launcher, and the shotgun's secondary fire is concentrated buckshot which can pierce through multiple enemies. Speaking of, there's a fair variety of enemies and they, like the weapons, are introduced gradually as the levels progress. Yes, most of them jog toward Lou by default, though some specifically try to charge and stun him or hang back and spawn more enemies. And yes, there are some repurposed character models along the way, but they behave and act differently than their lookalikes earlier in the game. Nailing the run-and-gun fun is tantamount, and fortunately, Big Drunk Satanic Massacre largely does just that. For most encounters, all the doors to an open area will close and enemies will spawn in waves, some based on killing everything that spawns, some based on a timer. These are usually followed by some downtime, with a path or hallway to the next fight, a design choice which did get a little stale after a while. This became a bit tiring later on as the door switches and hallways escalated to an almost absurd number. But the combat offsets it well enough. Fights are frantic and force the player to take notes of things like ammo drops, health drops, and environment pieces to use for cover or kiting enemies into manageable groups. Ammo drops replenish every weapon Lou has, so there's no worrying over getting ammo for the wrong weapon. He also has a dash which lets him get away from enemies faster while damaging anything in his path, which became a lifesaver in the later stages. And then there's the Rage Bar, which, when filled after drinking and or picking up red orbs, lets Lou become invulnerable and fire a concentrated beam that incinerates enemies for a few seconds. The one issue I had with combat was switching weapons, as running out of ammo for one or two will happen in larger encounters. This is assigned to the mouse wheel, so I frequently wound up overshooting anything that wasn't at the top or bottom of the weapon order. Lou can also pick up and cast a spell or two to do things like summon minions, or call down meteors, or purchase weapon and ability upgrades to boost damage, get extra critical hits, etc. Lou can also level up things like ammo capacity and health by earning stat points from side quests or something I'll cover later. The point is that Lou can be surprisingly versatile, allowing for more than a simple pick the biggest gun and stick with it strategy. All that being said, the rage mechanic and the upgrade purchases depend heavily on one thing: item pickups. Aside from dropping ammo and booze for health, enemies in Big Drunk Satanic Massacre also leave behind money and red orbs for the rage bar. This will drop the moment the enemy dies and disappears after a bit of time. At the end of encounters, this isn't a problem, but when money and orbs appear in the first of several waves, it creates a mad scramble to grab them while also not dying. I'd try leading enemies away so I could dash through and pick up some money, only for most of it to be gone by the time I got there. On higher difficulties, upgrade purchases are crucial, so missing money drops simply isn't an option. What is an option is sex. Sort of. That other way to earn stat points I mentioned? Lou meets and gets down and dirty with several girls, succubi, ponies, and what clearly isn't Hitler. It's actually pretty tame since you just mash a couple keys as slow or fast as the game says to, while flames rise around a card with a gun on it. But still, there's little that's tame about Big Drunk Satanic Massacre. A trailer of the game actually led to the developer's YouTube account getting terminated for nudity and sexual content. And to be fair, there is a bit of both. Switches take the form of breasts on nude statues, which moan when Lou headbutts them. Cutscenes include things like the aforementioned dildo gun and, shall we say, backdoor shady deals. Gimp-suited fat guys will charge you while Peter Griffin and Cartman fart up a storm. Some enemies will have specific parts or attacks pixelated, while others explode into projectile dildos. Critical hits are illustrated by "fucked" appearing on a hit enemy. Basically, the game tries to do everything it can without potentially earning an adults-only label. Big Drunk Satanic Massacre manages to run quite smoothly, even with a screen full of meaty targets to shoot. There are some instances of pop-in here and there, though it's from inconsequential background pieces. Enemy textures can be a bit weird at times though. Some that aren't covered in latex have a plastic-like sheen to them. Sound-wise, it's more of a mixed bag. Background tracks are primarily grinding metal tracks, which does end up a bit samey after a while, though things do change up a couple chapters in. Voices are all over the map, with some actors unable to hide their accents, and others covering them with even worse accents. It's not as apparent since the most prevalent voice actors in the game are the guns, but it still comes off as a bit cheap. The worst aspect of Big Drunk Satanic Massacre, aside from some of the attempts at humor, is oddly specific. I've played games that crash a lot, but those tend to crash in a variety of places and under different conditions. This one consistently crashed in the first section of the third chapter in 3 different places, one of which happens to be shortly before an auto-saving checkpoint. I had to go back through several hallways hitting the same switches, only for it to crash again. It may have only happened in one part of one chapter, but a half-dozen crashes in a game of this scope is too many for me to turn a blind eye to. I've never had a harder time trying to evaluate a game than with Big Drunk Satanic Massacre. The humor fell flat for me, the music and levels don't really stand out, but I ultimately enjoyed the core gameplay everything is built around. It has stability issues in parts, but man, I love slaughtering wave after wave of demons and non-copyright infringing caricatures. Clocking in at just over 5.5 hours, it's not exactly a quick beat-it-and-forget-it kind of game. I certainly won't forget some of the things I saw anytime soon. At $19.99 on Steam and $29.99 on PS4 and Switch, I'd say give it a shot if a good sale comes along. Review score 3 out of 5. Opinion: 5 things I didn't learn from horror games. Dated October 30th, 2019. Author's note: if you've seen any of my videos, you can probably guess what inspired this. In fact, all of the images posted with the article are just screenshots from my previous Fearless videos. Ever learn something by seeing it in a video game? Just as an example, Dragon Warrior was my introduction to parts of early modern Shakespeare's English, with the these and the thous and such. By accident or by design, there's a lot of legitimate, helpful information that can be gleaned from video games. Not horror games, though. I should probably clarify. For years I've had a morbid fascination with playing and streaming indie horror games, particularly ones that are, shall we say, undercooked. From them, I've seen tons of cliches and game mechanics that fall apart the moment any questions are asked. Life would be very different if people tried to learn anything from them. So how about we take a confusing, ill-advised journey through 5 things I did not learn from horror games. Number 1. How flashlights work. Let's try an experiment for this one. Take a decent flashlight, one bigger than your fist, and put some fresh batteries in it. Now go into a dark room, turn it on, and point it at a distant wall. Note how the light it emits isn't 1 foot in diameter. Also note how stuff the flashlight isn't directly pointed at also light up a bit. This is called how light works. Light can bounce off of things like walls and furniture, particularly when it's a lighter color, and disperses from the source. That's not to say one flashlight will completely illuminate an entire auditorium, but several horror games involve smaller rooms or tight hallways where light absolutely would illuminate more than whatever the flashlight directly points at, even if only dimly. For that matter, let's add a step to this experiment. Leave the flashlight on and leave the room. Come back 10 minutes later and gaze in awe as the flashlight is still on. Not only have the batteries in said flashlight not died yet, but they won't die for a long time. I lost 40 pounds, not by exercising, but by realizing I didn't have to lug around dozens of D batteries everywhere I went. Even if you're a few hundred years behind the times and still use lanterns, the same principle applies. Those also last much longer than 40 seconds with a gallon of lamp oil. Number 2. How running works. Here's a little story about the first time I went to a gym. The first thing I did was get on a treadmill and start jogging, my heart filled with dread, and my pockets still filled with D batteries. As the timer hit 8 seconds, something miraculous happened. I kept jogging. Somehow, some way, I did not immediately shut off the treadmill and collapse in a wheezing, sweaty mess. Contrary to what horror games led me to believe, being able to run for longer than it takes to recite the lyrics to the Cowboy Bebop theme isn't a superpower, which is what I assumed all those marathon runners had. Something else occurred to me as I somehow managed to jog for 11 seconds in a row. Even though I was bouncing up and down a little with each stride, my head and eyes weren't furiously thrashing up and down or side to side in a dizzying, vomit-inducing fit. Nor did everything become blurry if I slightly turned my head. Apparently, this is what doctors refer to as normal. Here I thought I was a genetic freak for not being the living embodiment of a camera in a Blair Witch movie playing at 240p. But it turns out, people don't do this. At all. Unless they're in a horror game, that is. Number 3. How cars work. What is an automobile, really? They have wheels on the inside and outside, they require at least 3 different fluids to run properly, and under the hood they look like those old 3D pipe screensavers. It's no wonder that almost everyone I see drive a car in a horror game almost immediately crashes it, sometimes before the game even starts. Turn the wheel? How much? And I have to hit the gas pedal too? How hard? Which pedal is that? And you want me to look ahead while checking my mirrors regularly? Look, you're asking me to do a lot of things at once, and I don't need this stress in my life. I did manage to learn how to drive, quote, without endangering everyone around you, unquote, as an officer once told me. But how many teenagers out there with learner's permits and a Steam library full of horror titles have these games as their main influence? I can envision them starting up a car, then immediately veering off the road, slamming into a tree, and thinking they aced their driving test. Something else that apparently isn't true pertains to the automotive secret sauce called gasoline. Apparently there are places that specialize in selling gasoline, which you can pump straight into a vehicle, as opposed to wandering aimlessly looking for cans or jugs of the stuff. What's more, even when I found a container of it, touching my car did not cause the gas to teleport inside the tank. Pouring it on the hood of the car didn't work either because there's a specific place for the gasoline to be put in, I guess. Also, did you know you don't have to have a completely full tank for the vehicle to start? I always assumed the phrase running on empty meant someone drove for 10 minutes and the needle was about to dip below F, as in, fill me with gas now. Next, someone will tell me cars need keys that don't look like they're supposed to open medieval dungeons. Number 4. How physics works. Ever reach for something on top of the refrigerator, lose your balance, and fall through the fridge, the floor, the ground, and reality itself? I swore this happened to me twice a couple days ago, but it turns out I just listened to Weird Al's Everything You Know Is Wrong the first time, and played Mass Effect Andromeda the second. Apparently those science courses that told me the planet had a crust, mantle, and outer and inner core were right. Unlike the horror games where I kept slipping into a never-ending freefall after walking into a bookcase, or a window, or a door, or a wall, or a rock, or a tree, or nothing. Also, I could have sworn my grandpa once told me that everyone has one of those days where you bump into a cardboard box and it launches you 30 feet into the air. According to horror games, we don't need space shuttles and rocket boosters to escape Earth's gravitational pull. Just run into the corner of a wall at the right angle, and you'll be halfway to the moon before you can blink. All I got from trying this, though, was a bad bruise on my head and that cold, empty feeling from when you trust someone or something and it blatantly lies to you. Number 5. The difference between scared and startled. Do you want to know the most terrifying moment of my life? Realizing too late that the volume on my alarm clock was cranked all the way up. The only thing that comes close to that is when my friend tapped me on the shoulder while I was on my 3DS in a quiet hotel lobby. That is, until I looked in a dictionary and realized that what I experienced wasn't fear. All this time I'd play horror games, get scared, not realizing what I was feeling was fear, and go to the doctor thinking I needed a flu shot. Then I'd play other games, experience that minor shock which almost immediately wore off while otherwise making me feel nothing, and make a couple dozen YouTube videos about the new scariest game ever made. Kinda silly in retrospect. Thankfully I learned this before the old OPRAINFALL team let me join as a reviewer. It's one thing if a game has a solid atmosphere creating a sense of dread or foreboding, or has a legitimate threat that can't be easily cheesed into oblivion. On the other hand, imagine being so over-reliant on startling the player that a game doesn't have a volume or sound effects slider. I wouldn't wish that kind of existence on any game. That obviously isn't everything I didn't learn from horror games, so here are some honorable mentions. Emergency numbers like 911 exist. Any bullet or shell will not work in any gun and/or sword. Seeing someone's YouTube channel or website plug in the middle of the game is a mood killer. Don't animate the main antagonist/murderer/monster like a Garry's Mod model. It's not normal to have rooms of a lived-in house with no or almost no furniture. If you're going to steal a random JPEG from Google Image Search, at least get rid of the white specks around the edges of it. And lastly, Google Translate is not a suitable localization tool. This obviously isn't an all-inclusive list, so I ask you, the reader, what did you not learn from playing horror games? Sound off below. Author's note: no one sounded off below. Review: Jet Cave Adventure, dated November 27th, 2019. Need more side-scrolling platforming in your life? Poland's own 7 Levels is happy to oblige with Jet Cave Adventure, a side-scrolling platformer with a healthy mix of prehistoric dinosaurs, cavemen, and alien technology. Jet Cave Adventure begins with Kave, a chief of his caveman tribe, getting banished by his own people. Just as he's about to get shoved off a cliff, a UFO crash lands nearby and allows him to escape. The pilot of said UFO incapacitates Kave and plans to use crystals from the nearby volcano, which prevent it from erupting and wiping out everyone and everything, to get the ship working again. Kave comes to, nabs a jetpack from the ship, and sets off to stop the alien. This and other events are all told primarily through Sims-like talk bubbles and gestures, and do the job well enough. However, the entire game seems to consistently run at 30 frames per second. This doesn't affect the gameplay, but it does look like in-game cutscenes were supposed to run at 60 frames, because everyone seems to be moving in slow motion. As for said gameplay, Jet Cave Adventure combines the capabilities of both the jetpack and the guy it's strapped to. Cave can throw stones, swing a club, wall jump, and move at a full sprint while crouching. The jetpack allows him to hover over big gaps, gain a little height, or charge in any direction. Cave can perform multiple moves at the same time, like swing the club while ducking, jumping, or clinging to vines, and often has to in later stages. Considering the game is meant to be played with some urgency, there are many jumping sequences with crumbling platforms or snapping branches. Good controls are a must, and this game delivers on that front. His jumps can feel a bit floaty at first, but everything Cave does feels tight and responsive, allowing for those split-second club swings or dashes through breakable walls. It's also taught well, using background cave art to demonstrate how everything works without breaking the flow of the game. That sense of speed extends to the challenges in Jet Cave Adventure. Every stage has 3 of them: no damage, collecting a certain amount of seeds, and finishing the stage below a certain time. These are things that can be pursued later, of course, as are the trophies. Each stage has a trophy of a certain character hidden somewhere. These usually aren't too hard to find, though some are tucked away in areas that require precise air dashing and jetpack fuel management. Given that there are 4 worlds and 36 stages, plus a few extra trophies outside of those, there's a fair amount to do even after making the credits roll. I tried taking my time through the game and still only got 27 of 39 possible trophies. Cave starts Jet Cave Adventure with some limitations, like 3 hearts of health and a relatively small fuel tank for the jetpack. However, there's a lot that makes the journey far less daunting. The jetpack recharges every time Cave lands. There are checkpoints in each stage which completely refill his health. Certain enemies and background items will drop bits of food, which Cave can carry and eat later to restore a point of lost health. Helping even further is the shop, accessible between stages. Cave can use his gathered seeds to buy things like a bigger club, extra health, extra food storage, or a bigger jetpack fuel tank. If it seems like I'm downplaying the challenge, I should clarify that Jet Cave Adventure isn't going for old-school Nintendo levels of difficulty. Rather, it's a game that puts some complex platforming in front of the player and wants them to succeed, offering the necessary tools as well as some additional options to help if you're struggling. Another strong point is the enemies. Jet Cave Adventure has a set roster of enemies and gradually introduces more of them over the course of the game, making an effort to add new attacks, movement patterns, and the like, with only a few palette swaps. Helping the speed aspect of the game is that most have a unique sound they'll make when they're about to appear on screen. That on top of environmental hazards like exploding flowers and revolving punji stakes keep things from getting samey by the midway point. 36 stages can be a lot for a side-scrolling platformer with about 4 different environments, but Jet Cave Adventure tries to mix it up a bit. Some levels are partially or entirely chases, where you need to hold right and quickly react to everything the game throws at you. Others are punctuated with boss fights. Some have hang gliding, where Cave's jetpack propels it upward as you dive down and fly over obstacles. Beyond that are straight-up flying sections. Think top-down shooters without the shooting. Cave needs to move from side to side, avoiding whatever shoots out of the walls or falls from the top of the screen. While serviceable, none of these, except the chases, feel quite as fine-tuned as the core platforming gameplay. Bosses boil down to dodging a couple attacks, whacking the baddie with a club or rock, and repeating until they stop moving. Adding a couple extra moves at lower health did little to help the monotony. I'd gladly take these over more hang glider sections though. Even after finishing the game, I never had a good grip on how to properly control this thing. It only got worse in later instances as it asked me to fly through rather narrow openings, which I usually just rammed into. This docks a hit point, but also lines Cave up with the opening. So much for my no damage runs. While nothing bothered me about how Jet Cave Adventure looks or sounds, I can't say I remember much about it on either front. Again, nothing looks or sounds bad. At times the soundtrack and visuals felt like something from Crash Bandicoot or Adventure Island. If asked to describe things beyond that though, I'd struggle. It's functional and appropriate for what the game is, but doesn't leave much of an impression beyond that. Whether or not Jet Cave Adventure is worth it comes down to whether you think you'll replay the stages to complete all the extra challenges. My initial playthrough lasted just short of 4.5 hours, but I also completed almost no challenges and missed several trophies. I want to recommend it to people who just want a nice platforming experience, but between its other shortcomings and the asking price of $19.99, I'm leaning more toward waiting for a sale. It's functional fun, though not necessarily a total package. Review score 3 out of 5. Review: Devil's Hunt. Dated January 7th, 2020. Shaking hands with the devil rarely, read never, goes well. Still, Polish developer Liopi Games set out to make a game where that very thing happens, based on the Polish novel Equilibrium. Coincidentally, said novel is written by Paweł Lesniak, a former footballer and founder of Liopi Games. I haven't read it, but I have played the game resulting from it. Devil's Hunt, an action title where there are few problems too big and bad to be punched into submission. Devil's Hunt revolves around Desmond Pierce, a guy who's got it made. He has a cushy job in his dad's corporation, a massive house, a nice car, a beautiful girlfriend he's going to propose to, and looks like a jacked, taller version of Little Mac in a motorcycle jacket. Appropriately, he's also an underground boxer, racking up several victories. On the day he proposes, and she accepts, everything falls apart. His father blames the company's shortcomings on Desmond and fires him. He loses his fight to a guy who seems to have otherworldly strength. Then he gets home and finds his girlfriend in bed with Embry, his best friend. While chasing Embry in his car, Desmond deliberately drives off a bridge to his death, only to be awakened in hell by Lucifer. Desmond agrees to act as an executioner of evil people so he can return to Earth, but realizes he wants no part in it as he gets caught up in the endless war between angels and demons. Describing the gameplay of Devil's Hunt feels like trying to describe two different games at once. The first is a 3D beat-em-up, and the second is a walking simulator. The former is far more prominent than the latter, but there are still several points where Desmond either has to walk around between point A and point B, or can do nothing except walk forward. Not run forward, not walk to the left or right, not turn around, just walk forward. This bleeds over into the beat-em-up sections by acting as a bridge between each fight. Desmond will climb a foot-high ledge, assuming the prompt that's picky about your positioning works properly, then be unable to go back down it. He'll cross over a pit on a narrow plank of wood, but there's no drama since it's impossible to fall off. It's a means to an end that quickly wears out its welcome. As for the beat-em-up sections, Devil's Hunt's main character is a boxer. All the attacks are light or heavy punches, save for special moves attached to skill trees. Desmond can access 3 different trees over the course of the game: Executor, Unholy, and Void. The one is tied entirely to finding notes for certain abilities. Each ability is unlocked by collecting and spending souls on them, like those from defeated enemies or found around the level maps. As an aside, Desmond strolling around town and picking up a soul like it's a quarter someone dropped is unintentionally funny. Also, a few extra combos between the light and heavy attacks can be unlocked, though the same combo needs to be unlocked separately for each tree. Even so, I unlocked just about every ability and combo in every tree by the time the game was over, so it didn't seem to matter. Also, several of the combos have huge delays between certain attacks that leave Desmond wide open. I wound up just spamming the light attack combo most of the game and progressed just fine. There aren't many abilities in each skill tree, but they at least serve somewhat different functions. This unfortunately doesn't help the combat in Devil's Hunt from becoming stale fairly quickly. Desmond can switch which skill tree he uses mid-battle, but not between battles. This changes how his regular attacks look, be they flaming red fists, a green sword, or big purple Hulk hands. Often enemies will have a button prompt, the same button prompt every time, for an immediate counterattack, which registers even if Desmond isn't facing them and busy punching something else. Another prompt is to absorb the soul of an enemy early, but this takes so long Desmond inevitably gets hit by other enemies before it's even half finished. There are finisher prompts as well, the bulk of which are just as or slightly less impressive than his regular punches. Lastly, Desmond can build up a bar to go into a stronger demon-like form, in which he punches things faster. If it sounds like I'm oversimplifying things, I'm actually trying not to. It's just that Desmond's attacks have a rather limited scope to them. What helps even less is that there's not much in the way of enemy variety in Devil's Hunt. New enemy types tend to appear slowly, to the point they get as stale as the generic grunts. Then another enemy type appears and the cycle repeats 3 or 4 times. Of course, these are limited in large part by Desmond's abilities, which consist of punching, dodging, and sometimes throwing a short-range projectile in a straight line at chest level. Even the boss monsters suffer as a result, with one of the more unique bosses being something Desmond never directly fights or defeats, but instead beats up the same old low-level lackeys until it goes away. While visually impressive at times, particularly in Hell, it's apparent what you are and aren't supposed to look at in Devil's Hunt. Desmond, enemies, and things within about 8 feet usually look fine. Otherwise, I'd notice things like texture pop-in on a regular basis, sometimes happening as close as right below Desmond's feet. That or I'd swing the camera around and see that Desmond's lips don't move when he's talking. Actually, it's not just the lips. His face has the same blank expression almost all the time, even in combat. This extends to other characters too, as they will have the same bored expressions when angry, happy, or mildly annoyed by each other. The same background NPC with a suit and crew cut shows up over and over, sometimes talking to one of its many clones. Cutscenes do generally look better, but they also might include backgrounds that don't load right away, or black squares appearing on people's faces. They also can't escape the screen tearing that plagues the whole game. At times it's bad enough to make everyone look like holograms. The visuals may do Devil's Hunt no favors at times, but the audio doesn't either. Audio balance in general is a bit off, as sometimes the music or voices will be unusually quiet. This didn't help me for this review when I realized I couldn't remember a single music track from the game. It's a mix of genres, namely industrial and metal, but other times seemingly inappropriate music will play given what's happening on screen. Then there's the voice acting, which I would describe as there. I think most characters are trying to be brooding, but it ends up coming off as slightly bored. Desmond seems like he's trying at least, even if he spends most of the game as either angry or a smart aleck. Others sound like they're trying not to wake the neighbors in what should be high-tension moments. The general quality of the audio is there on a technical level, but a bit lacking otherwise. Those aren't the only performance issues in Devil's Hunt. A couple parts of the game, namely those slightly off the main path, have collision detection problems. On the plus side, being able to fall through the floor sent me back to the door I was supposed to go through. Less forgivable are the fatal errors that caused my game to crash so hard I had to restart my PC. Sometimes these happened in the middle of fights, but mostly they happened in cutscenes. One was preceded by Desmond T-posing his way into a fight, but the other happened right after a major boss fight and forced me to do it over again. Twice. I eventually skipped those cutscenes, missing a couple story beats in the process. Note: spoilers follow in the next paragraph. I'm not sure if I missed much from skipping those cutscenes, but the way Devil's Hunt approaches storytelling feels rushed and scattershot. Desmond confronts his dad, who he discovered planned his death years ago on top of firing him, and isn't any more upset with him than Lucifer. Kristen, Desmond's former fiancée, ends up being protected by an angel, even though their leader said they wouldn't because Desmond killed several of them. Desmond becomes stubborn about not being involved with the war between angels and demons and ends up fighting both at various points, then thinks he can bargain with either side. Lucifer can't just strip Desmond of his powers because reasons. Oh, did I mention that the angels are all in a random skyscraper in Miami? I can only assume that the game took heavy liberties with the source material, because the story ends up being a jumbled mess which ends with sequel baiting. Don't put the satanic cart before the angelic horse, guys. Devil's Hunt is a game that knows the look of a high-quality video game, but stumbles on most other fronts. It has the skeleton of the game in place, but struggles to flesh things out beyond that. Clocking in at about 6 hours, it's a mostly functional package that takes a grandiose story as its base and delivers something less bombastic. Hopefully Desmond can get his act together should another installment come to fruition. Review score: 2 out of 5. Review: Stay Cool, Kobayashi-san, a River City Ransom story. Dated January 20th, 2020. High schoolers in video games tend to go on some weird adventures. The Persona series immediately comes to mind, but some of the Kunio-kun games are a bit out there compared to the series' more down-to-earth entries like River City Ransom. Arc System Works took a crack at making a Kunio-kun spin-off with Stay Cool Kobayashi-san, a River City Ransom story. Having two former Kunio-kun directors leading development, it's a fast-paced beat-em-up which blends the familiar with the unusual. Strap in, everybody, because this game punches and kicks its way through the fabric of time and space. Wait, what? The lead of Stay Cool Kobayashi-san is, as one might expect, Kobayashi. Yes, it's the same Kobayashi who was a boss in River City Ransom. He meets with Kunio and an unseen player-made character to casually introduce Mizoguchi, a time traveler from the future. He warns of other evil time travelers gathering in town, and, in the midst of their conversation, the player-made character gets kidnapped somehow. Kobayashi resolves to defeat all the evil time travelers and their lackeys while rescuing his friend and/or love interest. If it sounds like I'm glossing over a lot, I'm not trying to. The story is just told that haphazardly. For a game with this little dialogue, there are a lot of typos, misspellings, no spaces between words, etc., and some awkward translations that make things a bit tougher to understand. When I say there's a player-made character in Stay Cool Kobayashi-san, it's not as interesting as it sounds. Here's a list of things that can be changed for this person: gender, name, relationship with Kobayashi, and what items represent their memories with him. These personal effects sometimes drop as an item, but otherwise don't affect anything. The only ones that matter are gender and relationship, which only change the ending. I'll go more in depth on this later, but what options there are feel like a way to drag out the number of playthroughs. Stay Cool Kobayashi-san tries to incorporate the familiar with a somewhat unfamiliar approach. There are 2 playable characters on the field at any given time. Mizoguchi and Kunio can be swapped in and out for the second player, but the first is always Kobayashi. He and Kunio are better fighters than Mizoguchi, having more options for combos and finishing moves while dealing more damage with a few charged up special attacks. However, Mizoguchi allows Kobayashi to use various abilities as a meter builds up at the top of the screen. Said abilities include health regeneration, increased attack power, and summoning additional AI-controlled fighters such as the Hattori brothers. The health boost helps for certain boss fights, but otherwise I'd have Kunio with me since normal enemies constantly drop hearts to restore HP. The exception is the Moyakun, an enemy which doesn't attack at all, but can only be defeated with one of Mizoguchi's attacks to restore the special meter. I can't help but think Mizoguchi would function better as a support character and not as a regular playable one. The strength of Stay Cool Kobayashi-san is its combat, even though it has some odd limitations. Punches and kicks are all tied to one button. If you hit attack right as an enemy is about to hit you, you can parry them. If an enemy sends you flying, you can hit a button to recover in mid-air, which works even if you have 0 hit points. Things like weapon use, throws, and attacking enemies on the ground aren't here in lieu of things like air juggling. When using a finisher or a charged attack, enemies will be sent flying through the air. Pressing a button right after lets the player do a mid-air follow-up attack, effectively teleporting around like a Dragon Ball Z character. When it works, it feels satisfying and racks up a lot of additional damage. The key phrase being, when it works. Often when I was too high, too low, or too far from the edge of the screen, my follow-ups would miss their target. Sometimes finishers would either whiff entirely, or take so long that another enemy hit me before I could do it. Charged attacks are a quick series of punches or kicks, and doing one to an enemy in mid-air means landing only one shot and swinging at the air for the rest of the time. Charged attacks have a delay on them, and it was often a coin flip whether my target would jump in the time it took the attack to start. Still, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't satisfying to punt 2 or 3 bad guys at a time to every corner of the screen. Obviously, you beat up baddies in this game, but how does progression work in Stay Cool Kobayashi-san? There are 5 different types of baddies, each with a different color on their uniforms. You have to defeat 30 of each color to face their leaders, beat all 5 of them, then face the final boss. If that sounds tedious, it is. Enemies usually spawn about 5 or 6 at a time in each area. Sometimes certain colors appear in certain areas, and other times a mishmash of several different colors pop up. Other times no enemies appear because a save point, in the form of a talking cat, takes their place. On top of that, sometimes random enemy robots appear in the form of a UFO, floating gray dice, or spinning spheres that sap your charge meter. And just to tease the player more, sometimes a UFO battle breaks out, where Kobayashi and friend hop into UFOs and blast random enemy UFOs to restore health. Said enemies piloting the UFOs don't count toward the total for any color. Expect to spend too much time either tracking down the right color of enemies, or finding a place where they spawn and repeatedly jumping in and out of it until they appear. There is an in-game menu to keep track of how many enemies of each color you've defeated and, while helpful, also led to frustration from being 1 or 2 short and not being able to find the right enemy to beat up. The boss appears the moment the tally hits 30 in the next area you enter, so try not to walk into a place with a giant pit at one edge of the screen. This leads me to my number 1 pro gamer tip for Stay Cool Kobayashi-san. which is to never let the AI control Kobayashi. At first I would control Kunio and let Kobayashi do his thing, but the first time I saw an enemy fall into an instant death pit and AI Kobayashi jumped in after him, I learned two hard lessons. 1. The AI regularly will not avoid attacks, stop attacking, or otherwise lead itself to an early death. 2. While Mizoguchi and Kunio eventually come back if they're defeated, Kobayashi dying is a game over. If you have a second person to play with, this is a non-issue, but otherwise it's annoying to see the CPU regularly taking damage from even the simplest encounters. One thing that I didn't expect to get on my nerves was how Stay Cool Kobayashi-san sounded. The music is alright, fitting the aesthetic of a Kunio-kun game pretty well, even if a couple tracks do seem a bit overdramatic. The soundtrack and pixel-based visuals have a bit of a Game Boy Advance feel to them, but that's beside the point. When the enemies in colored uniforms appeared, I'd sometimes just mute the game. They emit high-pitched shrieks which stack and play in a continuous wall of noise, and the only way they'll stop is if they're knocked out. This wouldn't have been as irritating if it weren't the sound given to the enemy I have to face at least 150 times. The one way around this is to turn down the voices, which mutes all the enemies and player characters. I wound up preferring this since, on top of the shrill enemy voices, there are only so many times I can hear Kobayashi punctuate a combo with "how's that" in Japanese before I want Kunio to backhand him. Most of Stay Cool Kobayashi-san didn't feel too difficult on the first go-around, except for the final boss. This thing has certain attack strings where it doesn't matter if you get a mid-air recovery, because the next 5 or 6 attacks will hit you anyway and drain about half of your health. Well, half of your health for the first go-around at least. Finishing the game gives a certain amount of stars, a currency used to upgrade the playable characters through a store buried in the options menu. The upgrades are rather simplistic. You only have one upgrade choice to choose from for each character, and tend to trivialize the game on subsequent attempts. Some are also poorly translated, such as, quote, "increase HP and parameter," unquote. A few upgrades later, boss encounters would last less than 10 seconds. Even that final boss, as annoying as it can be, would be done after landing a few charged attacks. My clear times went from 2 hours on the first try to less than half an hour on the fourth. So what's the incentive to keep playing, aside from making Kobayashi and friends absurdly powerful? Stay Cool Kobayashi-san has 20 different endings, split into 4 groups of 5 depending on what you picked for your self-insert, such as male friend, female lover, etc. Each ending is tied to a final score and whether certain plot elements happen. The latter are tied to going to certain places after defeating a certain amount of bosses, as well as defeating each boss in a certain order to unlock the true ending. I'm usually the completionist type, but by the time I unlocked a 5th ending, my experience fully devolved from entertainment to a chore. Even moving up the online leaderboard isn't enough incentive, considering it only ranks players by completion time and not score. Needless to say, I won't be like those in the top 10 who beat the game in under 10 minutes. Stay Cool Kobayashi-san, a River City Ransom story, is a fun, if not frustrating at times, spin-off of the Kunio-kun games. However, as a game designed to be played through several times, often completing vague objectives to get certain endings or rankings, it quickly lost its charm for me. If you're confident the gameplay loop won't get old, the $13.99 asking price will probably seem like a good deal. Otherwise, I'd look elsewhere to get your fix of high schoolers beating up other high schoolers and/or time travelers. Review score 3 out of 5. Review: The Coma 2 Vicious Sisters. Dated March 18th, 2020. South Korea's own Devspresso Games struck a chord with a cadre of horror fans when The Coma Cutting Class released. A few years of Embrace and a remaster later, The Coma 2 Vicious Sisters hit Steam. As for whether it lives up to the standards set by the first game, let's find out. The Coma 2 Vicious Sisters picks up where the first game left off. While I didn't play that one, I did watch a playthrough beforehand. Good thing too, because I would have missed many references to it. Young Ho is in the hospital, and his classmate, Mina, ends up with the pennant he was holding when he collapsed. After class, she spots one of Young Ho's friends, Seho, going into a storage room. She follows him, but nobody's in there. Then she reads from a strange book, which causes her to pass out and enter the nightmarish dimension existing alongside reality known as the Coma. Now she's caught in a struggle to prevent the titular vicious sister from accessing the waking realm, lest it unleash its fury on Mina's world. When discussing Vicious Sisters, it's important to distinguish what's changed from the first entry and what's the same. Structurally, the sequel plays much like the original. Mina side-scrolls her way through buildings, picking up items and avoiding or hiding from coma monsters. The same items from the first game can be found scattered around the map or inside vending machines, some of which heal the same bleed and poison status effects. There are still notes to read for lore and/or hints, and various puzzles involving items, namely keys. The last similarity I'll mention is that there is still a ton of backtracking across every location, something I'll expand on later in this review. As for what's different, several of the changes made for Vicious Sisters are cosmetic. Visuals are still hand-drawn and look great for the aesthetic the game puts forth. However, the frame-by-frame animation from the first game got replaced with a smoother vector-based one. Whether it's a monster hopping into view or Mina sprinting down a hall, everything looks nice without that floaty, this character moves like a marionette quality this type of animation can have if not implemented properly. The only time it consistently looks awkward is in dialogue, where everyone feels the need to constantly bob their head up and down or side to side. What's also different is the scope of Vicious Sisters. While the first game stayed on the grounds of Seiwa High School, this one sees Mina start in the school, but end up visiting multiple locations like markets and police stations. Along the way, she often gets attacked by wandering minions, called flesh thralls, or chased by stronger enemies like the twisted visage of Ms. Song. These enemies wander the halls or streets of each area, but only go into rooms to chase after Mina, who can hide in lockers or under desks until they go away. The footsteps of these stronger enemies can be heard if they're nearby, but I struggled a lot with knowing when it was safe to leave a room. I'd hear footsteps fade into the distance, go outside, then immediately hear a shriek and need to hide again. Other times I'd hear the footsteps get really close and go silent. After 20 seconds or so, I had a 50-50 shot upon leaving the room of immediately slamming into whatever I was trying to avoid. On the plus side, Mina isn't completely defenseless in Vicious Sisters. Aside from being able to dodge past enemies and traps, there are usually plenty of health or stamina items around, either found in bags or available to buy from vending machines. She can also use one-time self-defense items like mace if she gets caught by Dark Song in particular. These are usually tied to QuickTime events, something that bothered me after a while due to their overuse. Vicious Sisters loves QuickTime events, throwing out 3 or 4 at a time for things like hiding from monsters and cobbling together items at a crafting bench. I can understand the former to some degree, but why is crafting, a no-pressure activity that's not time-sensitive, tied to a series of QuickTime events? Crafting is something you may or may not do in Vicious Sisters, depending on how much you value Mina's well-being. She has 5 points of health to start with, but can permanently lose a point for not crafting certain tools for certain events, usually when she's moving between different parts of town. The thing is, these tools are key items and only work for those specific events, even when they would be useful at other times. If Mina crafts a taser and gets caught by Darksong, she'll decide dying is better so she can save it for a future emergency she doesn't know will happen. At one point, Mina crafts a trap which doesn't slow down Darksong at all, but Demon Teacher Wile E. Coyotes herself off a ledge and out of the scene as Mina gets away. Sometimes these crafted tools pay off, but other times they don't significantly change Mina's interactions with Darksong, minus the health loss. That leads to one of the key features of Vicious Sisters, and also one of its biggest drawbacks. Some backtracking is to be expected, particularly in horror games, but this game tends to rely on it to an absurd degree. For example, I noticed that I'd often get an item or a note in the far northeast corner of a map, then have to follow the hint to the far southwest corner. This happened over and over across multiple buildings. It's made worse by several key parts of the map, like connecting hallways or staircases being blocked off or destroyed, forcing long detours. I get that it's to have more monster encounters and play up how warped the Coma's take on the real world is, but it's no less annoying. It's aggravated further by Mina apparently being the embodiment of Murphy's Law. Instead of having to grab a card from her bag at the school to use for the subway, Mina will have it stolen by a shade, be led across the school to find it, go to the subway, find the card has no money on it, find a card machine that only accepts bills when she just has coins, find a shade in a bathroom that will pay for toilet paper, then have to track down said toilet paper because I guess no one stocked any of the adjacent stalls. For the record, that's not an exaggeration. It's an actual sequence of events in the game. Still, I'll take being constantly strung along with fetch quests over getting lost due to how event flags work in Vicious Sisters. Even with an objective list and the map occasionally showing markers for where to go, it can be easy to miss what the game thinks is important. See, Mina often won't pick up any items or read any notes unless A, the light is on so she can see them, and B, she follows a weirdly specific sequence of events. While it may make sense to not take certain items without knowing if she'll use them, shoutouts to every square crank in any Resident Evil game, it's also frustrating to have to follow an unusually strict trail of breadcrumbs so Mina will pick up something she should know will come in handy. I missed a post-it note in a school office, one of 4 I had to read in order, which left Mina unable to see or pick up a key sitting on a desk. Said key was for a room Mina needed to visit, and which a shade already hinted that she should go to. Did I mention this key sequence is also part of Operation Subway Paper from earlier? It can get exhausting not just how often the game uses backtracking and event flags, but how they can make Mina seem oblivious. As much as the means to get through the story bothered me, not much else in Vicious Sisters did. Controls were an issue because I played on a keyboard and, with no options for rebinding and next to no mouse use, I wound up playing the whole game with one gradually cramping hand. That aside, the story is well paced, and the game takes advantage of the expanded setting to do some world building on how the Coma and the beings in it operate. I know some will think the ending, the good/true ending, not the bad one, is somewhat disappointing in one specific regard, but I thought it made sense while still allowing Mina to deal with her faults over the course of the game. The atmosphere stays strong on both an audio and visual front throughout, thanks to the moody ambient tracks and combination of twisting eldritch vines and wax corpse-like figures. As much as I like the world and story of the Coma 2 Vicious Sisters, as well as most of the gameplay, I can't overlook how much it felt like the game was being padded with fetch quests and picky event triggers. I lasted 8 hours on the first go, but had to keep taking breaks every 30 to 40 minutes or so because I could only do so much backtracking or scanning of every wall in every room for hints before needing to do anything else. For those with a higher tolerance for it, the $15 asking price, or about $23 for a deluxe bundle with the art book, soundtrack, and 2 DLC costumes, should be well worth it. After all, someone has to help Mina out so she doesn't have to settle for a disappointing B on her exams. Yes, really. Review score: 3.5 out of 5. OPRAINFALL at GDC Impressions. Tunche. Dated March 25th, 2020. Author's note: this and other similarly named articles were a result of the in-person Game Developers Conference not happening. Various international developers go to events like this to get extra eyes on their projects, and when it was cancelled, sites like Operation Rainfall reached out to give them some extra coverage. El Tunche is a legend about a spirit in the jungles of Peru, known for the whistling noise it makes as it approaches its victims. It makes sense then that Lead Game Studios, based out of Peru, could take inspiration from that to create Tunche, a 2D beat-em-up sporting some gorgeous art and fast-paced co-op play. With a demo available on Steam for a limited time, I took the plunge into the Amazonian jungle to see if the game played as well as it looked. Story is pretty light in the Tunche demo, but the long and the short of it is as follows. You play one of 4 characters: a shaman, a warrior, a cursed boy with bird-like wings, and Hat Kid from A Hat in Time, and fight your way through the deepest, darkest parts of the jungle. Every character handles slightly differently, like how the shaman can summon fire and Hat Kid can fire a beam from an umbrella. These and other abilities will take you through a total of 5 areas, 3 enemy encounters, a bonus room, and a boss fight. The developers of Tunche cite games like Bayonetta, Devil May Cry, and Dragon's Crown as inspirations, and the combat makes that inspiration quite apparent. Each character in Tunche has a basic melee attack, a stronger melee move, and a magic attack, all of which can be mixed together in various combos. These can be done on the ground or in the air, and the game assigns letter grades for how well you chain together attacks. Of course, just mindlessly spamming attacks can get you killed pretty quickly, which is why there's a dash/dodge and jump for every character, the latter of which can transition into mid-air dodges and attacks, or a charged-up ground pound. I was worried about enemy variety, particularly in terms of their attacks, since at first I was able to just kite enemies together and do the ground pound over and over. Thankfully, other enemies showed up, which required me to change strategies and use other attacks. Tunche almost immediately prompts the player to use a controller, and for a good reason. I tried using the keyboard setup early on, but the awkward assignment of buttons had my right hand cramping up from trying to tap dance across 5 keys all crammed next to each other. The controller setup is fine, though with this being a 2D game, I was a bit surprised that the directional pad wasn't used for movement. Instead, it has one direction assigned to potion use. Movement and attacks are all fluid and easy to grasp, except for one thing: vertical mid-air movement. When I jumped and tried moving up or down the screen, it often ended with the character flying way farther than I thought they would. The game itself was thrown off too, as a couple of times I or an enemy trying to follow me clipped through the background or the foreground. Speaking of, the first thing most people will notice about Tunche is its art style, consisting of hand-drawn animations and backgrounds. Screenshots cannot do justice to just how smoothly everything moves in this game, be it the playable characters, the effects of spells they use, or the enemies they beat up. Something else screenshots can't convey is the music, which has a lot of tribal drums and wind instruments. Tracks shift from peaceful to tense to haunting, while trekking deeper and deeper into the jungle. Part of me wonders if the wind instruments are sometimes imitating what the whistle of El Tunche might be like, but that could just be me reading too much into it. My only gripe with the sound as a whole is the noise used for getting hit. It's lacking in impact, and the enemies make the same sound as when the player gets hit, so it can be harder in crowded fights to tell when you're getting hit without staring down the health bar. Part of the roguelike element to this game is that the enemy encounters will change slightly each playthrough, though in the Tunche demo I didn't notice much change in enemy spawns until my 7th or 8th attempt to finish it. The more significant roguelike element comes when all the enemies are cleared in an area. A tree pops out of the ground and drops 2 random abilities, like leeching life from defeated enemies or a chance of chain lightning appearing between 2 enemies when one gets hit. It's apparent there's a slant toward playing co-op, since some abilities are specifically geared toward helping allies but still appear when playing alone. Adjusting these drops to account for single player might be necessary down the line. Tunche has a great look and a solid foundation for its game, but there are still a few minor nagging issues to work through. The good news is it has the time to do so, with the 3rd quarter of 2020 as its targeted release date. While the demo was only available for a limited time, the free-to-play Tunche Arena is still available on Steam. Just try not to get lost in it. After all, it's a jungle out there. Impressions. Find the letter H. Dated April 1st, 2020. Author's note. I was specifically told to go easy on this one. And now for something completely different. Once upon a time, a guy named Will, developer of Soda Drinker Pro, was going through a rough time mentally. He started making a video game as a way to cope and just recently finished it. Then he made it publicly available for free in the hopes that anyone else who was having a rough time could play it and hopefully relax a bit. That game is Find the Letter H. What do you do in Find the Letter H? Exactly what the name says. You see various letters on screen and click on the H when it appears, adding it to a box. There are also beads which pop up everywhere and, when clicked, leave the screen in various ways. Some pop, some form into bits of candy and fly away, and still others will fold in and disappear. As more H's drop into the box, more letters show up at once, and some start to move around the screen. Eventually, though, misclicking or waiting around too long can cause a voice to proclaim you've found enough of the letter H, and the box slams shut. The visuals of Find the Letter H are primarily a mix of hand-drawn animations and photos. The idea is that you're walking around a pond, so the backgrounds are usually photos of parks. I say parks and not the woods, because things like concrete paths, fences, joggers, and dog walkers pop up a lot. Still, I mostly noticed this after playing, because I was concentrating on the letters and beads while hearing someone strum an acoustic guitar in the background. The aforementioned voice is attached to a random friend, standing at the bottom of the screen with their arms outstretched. If this isn't your thing, both he and the beads can be turned off. The real key player in Find the Letter H, though, is the voice, which talks regularly throughout. He makes small talk as the letters scroll, usually about things that might calm or be uplifting to the player. For example, I was asked to think about things that made me laugh or smile. It's apparent some are the result of random phrases being pieced together, though, because some I found to be a bit strange. Some are strange in a good way, like imagining a piece of bread giggling, or what food might be similar to bumper cars. Others are weird in that, is this game going to take a darker turn? Way. Like being asked how my bones feel. It doesn't make that turn, of course, but it took me out of the game's element for a bit. While Find the Letter H is the name of the game, it's not necessarily the aim of the game. I had times where I collected as many as 24 of the letter H and as few as 0. Getting more of them doesn't affect the ending, since even with more letters, the same thing happens. You stop walking around the pond and go home. The experience is tantamount, which is why the game lets you do things like turn off the person at the bottom of the screen, turn off the beads, and even adjust the speed of the letters. After a few trips around the pond, it's apparent Find the Letter H is a rough around the edges solo project. The voice will pop the microphone. The guitar has a background hiss which cuts out when it stops playing. The people look crudely drawn and animated. All that being said, it's a free game released with the intent not to dazzle or challenge, but to relax and maybe find some peace of mind. It's the kind of game where the only thing that matters is whether or not you feel better after playing it than you did before. As for me, I'd say yes. Review: Bookbound Brigade. Dated April 21st, 2020. Hailing from northern Italy, the e-learning and indie game developer Digital Tales created a title which blended Metroidvania-style gameplay with the influence of classic literature and history. The result of this mix is Bookbound Brigade, a game filled with so many references from so many works and historical periods that just by mentioning it, I'm getting flashbacks to every English and history class I ever had. I think it's safe to say this should be more entertaining than any of those. In Bookbound Brigade, every written work, fiction and non-fiction, exists in the realm of the literary world. It's held together by the power of the Book of Books, which has gone missing. Without it, every word that's ever been written down will fade from memory, taking every character and historical figure with it. A mishmash of 6 to 8 characters, fictional and historical, band together on a quest to find the book, in addition to helping other people along the way. The world of Bookbound Brigade is primarily split into 4 areas and the main the Librarium Infinitum. The map, aside from displaying previously visited rooms and any paths leading out of them, will point out things like checkpoint locations, treasure chests, and NPCs. Unfortunately, it doesn't point out things like blocked paths, or obstacles you can't otherwise get past. Also, every quote-unquote room is divided into anywhere from 1 to 4 or 5 screen changes, making navigation and figuring out which doors go where more confusing. Bookbound Brigade centers on a group of people who couldn't be much more different from each other. King Arthur, Nikola Tesla, Robin Hood, Dorothy Gale, Queen Victoria, Sun Wukong, Cassandra, and Dracula. Rather than moving each of them separately, everyone moves as a group. It's weird at first seeing a row of people on top of another row of people, and the same goes for controlling it. Everyone jumps as a group, runs as a group, and changes formations as a group. They can form a single file line, stack like a totem pole, or even form a wheel to get past certain obstacles. These are all tied to holding L and pressing one of the face buttons. It takes getting used to, but it helps that the formations are assigned in ways that make sense. Highest formation is X, lowest is B, etc. Attacking feels pretty random though, since each attack causes a character somewhere in the pile to swing a sword. To consistently land hits, I had to engulf enemies with my people blob and mash the attack button. Combat in Bookbound Brigade can be a minor nightmare, depending on what you're fighting. Small enemies can usually be dealt with using the aforementioned hack and slash method. Others move around if you get too close to them or land too many hits, leading to battles like something out of the Benny Hill School of Combat. Larger enemies have a unique way of being dealt with that involves launching smaller enemies at them, both to stun and to deal more damage. To do so, the party needs to be in totem or single file formation and hit attack a few times to pick up and launch smaller baddies. Often I would end up doing this too fast, either not launching the enemy or killing it before it had the chance to go airborne. Also, due to how far away the camera is from the action and how small the party is, I'd often not realize I was facing the wrong direction and waste time tossing grunts at a wall. Combat still takes a back seat to the most prominent part of Bookbound Brigade: platforming. Every room is littered with spikes, flame jets, pits, saw blades, pendulum blades, and all other sorts of nastiness. It's like a never-ending series of deadly ninja warrior stages. Touching most anything takes off a bit of health and forces a respawn at the start of that section. The game does well to force the player to use all the different formations and abilities to traverse dangerous areas, but it also doesn't seem to know when to quit. It's not an exaggeration to say some rooms ask you to get past close to 20 obstacles without getting hit. Touching a spike or a fireball more than halfway through such a section can and will happen. A lot. One was so long that when I got hit, I was transported back to a previous screen change. The more I played this game, the shorter my sessions got as frustrations mounted. Aside from basic movement and swinging swords, characters pick up various abilities while progressing through Bookbound Brigade. Things like double jumping, charging through barriers, ground pounding, and grabbing rings to swing from slowly open up different parts of this Metroidvania-styled world. Most are assigned to various characters in the party, like how Dracula can turn into a bat and help the group glide after jumping. While that makes sense, some abilities are so similar to each other that it feels more like filler to prevent the player from progressing too fast. Tesla, Dorothy, and Cassandra each get an ability where you mash a button at certain landmarks to open a new path. That's all they do. At least the different missiles and bombs in Super Metroid do something besides open color-coded doors. These abilities are learned from other literary figures encountered throughout Bookbound Brigade. Everyone from Santa Muerte to the Red Baron to Joan of Arc to Christopher Columbus pops up in various areas. Once found, they dole out health and memory pages, which are a currency of sorts for upgrading the party that also appear when defeating enemies or busting open chests. Said upgrades include health boosts, more critical hits, finding more pages in health from crates, and the like. The prices scale up at a decent rate to prevent being too under or overpowered as the game progresses. There are also side quests for most of the characters to get more pages, though they all involve finding some thematically appropriate item for them. Golden apples for Hercules, toy soldiers for Lemuel Gulliver, kitchen knives for Julius Caesar, etc. Yes, the guy who was stabbed dozens of times wants a set of kitchen knives. That's a pretty solid example of the type of humor in Bookbound Brigade. Characters, including and especially ones in the party, regularly take digs at each other. By themselves, the jokes are fine. However, often the same kind of joke got used over and over until I became sick of them. Some go more into gallows humor, which I'm fine with, but the repetition didn't help on this front either. I was to the point I dreaded finding certain characters because I could tell I was going to hear, for example, more Joan of Arc getting set on fire jokes than I ever wanted to hear. I will say that Bookbound Brigade looks and sounds nice. The various animations and backgrounds are well done, and the music serves as a nice complement to the environments. Well, when it's playing at least. There were times where the game went several minutes with no music playing. This only made me realize more quickly that I was traversing a lot of similar trap setups, but in different rooms. It also made every unusually long hallway seem a little bit longer, and every set of platforms leading to another part of the room taller. And that leads to my biggest problem with Bookbound Brigade. Let's say there's a movie you like that's 90 minutes long. Would it have been a better film if it were another 50 minutes longer? Probably not. The pacing would be thrown off and some scenes might come off as filler. Video games like Bookbound Brigade have the same problem. A less is more approach would massively cut down on the time I spent jogging down long hallways, jumping up dozens of platforms, getting lost in similar-looking halls, and backtracking from dead ends or progression blockers I couldn't see until I was right in front of them. Top that off with most of the boss fights, save for a few mini-bosses here and there, being closer to the end, and the first half of the game or so ends up being largely uneventful. I want to like Bookbound Brigade more than I do. I like the concept of working in several references to classic literature and historical figures in a big ol' side-scrolling adventure. As is, it's a serviceable Metroidvania with somewhat awkward combat and levels composed of rooms that blend together and stretch on for way too long. It took almost 18 hours for me, in large part due to navigation problems. Like how every word in a good book is written with purpose, this game needs to better apply that methodology to its level design. It could easily scale back some rooms and/or improve navigation and trim a few unnecessary hours off its runtime. If monotony isn't an issue, you'll probably find the $19.99 it costs to be worth it in the end. Review score: 3 out of 5. OPRAINFALL at GDC Impressions. Relic Hunter's Legend. Dated May 19th, 2020. Once upon a time, Brazilian developer Rogue Snail set out to make a game with shooting, evil space ducks, and the shooting of said ducks. That was Relic Hunters 0. Now though, they've taken that concept and expanded upon it, with RPG elements, a story, and a robust multiplayer component. The result is Relic Hunter's Legend, a cooperative top-down shooter with RPG-style progression, loot drops, and an art style that wouldn't look out of place in a Saturday morning cartoon. Currently in Steam's early access, it's slated to be free to play once it launches. That said, where does the game currently stand? At the moment, Relic Hunter's Legend is in what's referred to as the Founders Alpha build. Due to its current state, there are a number of features that the final build will have, but which I couldn't assess at the time. These include the following: a journal to keep track of quests, various social functions, friends list, clans, etc., a hub to interact with other players, cosmetics and hunter customization, and a rebel rank which raises hunter level caps and gives points to level up skills. What's here for now is a half-dozen or so missions, not counting the 2 story-heavy intro missions, on a couple different difficulty levels. It's just enough to give an idea of how the progression system works and tease the closed-off portions of the overworld map. The story for this build of Relic Hunter's Legend gets across the basics. You play as Seven, a person who's lost their memory to the point they don't know their real name. Seven has a weird diamond machine thing the size of a car with 07 on the side of it, thus the name. They somehow traveled through time and messed up the timeline, but they also came across and joined a group called the Relic Hunters. This rebel group tracks down relics of the old world to restore the true version of the past and overthrow an empire led by Duke Dukan and his mostly duck army. There are 2 levels that cover this, not counting the short prologue, and considering where the story stops, I can only assume more of the gaps in the plot get filled in as things progress. Let's start by getting one thing out of the way. I enjoy the base gameplay of Relic Hunter's Legend. It starts off slow, but once I got to the online stages, I was wading through and shooting up wave after wave of enemies. Each level has environment pieces of varying heights, which both the player and enemies can jump up or down while attacking, allowing for some light platforming without interrupting the flow of combat. Sometimes the pauses between waves are a bit too long, particularly during Defend the Point stages, but otherwise the pace only gets thrown off by one thing: dying. Most levels are long maps where enemies appear at set points. Dying sends the player back almost to the beginning of the stage. It usually only takes 10 to 15 seconds to get back, but it's enough of an annoyance to get under my skin, even with being able to sprint and do a quick dash. That pales in comparison to my biggest issue with Relic Hunter's Legend. It's designed for online play, but I don't know how balanced it is for people playing solo. I couldn't find anyone to play with, so I went through every available stage alone. For levels that have a boss at the end, the one boss that appears in all the skirmish levels, the same thing happened almost every time. I ran out of ammo. You can equip 2 guns and swap between them, but even with that and recharging offensive abilities, I wound up in a stalemate with a boss that could regenerate a shield faster than I could destroy it and put a dent in the health bar. I hope in the future there's some effort to balance things according to how many hunters are on the map. Hunters in Relic Hunter's Legend boost their stats by collecting gear drops from enemies, then upgrading them using crafting materials either found or recycled from old gear. I'm a big fan of this system, since it puts old equipment to use in a system where better weapons aren't simply bought. Better gear not only boosts stats, but the gear level of a hunter. This acts like the "you must be this tall to ride" measurement of what levels a hunter can or can't visit. Once again, I'm a fan of this, as it helps prevent low-level hunters from being overwhelmed and or sandbagging other hunters' performance. The sights of Relic Hunter's Legend work well, but the sounds are a bit of a mixed bag. The soundtrack makes heavy use of chiptune, which bounces between goofy and pseudo-serious songs. I don't mean that as an insult, it fits the visual aesthetic well enough. Sound effects are all well done, particularly when one of the Ducans dies and emits a "not Donald Duck" cry of anguish. My one criticism is with the implementation of voices in the story missions. Everyone has short multi-purpose voice clips that play over the on-screen dialogue. However, they tend to play way too often, and distract from what the character is actually saying. Hopefully these get scaled back a bit in future builds. Overall, I'm encouraged by what I've seen from Relic Hunter's Legend. The gameplay, the most important part, just needs a little fine-tuning to improve an already fun experience. Well, that and it needs a little collision testing, as I fell through a few walls, specifically diagonal ones hidden by higher environment pieces. I can't speak for the multiplayer aspect, but the single-player experience kept me interested in seeing what comes next. Or maybe I should say when comes next, what with the time travel. Review: Treachery in Beatdown City. Dated June 25th, 2020. I'm all for experimenting with genres, particularly mixing them in new or unusual ways. In this case, when I first heard there was a beat-em-up on the Switch with tactical combat elements, my interest was immediately piqued. New Challenger blended those together and formed Treachery in Beatdown City, sporting a retro-style presentation and a penchant for dark comedy. As for how well this combination worked, let's take the plunge. Treachery in Beatdown City takes place on the mean streets of East Fulton. The streets got that way because the mayor, Mike Moneybags, locked down the city and disbanded the police partially due to a lack of funding. Why else did he do this? Because ninjas kidnapped the president, of course. With thugs, punks, drunks, bikers, meatheads, preppies, yuppies, joggers, and deranged ex-officers running wild, former police chief Santiago enlists the help of his daughter and a couple friends to help take back the city. As is already apparent, New Challenger makes several references to older beat-em-ups, and they certainly don't end with the game's premise. While it pays homage to classic beat-em-ups, Treachery in Beatdown City certainly doesn't play like them. Every fight happens at specific points on an overworld map, denoted by an enemy walking in place menacingly. They start with the player and enemy appearing on opposite sides of a street-level zone. Then they beat each other up until one loses all their HP. Where this game differs greatly from normal beat-em-ups is the action and FP system. Yes, you can stroll up to opponents and throw punches, but that alone won't deal anywhere near enough damage. The player has a bar split into 3 parts, with each section being one action the player can take. The FP count is tied to a menu listing various attacks or actions the player can take, like blocking, attacking, grappling, and using items. Both recharge slowly over time, but fill faster when the player is being more aggressive and landing more hits. A series of attacks will give combo bonuses, boosting the FP count and the action bar faster. It's bizarre at first, but since it rewards going after enemies, the pace of play stays fairly high. A few fights in, it was virtually second nature to me. It's easy to get complacent graphically for a game like Treachery and Beatdown City, but New Challenger did their best to keep things fresh as time went on. Yes, sometimes backgrounds for some fights will look the same, but they change enough while moving through the city to not elicit a groan from fighting in front of the same buildings over and over. Also, they added little details like referential graffiti and posters to said backgrounds to make them feel like more than just random soulless buildings. On an entirely different note, they added different portraits for different emotions to every enemy with spoken dialogue, taking the caricature-like drawings to a borderline cartoonish level of expression. Contrasted with the much more down-to-earth portraits for the player characters, it certainly helps get across just how crazy things have gotten in East Fulton. Treachery in Beatdown City features 3 playable characters, each with their own preferred fighting style. Brad is a former pro wrestler whose best attacks are grapples, Bruce is a striking-based capoeira fighter, and Lisa is the best of both worlds character who trains in boxing and MMA. Everyone starts with a limited move list, but earns more attacks, plus extra HP and FP as the game progresses. Some function as short combos while others can give various buffs or inflict debuffs on an enemy. This includes grapple attacks, which can be countered if used at the wrong time. There's a lot of leeway for linking different moves together, so long as you have enough FP to do it. One of my favorite strings of moves involves a defense debuff, followed by an accuracy buff, followed by either a 3-hit combo or a strong knockdown shot. Decent playable characters means little without a solid cast of cronies to beat up, and thankfully Treachery in Beatdown City has that. As I alluded to near the beginning of the review, enemies vary wildly. Not only do they vary in appearance and personality, they vary in fighting styles as well. Some are brawlers. Some mostly use grapples. Some dodge strikes before inflicting status effects. Still others sit back and buff other enemies in the area. There are even joggers and bikers who don't attack at all. They're just there to annoy you. These different units get introduced slowly throughout the game, sometimes alongside other units, and force you to think about what character to use for each encounter. At first, fights will involve one enemy, but as time goes on, they'll get stronger and appear 2 or 3 at a time. Sometimes they'll have weapons which deal massive amounts of damage. Other fights will start with 2 people, and once they're dealt with, 2 more will appear. Difficulty ramps up steadily throughout, so by the hour mark, most fights won't be walkovers. However, the game isn't excessively harsh. If you lose a fight, the game lets you try it again and gives back any items that were used in the last attempt. Also, there's a full heal and save point every 4 or 5 fights at a food truck called Farouk's Damn Halal, one of many wrestling references throughout. On top of that, each character has a fair amount of interactions and dialogue with the various enemies in Treachery in Beatdown City. Granted, most enemies are one-note caricatures that make you want to punch them in the face, but since that's the point of the game, I'm okay with it. As for the dark comedy aspect, these interactions are where it usually shows up. Frequently lampooned targets include social platforms like Instagram and gig sites like Fiverr, as well as the people who frequent them. However, since the 3 playable characters include a Hispanic woman and a black man with a Jamaican flag on his gear, those also become fuel for the face-punching fire. There's even a segment involving a former cop talking about protesters, which hits a very different note now than it did when the game first released. All that being said, nothing crosses the line to become outright offensive, and the dialogue exchanges are written well. I have a solid 24 screenshots on my Switch of one-liners and accidental self-deprecation by some of the more vapid opponents. Sound-wise, Treachery in Beatdown City complements its look. By that I mean it's loaded with chiptunes and those chunky hit sounds that might show up in an NES beat-em-up. The music helps keep the action going by staying up-tempo for fights and map navigation, but becomes almost comically serious during conversations. If that sounds like an insult, it's not. I love hearing serious music as someone laments how their social media accounts don't have enough followers. I really don't have much to complain about in Treachery in Beatdown City, except the ending. It comes out of nowhere and isn't really an ending, since it segs into a second episode which isn't available as of my writing this, though the developer has teased its release recently. I'm of two minds on this. I'm glad that there will be more to the game, but I'm also a bit let down at the lack of resolution. Just don't drag this out for way too long a la Shenmue and this won't be a problem. Treachery in Beatdown City well surpassed my expectations. I was skeptical of the combat system and how long it could hold my interest, but after nearly 6 hours I find myself wanting the second episode to drop the moment I finish typing this review. It scales up nicely in difficulty and sprinkles in new moves, new enemies, and new tactics at just the right rate to keep things interesting the whole way through. I'm usually the wait for a sale type and not keen on episodic games, particularly ones that cost $20 on the Nintendo eShop, but even if the second episode somehow bombed, I'd still be happy with what the first delivered. Here's hoping that wherever the game goes from here, it involves even more fighting and a healthy helping of Farouk's halal. Review score 4.5 out of 5. Review: Habroxia. Dated July 1st, 2020. Space-based shooters have been a staple of video games for decades. Even today, they still come out on a fairly regular basis. Enter Lilimo Games' retro-styled shoot-'em-up, Habroxia, a game which leans heavily on the classics while trying to add a few new twists. Is it enough to leave a lasting impression? There's only one way to find out. Story is in short supply in Habroxia, so let's sum the whole thing up in 2 sentences and move on. Aliens are invading the galaxy. Stop them. The gameplay will feel instantly familiar to anyone who's played a top-down scrolling shooter before, moving right and shooting baddies as they appear. Sometimes the game will shift from a side-scroller to a vertical scroller mid-stage, which is a nice little novelty, but doesn't affect how the game plays outside of a perspective change. Controlling Habroxia is fairly simple, and there are a couple nice touches to how the player's ship performs. While not particularly fast, it offers a few different firing options. One fire button shoots a straight concentrated blast. The other fire button shoots from the side of the ship. Holding both fires a spread shot in front. Each has a use for different situations and different attack patterns, both for bosses and for regular enemies. On top of that, items drop which give power-ups like damage boosts, a shield, or a bomb that wipes the screen of enemies. I'd almost argue it makes the player too capable, but I'll delve more into that later. Habroxia offers 4 modes of play, but 3 of them need to be unlocked by playing the first, Story Mode. Calling it Story Mode is being quite generous, as there's little to no storytelling happening. The bulk of Story Mode's 15 levels involve destroying as many enemy ships as possible, then defeating the boss at the end. Once in a while, a boss-only level will appear, or a couple that involve saving astronauts floating in space. said astronauts don't actually need to be saved to complete the level, which is good because you can easily kill them by accident if they pop up in the line of fire. A successful rescue unlocks their profiles in the pause menu, giving a first name and one-sentence description of how they got stranded. That, and you get to see them dropped off at a space station at the end of the level, and see their thank you text overlap until it's a barely readable mess. In addition, the story mode of Habroxia has an upgrade system for the ship. Options include more powerful shots, heat-seeking rockets that fire automatically, increased fire rate, and a wider spread, among others. These are bought using credits, which can be found in destructible objects or sometimes dropped by enemies. Credits don't appear often enough to buy up all the upgrades before the midway point, but they can be accumulated by playing the same level multiple times. Considering most levels only last 2 or 3 minutes, grinding for upgrades is pretty simple to pull off. The difficulty scales up enough for it to be a handy tool for progression, but replaying old story levels with the upgrades trivializes them, to the point I could just hold both fire buttons, make sure I didn't fly into a wall, and get through unscathed. That leads to 2 of my biggest problems with Habroxia. The first is the general difficulty. Enemies have very easy to read movement and shooting patterns, and often don't appear in large enough groups or fire in enough directions to warrant more than moving slightly to one side. Virtually every enemy, even if my weapons weren't strong enough to kill them, could be easily maneuvered around and forgotten about. Even the bosses don't offer much challenge, with maybe 1 or 2 managing to hit me more than once or twice. I should note I'm not particularly good at shooters, but this game offered little in the way of challenge for the main campaign. The second problem is how story mode ends. I beat a random boss, the screen turned to a vertical scroll, and the credits started. Just call it arcade mode instead of having a story mode where the story doesn't start or end. Part of the problem with Habroxia's difficulty curve, or rather difficulty plateau, is a lack of enemy variety. It's advertised that there are over 50 different enemy types, but thinking back on my experience, I'm struggling to remember more than 12, assuming landmines count as an enemy. Even bosses suffer from this, as at least 2 of them are simply Mark II versions of prior bosses, which as far as I could tell just meant they took more hits to destroy and had maybe 1 extra attack. The AI for enemies is clearly just a set pattern repeated throughout the game as well. The same enemies consistently appear from the same parts of the screen and use the same attacks at the same time. Agony, thy name is monotony. Beyond story mode, Habroxia offers 3 other modes of play, all of the quote-unquote endless variety, and none of which factor in story mode ship upgrades. Invasion has you shoot down waves of enemies until either you die or you fail to destroy every enemy in a wave. Second is rescue mode, where you keep going until failing to rescue any astronauts that appear. Last is Shield Maiden, a mode with an interesting setup, but which highlights the game's enemy problem. You start with the weakest guns and low health, and the only pickups are shields. The idea is to survive as long as possible, but the easy-to-avoid enemies appearing too far apart in the same movement and attack patterns as in story mode, plus health pickups dropping regularly from breakable objects, make it very easy to survive. I hit the 20-minute mark before deliberately flying into a wall after seeing the same limited selection of maps and enemies appear over and over. Replay value shouldn't be a problem for games like Habroxia, and yet it has that very problem. Story mode takes less than an hour and a half to get through, and since there's only one save for everything, replaying it from the beginning would require deleting the game's save data. The 3 unlockable modes don't offer much incentive to keep playing, nor do the high score tables for each story mode level. Oh, did I mention? There's a scoring system with a combo multiplier, which goes up for every enemy destroyed and resets to 0 for every enemy missed. I say enemy, but for some reason, meteoroids count as enemies. Point being, if you replay older stages with an upgraded ship, it drastically changes the standings of the high score table, which I still can't tell if the other names on it are real or not. If anyone plays this and sees SCR on the list, now you know who that is. Even presentation-wise, Habroxia leaves something to be desired. Starting up the game tosses you to a mode select menu, and some organization choices are just confusing. The stats menu can only be accessed while playing a level, same with an astronaut profile list. Viewing a high score table in one mode forces you to go through a ship upgrade menu instead of backing out normally. The audio is thematically appropriate with the NES-like visuals, but often seems like some songs are playing without a track. Imagine a rock band where the guitar only has 3 strings and half the drum set is missing, and you're pretty close. The options menu is only accessible in-game, and only consists of sound and music volume toggles. Everything seems strangely disjointed, and does nothing to help improve my perception of how the game plays. While it's functional as a game, I expected more from Habroxia. That may sound unfair, but my expectation was not to breeze through everything the game had to offer in less time than a Lord of the Rings movie and feel no urge to return to any of it. What it does right, it does with no particular finesse. It's a shooter in which I was able to get away with not shooting anything, or mindlessly holding the fire buttons on way too many occasions. Considering what else is available, not just on consoles but on PC as well, I struggle to recommend this to anyone, barring a massive discount from its $7.99 asking price. Review score: 2 out of 5. Review: Indiecalypse. Dated July 6th, 2020. Author's note: while this game doesn't have the lowest score possible, it did achieve another infamous feat. Out of all the games I reviewed for this site, it was far and away the game that I hated more than anything else. I actually hate this way more than I hated Resident Evil 6, and I'd have to think long and hard about if I hate it more than Stonekeep Bones of the Ancestors. The head editor had me cut out a portion where I lambasted the developers directly and tried walking the game's Kickstarter backers through the stages of grief. Yes, this game was crowdfunded. Put yourself in the shoes of someone who backed this game as I talk through what it's like. Welcome to the would-be Bowfinger of video games. Perhaps I should explain. Much like how Bowfinger is a comedy film about making a movie, Indiecalypse is a humor-driven video game about making a video game. Pulling off a meta take on a medium, any medium, takes a lot of finesse and clever writing, and I was quite curious to see if Jandusoft could pull it off. Indiecalypse mostly follows Jack Jackson, who wants to be the greatest game developer of all time. Through several misadventures, he ends up getting kicked out of programming school, but finds an ad for a game jam with a $10,000 prize. He then partners up with a composer and an artist to try and make the ultimate game, and various struggles ensue. If Jack sounds remotely likable at this point, I'm sorry for misleading you. He also moderates a forum called 4chan, goes by the username DarkPenetrator69, and has a massive superiority complex. There. Now you have a more complete picture of this guy. Before I dive into how Indiecalypse plays, I have to explain its structure. The first part of the game is a side-scrolling adventure in which the player walks around an environment and interacts with people or objects. The second part is a minigame of some sort, which relates to a task the character must perform. It reminds me of games like the Bishibashi Special series or Incredible Crisis, but with an extra mode of play connecting each minigame. There are 25 of said minigames, and the abrupt stop-start nature of switching between these different modes of play is jarring, and a bit frustrating at times. At least the music that plays for each game is appropriate to what's being parodied, even if the songs themselves aren't particularly memorable. Speaking of frustrating, I can't explain how Indiecalypse controls like I would any other game because, thanks to the minigames, the controls constantly change. That in itself wouldn't be so bad, except the explanations for each minigame consist of nothing but a few screenshots with hands pointing to various things on screen. At no point is there any explanation for which buttons do what, so every game starts with mashing every button on the controller to see if they do anything. Outside of the minigames, I would frequently load in to find my character moving to one side of the screen. At first I thought this was Joy-Con drift, but no, it just happens sometimes. The minigames in Indiecalypse tend to parody other popular games. Sort of. I say sort of because it looks like someone ran out of ideas and filled in the blanks with other stuff. Sure, there are parodies of things like Papers, Please, Hotline Miami, and Duck Hunt, but at one point there's a minigame which is just Simon. There will be a Cooking Mama parody, then a few minigames later a Breaking Bad cooking game pops up because they already used Cooking Mama. The Enter the Gungeon and The Binding of Isaac parodies are so similar it's hard to justify both existing. Other minigames are things like tossing wadded up dollars into a cup, or a dress-up game with only 4 options for 3 different areas. Eventually the minigames devolved to the point all I was doing was moving left or right, or in one case, pressing down now and then. Overall, most of these minigames would be better off uploaded as individual Flash games to Newgrounds than as part of a full-fledged release. After a while, I came to dread the moments in Indiecalypse when a minigame appeared, because of how ill-conceived and poorly executed some of them are. One is styled like an old-school FPS, which I'm fairly certain the map was copy-pasted, considering I found a secret at the same place it was in the original. But at a couple points I walked directly through the walls. The Duck Hunt parody blocks almost a third of the screen with trash bags, which the targets love to fly behind. The rhythm game parodies don't line the inputs up with the rhythm of the music. There's a Mortal Kombat parody which lasts less than 30 seconds and just involves dodging a few high or low attacks. One generic platformer saw me falling through platforms and dying, or bouncing off platforms that already disappeared. Considering how short or simplistic all the minigames are in a game featuring someone trying to become a great game coder, it's baffling to see how many mistakes in design or coding kept popping up. Possibly the best part of Indiecalypse is its art style. It's reminiscent of various Cartoon Network shows and animated pretty smoothly throughout. I am, of course, talking about the non-minigame sections. The minigames vary in visual quality, based on whether they're trying to look like the game they're parodying or not. The Tapper parody features a sprite which glitches out and ends up on top of the large machines in the background constantly. The Super Punch-Out parody's frame rate is on par with the average PowerPoint presentation. The absolute worst-looking ones, however, are the 3D minigames. The combination of poorly used cell shading and bizarre color palettes turn these games into the psychedelic video game equivalent of ugly Christmas sweaters. One 3D minigame doesn't fit this bill, but does have noticeable seams where parts of the level don't line up. Far and away the best looking minigame is the Cuphead parody, but as is a pattern in this game, even that found a way to be ruined. Okay, I've danced around the biggest issue with Indiecalypse long enough. It prominently advertises its use of dark humor, and I have no problem with that. However, what's in this game is not dark humor. This game feels like it was written by a junior high student who badly wants to be the class clown. One of the first characters to pop up is a guy named Professor Fuckeye, and later on there's a lady named Miss Saggy Tits. A couple characters wet themselves, which is supposed to be funny, I think. At one point there's a group whose name abbreviates to penis. Laugh, damn you. An over-the-top gay guy dies in a bondage hammock. Then someone cuts his pelvis off and uses it in an improvised art piece. Please laugh. There's a character later on called Cliff Blozinski. I imagine whoever came up with that got a high five for coming up with something so clever. Then there are times the game makes references to random movies or songs, but forgets that a reference is not in itself a joke and they fall flat. Oh, but wait, there's the Cuphead parody, titled Bloodhead. Don't deal with the devil. Aside from the laziness of not changing the tagline at all, this minigame features the female character flying through her own vagina on a bloody tampon, ending with a short boss fight against a lady in a red hat and trench coat named Carmen San Menstru. The only dark humor I can think of is that some people get killed, which isn't dark humor, it's just dark. Even when it tries to poke fun at game development or the industry at large, it comes off as flat and awkwardly executed. I realize humor is highly subjective, but I highly regret subjecting myself to this game's humor. Even on the story front, Indiecalypse doesn't seem to know what it wants to do. The game jam Jack was gearing up for, the one with the $10,000 cash prize, that gets dropped and never mentioned again. Later, Jack needs to find money fast so the landlord doesn't evict him and an old man he accidentally killed. That gets dropped and never mentioned again. For reasons I still don't understand, the musician of the group joined them because a pot used to make drugs was also used to serve kids in a cafeteria, which made all of them and the building explode. The ending doesn't come off as an ending so much as the game running out of ideas and needing to end by any means necessary. If the humor were better, this might not matter so much, but as is, everything feels half-baked. Indiecalypse stands as an example of misplaced effort. Instead of being one polished game, it's a cobbled-together mess of several different incomplete builds of games. Even the Kickstarter backer list seems rushed, since none of the names are in alphabetical order. The humor isn't dark so much as desperate and annoying, to a degree that even Meet the Spartans thinks it's overdoing it. In a way, its portrayal of video game fans and developers reminds me of the movie Ready to Rumble, which is about pro wrestling and designed for its fans, but ends up depicting those fans as dumb, immature, irrational troglodytes. This game isn't even 4 hours long, but not only did it feel much longer, I had to keep taking breaks every 20 minutes or so. Sometimes I just had to play something else, but usually I laid in bed and stared at the ceiling because this game's sense of humor has that effect. $12.99 is far too much, and I'm not sure any sale price could ever justify buying this. Review score 1 out of 5. Review: Waking. Dated August 17th, 2020. It's not often that I get to cover a game from a small independent developer that I knew about previously. But here we are. Iowa-based developer Jason Oda, who I remember from the sitcom-inspired Perfect Strangers Nothing's Gonna Stop Me Now browser game, a deep cut, I know, sought to make something that combined exploration, guided meditation, and stunning visuals. Waking is such an experience. It prominently warns that people with a history of depression, anxiety, or self-harm should not play it. But warnings like that haven't stopped me before. Waking focuses on the mind of a patient in a coma. Said patient is barely clinging to life, and, in their mind, being led toward the light by one being, and led away from it by another. What ensues is a struggle by the patient's inner self to stay alive or lay to rest, all while exploring their best and worst aspects of their life and reconstructing their memories in a mind palace of sorts. I have to be a bit vague when describing parts of the game, because some of it is influenced by player choice. It asks the player for a name, height, and build, with only normal or husky being choices, then eventually asks about things like their pains and desires in life, hometown, place they'd go to be alone, and whether they had a pet dog or cat. Any names input for them become the names of attacks or abilities. It's a charming way to personalize the experience, though it takes getting used to in some instances. Having a companion named after my pet is one thing, but hurling a projectile named after my hometown always felt an immersion-breaking level of weird. It's hard to describe how progression in Waking works because of how it's structured. Generally speaking, it's a third-person action game where the player takes down enemies by shooting, slashing, and throwing items at them. There are bosses to fight, nodes to power up, puzzles to solve, and questions to answer. However, about 1 hour in, the objective of the game abruptly shifts to include a hub of sorts and a quote-unquote world map called the Mindscape. This has several nodes leading to several procedurally generated areas. Basically, you fight your way through a bunch of places to unlock memories, then use the power of those to snap out of the coma. I like the concept, and the visuals do a lot to both help and hurt the motif. They help in that they're effective at creating a lucid, dreamlike atmosphere, and at times produce some quite striking imagery. They hurt in that most of the player characters' animations seem stilted and awkward. But the biggest problem is bloom. There is an excess of bloom in half of the environments, hanging like a thick fog over the bulk of the game. This haziness can make it difficult to spot items or objectives, even with the occasional minimap showing colored objective markers. The other half have little to no light, making it hard to tell where important items are, where the edges of platforms are, particularly for indoor sections, or whether an area is a pit or solid ground. There are a myriad of important numbers at work in Waking, each demanding varying levels of attention. Neurons act like magic points, being used not only to power certain abilities, but also to do things like unlock or activate objects necessary to progression. Health is self-explanatory, but there are two other constantly fluctuating stats to worry about: hope and fear. Hope is gained primarily by defeating certain enemies, and it allows the player to open certain boxes or pick up certain special items. However, hope also resets to 0 every time the player gets hit or falls into a pit. Considering this sometimes happens for reasons beyond the player's control, it's frustrating to get blindsided by something off-screen or, just as an example, having an enemy shoot through a wall to hit me. The other stat is fear, which goes up when getting damaged by most attacks, opening new areas, or discovering new objectives. A higher fear count causes enemies to behave differently, namely by being able to shield certain attacks. While it sounds good on paper, I found that the fear count would tend to spiral upward way too often. Having it go up for ancillary things like getting a new objective seemed like overkill in practice. For reasons I'll go into later, despite there being power-ups to drain the fear count a bit, it usually wound up being the one stat I could do the least about. Neurons can also be drained by enemy attacks, effectively limiting what, if anything, the player can use to attack, often at the worst possible times. Of course, that's assuming you're playing on a higher difficulty. The default is Indie, while the others consist of very easy, easy, medium, and souls. Even with the explanations, I don't understand the justification for some of these names. Beyond those items, there are tons of other things to find and explore in Waking. Certain areas are specifically labeled as side quests, which I appreciate, and every area includes hidden doors to unlock or passages to find. Trials are in each stage, allowing the player to earn health, neurons, or a fear reduction for completing a certain task. Wishes are a special item that function like currency, allowing stat boosts to certain attacks to be purchased. There are shrines that require special quest items, found throughout, which give further specific boosts. Companion attack damage, lowering ability neuron costs, etc. It's nice to have all these extra avenues to go down, but can also feel disjointed. Between this, the more linear first hour, and the pace being broken up by some brief guided meditation sessions about the patient's life, it sometimes feels like there are 3 different games fighting for screen time. It also doesn't help that the guided meditation portions, the parts where you're supposed to relax, tended to show up almost immediately after boss fights. These might have worked much better if spaced out further from the loudest and most strenuous parts of the game. The sound in Waking is both its greatest success and one of its biggest shortcomings. The music consists mostly of haunting piano medleys, complemented by what sounds like either a small orchestra or a string quartet. The songs are very simple in composition, but effective at helping the dreamlike world feel more alive. My one exception to this is the boss music, which sounds like someone took 10 seconds of one of the piano parts and made a dubstep track. This misstep pales in comparison to the rest of the sound design. Audio balance is all over the place, as sometimes I would land a jump and barely hear the impact, while other times a massive thud would blare through my speakers. The longer the game went on, the more often sound effects would outright break and start looping until I left an area. Sometimes they wouldn't break during gameplay, but if I opened my menu for any reason, which happens a lot since that's where different attacks and abilities are equipped, it seemed like every sound from the past 10 seconds would come back at once and form a ghoulish audio slurry. This goes on even longer than it should because the menu dumps everything into one giant list instead of easy-to-navigate pages. There were a few ways I was expecting my immersion to be broken, and that wasn't one of them. There's not much in the way of enemy variety in Waking, to the point I saw most of what the game had to offer within the first hour. Not counting bosses, I can think of 4, maybe 5 enemies, 2 of which are basically turrets, and one of which is more or less the baby version of another turret-like enemy that looks like a desk lamp and the Metalocalypse logo had a baby. Bosses don't offer much variety either, as they usually fall into one of 2 categories. Guy animal thing that slowly walks toward you and sometimes attacks, and the supersized version of the aforementioned heavy metal desk lamp. Not since Contra Rogue Corps have I seen the same bosses and the same enemies in the same or similar arenas recycled ad nauseum. Actually attacking enemies in Waking is equal parts endearing and ridiculous. Later on you can do things like sick your pet or friend on enemies to stun them, in addition to searching for secret areas. However, the bulk of the game is spent picking up objects, charging them, and throwing them at enemies. When I say objects, I mean things like polyhedrons or shields representing beliefs or feelings, as well as junk that spawns randomly. This includes, but is not limited to, crates, barrels, oil drums, pipes, aluminum sheets, tiles, lamps, and vases. Because it's sitting around on the ground, if 2 interactables are too close to each other, it's easy to struggle to pick the right thing up. It's also easy to not see this junk, as it's easily obscured by low light or tall grass, both of which this game has in spades. Considering the smaller enemies respawn after a while, and the junk seemingly doesn't, it's easy to run out and hastily run towards an exit before fully exploring everything. This isn't an issue in boss fights, but there the junk continually despawns and respawns in different locations. Aside from the frustration of items disappearing right as I'm about to pick them up, it's amusing that the bosses sometimes involve tossing tires, barrels, and drums at enemies. It works for Donkey Kong Country, but here it's out of place. Of course, every enemy in Waking is made more challenging than they ever should be thanks to the controls. While platforming is minimal, jumping and double jumping involve a violent sudden ascent and an almost equally sudden drop. Movement seems to have a strange delay on it, to the point I needed to change directions almost half a second before I thought I should. The game includes a warning not to play on a keyboard, which I initially ignored because I play most PC games on it. However, having F assigned to lock-on and E assigned to abilities and some attacks means not being able to attack without either standing still or strafing left in most cases, when the lock-on doesn't go to the wrong enemy at least. Having an option to rebind keys would have been far more effective than telling everyone to grab a controller, which, even after I tried it, didn't help much. Many enemy attacks force you to either stop moving or move very slowly for a few seconds. Since there aren't any invulnerability frames, it's way too easy to get stun-locked when there are more than a couple enemies to deal with. A couple times I had this happen when the camera got stuck behind a wall and the audio glitched out, so I had no idea what was happening. Then I'd be able to see again and find a third of my life gone, all my hope gone, some of my neurons gone, and the fear bar 4 times higher than it was before. Also, most areas don't have checkpoints. If you die for any reason, you start the entire area over as a tips screen tells you what to do better, even if it involves things beyond your control. Waking is a game at odds with itself. Like the patient struggling between life and death, it struggles to decide whether the action or the narrative drives it, and beyond that, what kind of action, stealth, combat, etc., to focus on. Over the course of my 13 hours with it, which felt much longer. It tried doing too much and ended up not executing on most fronts. While it has strong visuals, music, and themes, as well as a fair amount of content, the unwieldy controls, audio glitches, and repetitive nature of the gameplay drag it down. There is something decent here, but it keeps getting buried under the piles of Mindscape junk. $20 is a bit much unless you're completely sold on the concept, and positive you won't get tired of tossing landfill fodder at the same handful of enemies for several hours. Review score 2.5 out of 5. Review: Rock of Ages 3 Make and Break. Dated August 28th, 2020. Let's start with 5 words that should have prevented me from reviewing this. I hate tower defense games. The only way I could hate them more is if someone added visual novel elements to them. However, Ace Team is not like most developers, and Rock of Ages 3 Make and Break is not like most tower defense games, in part because it also incorporates racing elements. Sounds strange, but as is the case with the Rock of Ages series as a whole, strange doesn't begin to cover what's at work here. Story is fairly light in Rock of Ages 3, though it does serve as the framework for the game's structure. It starts with Greek mythological figure Odysseus and his men getting trapped in a cave with the man-eating giant Polyphemus. One tutorial later, they break out of the cave, blind the giant, and try to sail away. This all follows the Odyssey fairly closely, until Polyphemus throws a boulder at the ship, one of them being the game's namesake, the Rock of Ages, and said rock flattens Odysseus, so the much lesser-known Elpenor gets cursed by Polyphemus's dad, Poseidon, to sail all over the world, encountering various people, animals, and entities from various regions, time periods, and theologies. Various rock-based shenanigans ensue as Elpenor and his men try to find their way back home. Describing how Rock of Ages 3 plays is both simple and complicated. It's simple in that virtually every mode involves rolling a rock down a hill. It's complicated in that the game has a surprising, and refreshing, number of ways to approach an otherwise simple idea. The primary mode in single-player involves 2 competing armies, both constructing obstacles to stop the other team's rock from rolling into and destroying their castle's gate and whomever or whatever is inside. Rocks can be destroyed if they take too many hits or fall off the map too often, forcing the player to either start over or wait until a new rock is ready. Even if not destroyed, they'll do less damage to the gate by being slowed down or heavily damaged. Outside of that is a number of different takes on the main mode, each varying in how much they lean toward the racing or tower defense aspects of the game. My favorites involved straight-up races with other boulders, rolling a bomb with an active fuse through an obstacle course, and playing this game's equivalent of skee-ball. It probably won't surprise you that my least favorite mode was the one that was no racing and all tower defense, making sure the gate can survive 2 rounds of a series of rocks rolling down an opponent's hill. All of this is part of the single-player campaign for Rock of Ages 3. Elpenor's ship is dumped on a large world map, with a timeline that leads forward and backward to various points, locked by a star count. The idea is to earn enough stars to complete 3 quote-unquote boss fights of sorts, then take on Poseidon to earn a trip back home. Stars are earned by completing various modes at each spot, of which there are usually 4 or 5, each earning anywhere from 1 to 3 stars. It's entirely possible to complete this mode without doing most of the tower defense focused modes, and I know that because that's exactly what I did. The boss fights aren't tower defense, but I struggle to describe what they are without spoiling anything because they aren't quite like anything else in the game. Even if you're the kind of person who doesn't get this game for the single player, I recommend playing it for these boss fights just to see how creative the developers got with a game about rolling around a rock. What sort of obstacles does Rock of Ages 3 have on tap? A surprising amount, actually. It starts with basic stuff like walls and catapults, but as the levels progress and more bizarre worlds open up, all sorts of strangeness gets unlocked. There are giant windmills to blow rocks off ledges, lions dangling from balloons to grab and claw at rocks, Da Vinci-esque tanks, guillotines, springboards, airships, cannons, exploding barrels, cows that stick to rocks, whales that suck up and spit rocks away, and a carousel-like contraption with boxing gloves on the end and morning stars above those, just to name a few. Even though there's a limit to the number of obstacles that can be used for each stage, it still allows for a lot of creativity and cruelty in using different obstacles with each other. Unfortunately, it can also lead to frustration. When a boulder is pushed off the path, it drops back on the hill near where it fell. In later stages where obstacles are packed tightly together, this can mean spawning directly on top of another obstacle and getting destroyed or thrown off the level again. Given the race against the clock going on in nearly every mode, this all but guarantees having to start over. Obstacles aren't the only unlockables in Rock of Ages 3. Different rocks are unlocked by winning different battles. Each rock has different stats for things like weight, damage, durability, top speed, and acceleration, in addition to more nuanced abilities like higher jump height or not being affected by ice. I've been putting rocks in quotations for a reason, because some of these are absolutely not rocks. Things like snowballs, balloons, cows, fists, and giant wheels of cheese can be unlocked and rolled down hills. There are several of these to unlock, but in truth, I only used maybe 4 or 5 of them because the slight advantages to most of them were outweighed by way too many drawbacks to be worth using. Part of the appeal to Rock of Ages 3 and Rock of Ages in general is its presentation. The music is mostly remixes, incorporating both classical and modern rock instruments for tracks themed around the worlds they play in. I never got tired of hearing them, much like how I never got tired of the visual design. Monty Python is an obvious inspiration, given the mix of period-appropriate art and comic elements at work both mid-game and during cutscenes. The latter also take inspiration from various other media, creating some bizarre yet entertaining pop culture mishmashes. I normally don't laugh out loud at video games, but when I recognized mythological features mimicking the intro to one of my favorite 90s cartoons, I completely lost it. There are some minor hiccups here and there, such as on the versus screen before certain single-player matches. Restarting would cause one character to face the wrong direction, which sometimes made it look like Elpenor was trying to start a conga line. It's weird, but nothing that affects the gameplay. What does affect the gameplay in Rock of Ages 3 are a few annoying little problems, mostly on the technical front. One thing that bothered me was the lack of explanation for how certain things work, particularly one mode where it was never clearly explained that it was possible to double jump. Beyond that, I noticed that the game's performance seemed to get less and less consistent as time went on. The frame rate would drop, blurs would become more prominent, and, for reasons I still don't understand, the camera would abruptly change positions in a single frame, nearly killing my rock. This happened for only a few stages, but always happened around the same place. The only thing that bothered me more than that was the game crashing a couple times. The game has already been patched a few times, but from the looks of it, could use a couple more. There's one thing I've glossed over to this point with Rock of Ages 3, and that's the make and break part of the name. The game includes a creation suite for building and sharing multiplayer maps. Said maps can be applied to a few different modes, allowing up to 4 people in a game at a time, or 2 on local split screen. I didn't find many other people online, but I did find a ton of maps that showed off just how ridiculously fast the rocks can move and, on the flip side, just how many obstacles can be crammed into as small a space as possible. Creativity is certainly not in short supply for the custom levels already uploaded. I have mixed emotions with Rock of Ages 3 Make and Break. There are nagging technical issues, and the game design incorporates a game genre I despise. But I can't deny how much fun I had with most of it. I got about 6 hours of entertainment out of the single-player campaign alone, close to an hour of which was me begrudgingly playing the modes more focused on tower defense. $30 might be a bit much if you're like me and aren't as into the tower defense aspects of the game. If it goes on sale though, go right ahead and be prepared to rock and/or roll. Review score 3.5 out of 5. Review: Colt Canyon, dated September 29th, 2020. Author's note: this review was supposed to happen a few months before its actual post date. However, the version I reviewed, the Switch version, was several patches behind the Steam version, and included several important updates and fixes. The developer tried getting them all through in one big update, only for Nintendo to block it for some reason and force them to go through the whole process again. The Old West is ripe material for video games, a time in US history romanticized and reimagined countless times and in countless ways. Sunset Riders, Red Dead Redemption, Wild Arms, Mad Dog McCree, and of course, the Oregon Trail are just a few examples. German developer Retrific threw their own 10-gallon hat in the ring with the idea of applying the Old West motif to a shooter with roguelike tendencies. Colt Canyon. Let's see whether this game ends up filed under the good, the bad, or the ugly. The backstory for Colt Canyon plays out in a prologue which is shorter than the time it will take you to read this paragraph. You're a gunslinger named Colt, out in the wild with your partner. Some bandits storm in, shoot Colt, kidnap his or her, your choice, partner, and leave him or her for dead. After regaining consciousness, he or she has to fight his or her way through several levels, beat the baddies, and rescue his or her partner. There's not much beyond that, but given how the game plays out, it doesn't need any more. Colt Canyon's gameplay largely emphasizes fast-paced play, but allows for a somewhat flexible approach. Players need to move to the right across randomly generated levels, either killing or avoiding various baddies and wildlife along the way, then fight a boss after every 3 stages. You only start with a basic weapon, in Colt's case a revolver, and need to find ammo and extra weapons dropped from enemies or found in pots and crates, which can be slashed open with a melee attack. Ammo drops tend to be of anywhere from 1 to 2 rounds, and given that there are 4 different types of ammo, getting the right kind for one weapon isn't a guarantee. That's where stealth comes into play. Enemies will only attack if they see Colt, noted by the exclamation point above their heads. Getting the drop on them with the melee attack often kills them, or at least deals some serious damage. I wound up relying on stealth a lot to keep the game moving, as stopping to bash open 10 or 12 pots or crates looking for ammo or health every other minute bogged down the experience for me. Playing too slowly can lead to a warning appearing that wolves are entering the area, and the only real way around them is to get to the next level. Still, it's satisfying to dodge bullets and nail multiple baddies on the run. Enemy variety largely depends on how far you get into Cold Canyon. At first it's mostly guys carrying pistols, pitchforks, machetes, or whips, and occasionally a dog. Beyond the first stage, though, the game does well to introduce a couple new enemies in each area. Shotgun-toting maniacs and ladies with repeater rifles show up, then guys carrying shields, then snakes, then riflemen, and then hard-charging, sword-wielding soldiers. Environmental obstacles like prickly bushes and exploding barrels pop up. The difficulty jumps with every new enemy introduced, but it rarely feels excessive and helps differentiate each stage. Fortunately, Cold Canyon isn't entirely one-sided against the player. Aside from the weapons some enemies drop, there are also prisoners to rescue, which give the choice of a random perk. These range from free ammo and health, to not being detected as easily by bad guys, to having the prisoner tag along and fight, assuming he's given a weapon. There are controls for making him stay put, which is good because when left to his own devices, he regularly blew my cover and started lengthy gunfights. Also helping are some powered-up weapons, locked away in chests tied to colored keys. Said keys may be found in another level entirely, requiring backtracking, which is an option, thankfully, to prior levels to get them. Unfortunately, I often got hit by ambushes between stages, mini levels where you get attacked by over half a dozen enemies, usually ones a couple stages ahead that can take way more damage and wield far stronger weapons. I'll comment more on these later, but for now let's say these were a good idea in theory. Visually, Cold Canyon can be summed up in one word: minimalist. Every living, breathing thing in this game is a monochrome sprite, but they're all smoothly animated and stand out from the environments, which are far more detailed. Impressive bits of detail include wheat fields bending when walked through, or cacti getting slashed down or blown apart. My only issues were, first off, the size of the sprites. I understand having the viewpoint pulled back so the player can see as far ahead as possible, but I usually played this game in handheld mode. Otherwise, I'd have to sit pretty close to my TV to make out what was happening on screen at times. The second issue is color choice. I expected to see sepia tones, but I didn't expect the hearts in the health bar to be such a dark shade of red. Thanks to my colorblindness, sometimes I couldn't tell how much health I had left. Beyond that were some minor display issues with the text, like how I died and got a message saying, "Ew, character unlocked." Speaking of, part of the incentive to replay Cold Canyon is the slew of unlockables. Progressing a certain amount or hitting certain statistical landmarks unlocks new characters and weapon loadouts for each. The characters are what make the game's experience so versatile, as everyone has different stats for health, speed, and proficiency with different weapons. One fares best with rifles, while another works best with a bow. One has enough health to withstand a close-range explosion, while another can only withstand a few bullets. I wound up having a much better time with a couple of the unlockable characters than with Colt, so I'm thankful that these were included. My major sticking point with Cold Canyon was the same one I have with many roguelikes: the feeling that it's being excessively cruel. Out of all my deaths in this game, all but a handful were caused by the same two things over and over. The first was exploding barrels I couldn't run away from in time. Sometimes barrels, rather than breaking open and dropping ammo or health, will shake and emit a hissing sound before exploding, which is a one-hit kill to most characters. Often my character's sprite was standing in front of the barrel, blocking the already small visual cue that it was about to blow up. This isn't helped by the soundtrack, which is an otherwise nice period-appropriate score, but frequently has rattles or hissing sounds similar to what the exploding barrels give off. Seeing a perk to not die from explosions felt more like a backhanded pick-me-up than a pleasant surprise. The second primary cause of death was the aforementioned ambushes. Aside from instances where I got jumped by enemies I didn't have a good weapon to fend off, particularly wolves, oftentimes I would take damage either right as the stage appeared or before the level even finished loading in. Getting attacked before I can react is one thing, but getting immobilized and shot or beaten to death with no chance to fight back on multiple occasions really soured my experience. That all changed for Colt Canyon when, after a lengthy delay, the patches that had long since been implemented on the Steam version were approved for the Switch version. If you're wondering why this review didn't happen sooner, this is why. These patches include difficulty balancing, indications for enemies that have keys, and a more defined visual cue for exploding containers, among several other things. Whereas before I was struggling to make it through the second level, now I'm actually able to finish the game. I won't spoil what happens near the end, but I will say that it doesn't end when you find the partner, and what follows is my least favorite part of the game. Even considering my playthrough lasted maybe an hour and a half, if that, I was a bit let down by the endgame. Colt Canyon does many things right. The core gameplay is addictive, the visuals and presentation are wonderful, in spite of brown being the dominant color much of the time. I wasn't bored for a second. However, I also feel no need to go back to it again, even with the slew of unlockables. Fans of roguelikes and semi-top-down shooters will likely have no regrets shelling out $14.99 for this. Perhaps I'm jaded from playing the unpatched version at first, but after riding off into the sunset once, I'm content to drop the 6-shooter, rifle, shotgun, bow, knife, and whatever other weapons I found in this game, and move on. Review score 3.5 out of 5. Review: Outbreak: The New Nightmare. Dated October 7th, 2020. I'm pretty sure everyone who has ever aspired to make a video game has said or thought, I want to make a game like insert game here. Usually this is a building block to a game developing its own identity. For the one-man indie developer Dead Drop Studios, it seems to be the guiding philosophy behind Outbreak: The New Nightmare, a survival horror game where the player must fend off and escape from monsters and undead hordes, either solo or locally with a friend. It is the second of 5 games in the Outbreak series, originally releasing in January of 2018 on Steam, but recently making its way to consoles. Never mind that 69% rating on Steam, how nice is this game really? Outbreak: The New Nightmare follows the events of the first game, Outbreak, where a hospital served as the epicenter for a viral outbreak that turned people into zombies. Now, survivors are scrambling to find a safe place to hold out against the undead, descending on the Kraus shipping building. They go inside and find a bunch of dead bodies, some of which are still moving. As such, instead of holding out there, they need to escape. Why they can't just go out the way they came in is never made clear. Storytelling as a whole isn't much of a priority in this game, done primarily through dry text dumps before play starts, or in documents and journals that serve more to drop hints and guide the player than establish any sort of lore. In case it's not already obvious enough, the inspiration for Outbreak: The New Nightmare is the Resident Evil series, specifically Resident Evil Outbreak. It's a survival horror game with multiple playable characters, a 2-player option, and different scenarios to play through. It's also a game with nowhere near the amount of staff, resources, or technical knowledge behind it as Resident Evil Outbreak. In fact, the original Outbreak was a mix of survival horror and top-down shooting. Transitioning to a full-on 3D survival horror game in a similar style to Resident Evil Outbreak was only ever going to be a rough transition. The developer seems to realize this, judging by the text box pop-up asking for feedback, which also has dozens of empty rows of text beneath it. Even so, the list of things that need to be fixed, improved, or simply axed is a long and ponderous one. The objective of Outbreak: The New Nightmare varies depending on the mode selected. Campaign mode sees the player wander around an environment looking for keys or things that function like keys to escape the area. Onslaught is a horde mode where the goal is to take out as many zombies and monsters as possible before dying. Finally, Experiments mode is the same as Campaign, but has a couple more bosses to fight, a different position for its end-level flag, and usually requires using multiple keys on the same door. Also, both the Experiments and Campaign modes end the same way: killing a boss and walking into a square or line of bright green lights to get not a cutscene, but the victory escape text, even if the level ends in a place with no clear exit. The 6 selectable characters in Outbreak: The New Nightmare can have a significant impact on gameplay, as each has different strengths, weaknesses, and loadouts. Some are obvious references to characters in other games, like a soldier named Hank, Hunk, and a guy named Harry, Mason, who has a pocket flashlight on his chest. It's not actually on his character model, but there is light shooting out of his torso. No matter who gets selected, everyone has the same bizarre animations. Everyone has a strange swagger to their walk, and runs like they're desperately trying to find a bathroom before it's too late. Everyone fires guns with absolutely no recoil, which is impressive considering the guns aren't held, but magnetized to their open hands. Everyone also has the same awkward melee swing for every melee weapon, a swing which never seems like it hits anything, and looks less like a swing and more like a dramatic point at the ground. I get the feeling some of the characters have face coverings not just because they're appropriate for their jobs, but because it somewhat helps to hide how every character has the same blank stare on their faces the entire game. It seems unfair to focus just on the characters, since everything in Outbreak: The New Nightmare looks and runs like it's unfinished. The environments tend to look like generic assets or structures with a texture or two missing. In some cases, this meant not being able to tell what was a door and what was not a door. From certain angles, the fire looks more like magma shooting out Cheeto dust. Dead enemies ragdoll like they're suddenly in moon gravity. Even their shadows look wrong, as I'd encounter zombies with shadows that looked more like sea urchins than people. The crazy thing is that even with how simple most of the visuals are, the game has near constant frame rate problems, dropping into the teens at its worst. The levels where this doesn't happen as much tend to have either very little light or a draw distance of about 15 feet. Far and away the worst aspect of Outbreak: The New Nightmare is simply being able to see. A few maps are incredibly dark, making it hard to see not just the world itself, but any items laying around. Granted, they do have faint auras around them to help stand out, but those tend to not help because of another major problem: the camera. There are fixed camera angles around every level that follow the player's position, presumably because it's similar to what Resident Evil Outbreak did. Here, the camera tends to be set way too low to the ground, or way too far away from the player. Items end up being hidden by cabinets, desks, walls, and various other environmental pieces. Spotting some doors and hallways in the more open areas can feel like trying to read the bottom line of an eye test. Enemies regularly lunge in from off-screen and around corners, or blend into the background. The camera even struggles to keep the player in the shot at close range, unable to keep up with a running speed that's barely faster than a leisurely jog. Of course, none of this helps the gameplay of Outbreak: The New Nightmare, which can be best summed up by two KY words: clunky and janky. The game tries to make things playable, adding things like the ability to choose third-person or first-person movement controls, a button to automatically aim at the nearest enemy, hot buttons for certain weapons, being able to reload while moving, and a crude but somewhat effective map. However, there are simply too many things working against it. Movement can be done in third person, but aiming is still done in first person. When using third person movement, the character usually ends up steering into a wall every time the camera changes. It didn't work in Rule of Rose, and it doesn't work here. The quick aim button doesn't usually work if the monster is more than a dozen feet away. Melee combat, which is almost guaranteed considering how many bullets even common enemies take, is like watching a disco dancer size up a wacky, undead, waving inflatable tube man with how animations start, get interrupted, start again, stop, then end, despite not starting again. Aside from not being able to tell sometimes when an attack lands, enemy attacks register even if they don't appear to be attacking. I would just run past enemies, except they gradually built up in number and caused the frame rate to tank. There were very few points where I didn't feel like I was playing a late alpha version of the game instead of the finished product. Therein lies the problem with Outbreak: The New Nightmare. It's incomplete to the point it is both a chore to play and utterly lacking in anything resembling personality. Keys are simply given titles like plain, round, or angled. Characters don't say anything, outside of a few making an apathetic "ah" sound when taking damage. Counting all zombies as one enemy, there are a total of 3 different enemy types. The zombie, what looks like a half-scale hunter from Resident Evil, and the Guardian, which is basically a taller zombie with no clothes and what looks like the head of a kazoo from the Monster Hunter games. All of these enemies attack the same way: walk or speed walk forward, stop, swing arm, repeat. If a level says you have to fight 3 bosses, it just means fighting 3 guardians. All of this is complemented by a soundtrack that is either non-existent, so quiet it doesn't add anything, or not appropriate for what's going on. Smooth jazz and what sounds like the theme of a 90s crime drama TV show don't exactly set the mood for a zombie apocalypse, in my opinion. Having just finished playing Outbreak: The New Nightmare a couple days ago, it's almost impressive how forgettable it was. I had to keep going back to the game to remember what I saw and experienced, even after going through every campaign and experts mission, each of which lasted anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour and a half. Sadly, this has the look and feel of an incomplete Steam game, and I had to triple check the price for this because I couldn't believe that it really is $13 on PS4. Given the short amount of time between most releases in the Outbreak series, I can only recommend that the developer spend much more time on each entry. That way, maybe the next one will play better, and the visuals might not only look better, but consist of way fewer reused assets that didn't look so good in the first place. I realize this will fall on deaf ears since Outbreak Lost Hope, the 4th game in the series, will likely be out on PS4 by the time this review goes up. Maybe, or should I say hopefully, the later releases are better, because this is priced way above what it's actually worth. Review score: 1 out of 5. Part 3. Epilogue. It seems almost fitting that the last review I wrote was about a game that could have easily appeared as one of my Fearless videos. My primary reason for leaving was a matter of the time I put into the review versus what I got out of them. Reviewers needed to write at least one review per month, barring extenuating circumstances, and that didn't account for the wildly varying lengths of games. Considering I was already putting out at least one video per week for my YouTube channel and streaming a few times a week on Twitch, on top of my larger video and music projects and my day job, I couldn't justify putting time towards something where my only compensation was the code of the game I would review. Besides, I can count on one hand the number of games I went back to play again after reviewing them. I do love writing about video games and would still like to do so, but couldn't justify going on for little else besides exposure. There were other less significant reasons for me leaving, and no one thing seemed to outweigh the other. As part of the editing team, I would frequently have times where other editors committed to checking an article, never did it, and I would have to cover. Every once in a while, the higher-ups would try to get the site's official Twitch channel or YouTube channel active again, and they'd ask the staff if anyone would be willing to help out by writing or producing content. I volunteered for this a couple times, but didn't hear back from anyone, and usually nothing ever materialized from it. Last I checked, the latest Twitch video is from 4 years ago, and the YouTube channel does little more than upload trailers and B-roll from online events. There's a fair amount of eroge and otherwise adult content that gets covered for the site, which, whatever, I knew about that going into this. I wasn't even too bothered by some of the reviewers of this stuff making borderline creepy remarks about very young female characters, partly because they're in visual novels from Japanese developers and the age of consent is lower there, but I think it's more that I just became numb to it. What did bother me, though, was the seemingly increasing amount of material themed around incest. I did have to edit a few reviews and articles about it, and I wound up leaving the site, both as a reviewer and an editor, around the same time as the longtime head editor for reviews, who would give feedback on and advise changes for any written reviews. Said changes usually involved things like incomplete sentences, making sure the same words don't get repeated over and over, making sure images aren't broken, ensuring the review doesn't descend into insulting the developers, stuff like that. I had one last review, the Outbreak review, which went by the new head review editor, who used to be a regular editor like me. Compared to the previous editor, he was far more anal. The bulk of their feedback consisted of telling me to add commas, even though they were often unnecessary, and removing words unnecessarily, like removing the of from all of. These are more stylistic choices and less so things that are blatantly wrong, or that could lead to bad reputations with publishers and developers. I was more than happy to be away from this level of micromanagement. The question, then, is where I go from here. I'd still be open to writing somewhere, preferably for something more than $0, but I also acknowledge how difficult and unlikely it is to end up in that situation. That often requires either knowing the right people and being in the right place at the right time, or developing such a good, or popular, reputation and widespread appeal that they can't be ignored. Whether or not I have the chance to do this again, I'm grateful to have been given the opportunity to discover, play, and review several games I may not have known about otherwise. Granted, that would mean never knowing about Crimson Keep, Hookshot, or Indiecalypse, but hey, you have to take the good with the bad in this line of work. This has been Rain Dance, a collection of game reviews, opinions, and nonsense. Written by SCXCR. Performed by SCXCR. AudibleStudios.com does not thank you for listening to this production they had nothing to do with.